is not or has not been selected for the main stream. And we'll kind of take it from there. I'm kind of eager to see what exactly is happening on the ladder. I think as per usual, we're going to pay a little bit more attention to Linux than to anybody else, provided of course that he does make it through those initial brackets. If he does, then we shall indeed just kind of try to track Mr. Linux down.
Jelly.
And that should be quite exciting to say, I hope anyway. I do see that Linux is in a game already. Might actually check very quickly if this is indeed... I don't think this is his game though, because he is kind of locked out at this point of anything. I'm just going to maybe show you guys what exactly we are working with for the day, and we'll try to figure out what to do from there. Okay, so it's going to be our lovely ladder for today. We see Marine Lord here. Mr. versus Nevix looks like a very interesting matchup too. We have Papipo and Kalajur. I think that would be cool because I'm a big Kalajur SC2 fan. Core versus Untitled. I do think Core is a very interesting player. He has quite an original style, so that is also going to be on the cards for us. We have lots of different other players, like, Give You Anxiety there. I do think like Lucifer versus Symptom is cool to watch as well, because Symptom has been around for a while and he has been actually showing up in those tournaments quite big, but he hasn't really won anything. We have a Vodka versus Wham. Vodka, of course, being this mostly an observer, really. So that's quite an interesting kind of competitor as well. Viper versus Hazar, of course, also looking quite interesting. Eric versus Kazavar. Oh, actually, that sounds very cool. I do like Eric. Eric sounds like a very cool player to follow. So if that's on the cards, I think we might actually go and check that one out as well. That looks very curious, right? Very interesting. We have BCQT playing as well, which is not being covered on the mainstream either. So, that is something we could potentially also enjoy. There are lots of different possibilities, guys. So, if you guys have any matches that you would like us to follow as well, then just let me know. I'll, of course, try to tune us into that, okay? So, that is also on the cards. I'm just going to try to very quickly share my link with for the stream. We're gonna jump to our to our interest screen, or maybe even to our the cast screen, honestly. So we'll try to figure out what exactly to follow. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly announce what exactly is going on, and then we'll try to figure out where exactly do we take things for the lovely day of today. Yeah, that's the idea anyway. So I'm just gonna very quickly try to find a nice place where I can share those. And then we shall proceed. So let me just drop it in my own Discord. And I'm gonna probably just drop one on Age of Empires 4 main Discord too, and we shall get started. And we're just waiting, I guess, for players to get ready at this point. We have some interesting picks here and there, right? I think anybody from the list could be something that is worth following, or someone that is worth following, right? So once those guys get into their games, you'll just try to jump into their games too. Linux sounds like a very safe pick, but he has been consistently late to his first game, so you have to say this, right? Linux has been very late to the majority of his actual matches. Like, he has been having some issues with joining matches on time, and I think it changed now. I think it must have changed for him a little bit, but in the past he was the person who was indeed getting a little bit of issues with like kind of getting started initially, right? So that is something we should probably keep in mind. But I'm very hyped to see how exactly Linux does fare today, because he has been such an exciting player to watch overall. I do think we'll have a lot of fun just following his steps, right? I think he's going to be quite a fun person to follow too. So that is definitely on the cards. And we'll just kind of get that rolling. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're kind of getting ready to start something. It's just those players are particularly sloppy today. Look at this. We're so deep into this, and they are still kind of making their picks. There are like some additional rules, by the way, that you guys might not be familiar with for today, which we're just going to maybe very briefly cover. The first one is that this is a non-meta tournament in a sense, and this actually means that there are going to be certain limitations on what the players are able to do. If you guys are on the Discord, which is by the way linked on my YouTube, of EGC, you should be able to see what exactly the rules are. But the main kind of overarching rule for today is going to be the fact that they are not able to pick every civilization on every map. And I'm just kind of trying to retrieve those very particular things that are entailed by this. I was able to find this on my phone. Okay, here we are. So I'm just gonna maybe share this. Actually, I'm gonna just save this and drop it on the stream so you guys can actually have an idea of what I'm talking about. Okay. So I hope this is in JPEG, because I'm not sure why, but the format stopped saving for me on my computer. So I'm just going to kind of guess it's a JPEG, and we're just going to drop it here for the people to say. So guys, this is what we are working with, right? So as you can see, we have all those maps that are played in the tournament. Here, you know, Highview, King of the Hill, Mongolian Heights, Hill and Dale, Dry Arabia, Altai, and Boulder Bay. And each of those maps has certain of those civilizations automatically banned from the get-go, and this means that for instance on our Highview we cannot have Delhi, Rus and Mongols, because those are supposedly meta picks, so those are not going to be pickable for any of the players. They will have to you know, essentially figure out what else to do. This actually holds true for all those maps. So you can see that for instance King of the Hill, Delhi, Mongols and French are disabled. I'm a little bit surprised by the French here. I'm not really met many French players on King of the Hill so far. I've been playing lots of ladder today, or recently anyway. This is kind of out of the ordinary, I think, so that's quite cool. You know, we have Delhi, of course, out for Mongolian Heights, because this map is super Delhi favored for those two sacred sites that you can just stonewall and just enjoy for the remainder of the game. It is very difficult to contest later, and it's very difficult to contest those sacred sites initially because you have the boat supporting you from the water. I guess it's just very difficult to get your bearings in this map if you're playing against Delhi. So I don't understand this one. Now we have Hill and Dale with surprisingly no Abbasid ban. I guess they took it from the previous ladder stat, which is not really the case anymore, because we've had some really big changes across the board for many civilizations. Right, that's kind of interesting to note. We've had a very big patch with what seems or it feels like very actually massive changes to the Chinese. Significant buffs to the Abbasid somehow. I think those are still buffs despite the berries going down. I do think Abbasid got like those tech shifts in the House of Wisdom as well, and the camels, of course, which are ridiculous. So those seem to be the case. Those seem to be buffs anyway, in my book. You know, we have Altai as well with all those kind of nice. Sorry, we have, what am I talking about? Jesus. We have some small nerfs to Mongols, I guess, as well as some buffs to English Russians, right? English have become significantly stronger early on with those men-at-arms changes and such, so we will probably have a lot of interesting things shaping up today. So those kind of disabled civilizations might not be too meaningful, honestly. They might just kind of be quite arbitrary overall. So we should see some very cool choices made by those players for the day. I hope it's gonna be quite interesting to actually spectate this. We see like there are some players already in their matches, by the way, so we'll try to maybe wait a little bit, for those whom we would really like to spectate, right? Anyway, that's the objective here. I think we just have to wait patiently and just figure out who is starting their first game. We'll just probably follow those people for the series, and then we'll try to you know, go from there, honestly, right? That's quite an interesting thing to go with anyway. And we have to remember, by the way, those are only those map bans. They are going to stick around just for the first week, so those are not going to be permanent. They'll be probably making some alterations to those as we go further. They also did allow one exclusive civilization ban per player per map, so that is also something that we have to include here. So this is going to be a possibility for some players to ban certain additional maps as well. And they are going to be able to kind of modify that pool even further. So I think we're going to be working with a very strict pool of civs, honestly, which is quite interesting, but it should make this kind of set of choices people are very hectic, and only those with very, very deep kind of, you know, civilization pools, I guess you can call those civilization pools, right? They are going to definitely have a nice advantage here. So see, Linux is in the game for some reason still. I don't know if you guys would like to watch Give You Anxiety. I think he's a very good player. I do actually enjoy his streams very much. So I know he's a very emotional one as well. So I think he has lots of he assigns lots of value to his game. So maybe we could just watch Give You Anxiety if you guys would like to. So let me know in the chat if you have any preferences, of course, as to whom we are gonna be watching first time for the very first game of the afternoon. I think that is going to be reasonable of an ask. If you guys don't pick anything, I'm gonna just try and figure out whom exactly to watch. I do think though that that this is gonna be interesting to see specifically Mr. Give You Anxiety. I see certain games have already started as well. You can see mainstream, by the way, is actually doing Bra versus sort of as well. So that looks quite intriguing, and I will be obviously trying to keep track of things happening in the mainstream so we can actually adjust to that. I don't have either of those players, by the way, on my friend list, so I think Snoopa might be worth watching as well, because he has been quite competitive, right? He's been quite competitive too. We see Recon in the game. Vipers, you know what, guys? We could actually watch the Vipers game. This should be fun, like to start things off, to kick things off. Getting Mr. Viper on the board would be quite thrilling, I guess, right? Gonna be the Viper. Whom is he up against? That's quite a big question. I think this could be interesting because people very often, quote Viper as this a really big name right now again in AoE4, because he did kind of take a break beforehand, right? Let me see whom Viper is playing. Hazar. I think Hazar is a very solid player, by the way. So let's just do Viper versus Hazar with the first game of the day, shall we? Is it double Z or triple Z? It's double Z. Okay, let's do Viper versus Hazar. Guys, I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be interesting at least. So it should be a nice series to start things off. And I'm really curious what Viper has in store for us. I think this guy has like really good read on the new metas, and like he has been just very quick to adjust, despite having come back to AoE4 with certain delay, you could even say, right? He has been always on point with his map picks, etc. So I think it could be quite cool of a game to watch. So we should just start. With this. It's gonna be Viper versus Hazar on the main stream, of course. My stream, of course. So that is going to be on the cards for us. So yeah, that is what we have, and that is what we're going to be working with. So I'm just going to try to load into that particular matchup, and we shall see what exactly those guys have in store for us. It's also English. I'm very hyped because I think English has been quite a big, it has been enjoyed by quite a few players. Okay, let's say it like this. We have 2 minutes to wait, but we have 2 minutes before the game starts, and it is gonna be indeed Viperino versus Hazar. Cool stuff. It looks like something that is going to be very enjoyable to watch. Hope anyway, it's gonna be enjoyable to watch. So we're just gonna wait for those games to load. Once this does load, of course, I'll switch off my my camera, and we'll just go and enjoy the match itself. I hope this is gonna be pleasant. I hope it's gonna be fun anyway. I hope it's gonna be fun. Okay, so slowly but steady we are indeed loading into this one. And I do think, Viper should be quite favored, right? I think Viper should be quite favored overall, all things considered, right? He's very, very high up on the ladder, but Hazar is a very solid player too, and he is playing in English, so I think this should give us a very nice introduction to the series, and we should also be able to kind of assess where exactly the English do actually stand here, because all those kind of nice changes to the landmarks, and with the buffs to MAAs, right, with certain additional amount of wood they have as well. I think this should be quite an interesting game to watch, because I think English have been kind of pushed propelled us a bit even into being relevant again, right? With those incremental power-ups early on, which is quite concerning as well for the late game, I guess. But we are here, and we can just actually start enjoying our game. So we shall indeed. So in the north, okay, and this is actually not north. It's in the east. In the blue, it is gonna be the Viper playing the Ruse of all things. And in the west, in the red, is going to be Hazar playing the English. It's actually quite a cool matchup, I think. Like, the English, historically speaking, right, have been, before, have been very aggressive, and they've been actually able to put on a lot of pressure. And the Rus actually have been quite good at defending, right? I think Rus are, those wooden fortresses with decent sources of income as well, right? They've been kind of good at generating enough early resources to just resist the pressure. You can see, by the way, two villagers here working on construction. One of those, I think they were both building the hunting cabin. Actually, three, and they immediately start working on wood here, of course. That's not exactly the build I'm used to. Is it going to be this kind of infamous archer push coming in? Is it going to be the kind of... Is this the beginning of it? Because, 3 villagers on wood so early, and I think it's quite interesting to see this, because usually I could just kind of, go full on food. And then just try to generate enough to age up quickly, right? While the scouts, of course, go hunting. We have the scouts of Hazar, obviously just trying to get rid of those nicely spawned deer patches. I think Hazar has been very, very lucky here with those 2 deer patches immediately spawning next to one another. So Hazar is going to immediately deny this gold from the map, which is obviously very good for him, right? Because he's trying to just ensure that Viper doesn't get any additional resources, right? And Hazar just does want to actually push him, so I think it is going to be the play for the English, honestly, just to push the English away. Right, so this should be the play here, and he should be able to get something done. Because this is already quite a decent kind of advantage, right? Hazar does also deny those kind of all those wolves nearby, so he's actually going to keep control or keep tabs over lots of those resources. You see this kind of neatly placed mill over here. I'm not really certain. It's like, I think that's cool, right? You get like 1 farm here, like 3-3, right? With the stone, is the stone not in the way here, actually? Is it not weird? I think the stone is gonna deny some efficiency from the mill, which, like, lots of... I think, like, 2 farms are gonna be completely denied here, which is not great. Am I misreading something here? Is it really the case that he's gonna lose out on 2 farms? I think he is, right? He's gonna miss out on at least 2 here because of this freaking stone deposit. At least 1, maybe, right? It's gonna be maybe 1. If we had just placed it here, I think it would have been a little bit better. Maybe this way. Yeah. We shall see, of course, how it develops. Now, Viper is working with 185 gold bounty already, which is quite a decent amount, but of course you'd like to get to at least 250. I think if you don't get 250 overall, you are going to be in trouble. You see, by the way, Hazar did miss out on a singular wolf over here, it seems. And Viper is going to get 3 wolves over here. This is enough, 75, to propel him to the bounty, and he has 225 already, so it's actually quite a decent amount of money for him. The scout, of course, is kind of hammering away at this wolf. I think this might be something that Viper might have to contest, right? He definitely does have to contest this wolf now. So he's gonna turn around right now. Oh, he does get this very nice mechanic, like very nice micro. Hazar still kind of trying to get this to work. Forced to back away because he doesn't want to lose the scout, of course. That is huge for the English. Like, losing the scout is maybe not instant GG, but definitely denies you a lot of opportunities. Viper starting the age up at 333. I do think this should be kind of the point at which the English also start building their own landmark. You can see Viper is working with a decent amount of wood, by the way. I think he's been able to already establish control here. He's going to drop a very quick early wooden fortress, just probably to deny this kind of entry point to any sort of archer factory that might be happening. And that is, of course, going to prevent aggression to some extent. This map looks very familiar to what I saw yesterday with Core playing in another tournament, or 2 days ago with Core playing. I think that this was like quite a similar map, where it was just, I think it might have been exactly this map generation. Maybe they're just playing on the fixed seas at this point, because it looks exactly like the map I did observe before. So you can see that this wood line here, it looks like something that has been taken from another game, honestly. So I'm actually gonna have to verify if they're working with fixed seeds at this point. But we have 6 villagers, by the way, on this landmark here for the Rus, and we only have 3 for the English, so the English are gonna be a bit later to the age up. I have to say, like, once they hit that timing, they do start gaining lots of power. So, of course, that is going to mean that there's gonna be lots of pressure on Viper as we go into this kind of early feudal age, I guess. However, of course, it's also a possibility that the English player just decides, you know, that screw all that, I'm just gonna go farm away and just go for fast cast or something, and just enjoy my double TC, while the Rus is probably gonna be stuck trying to defend against nothing, right? But I do think Viper very conscious and able to scout properly, so I don't think that's gonna happen. We don't see any additional kind of stuff. We did see actually the wheelbarrow getting researched before as well, but we are not really getting much more out of this, so it's not gonna be any professional scouts. I think there's no space for that in games anymore. Like at pro level, it's very rarely done, and I do not think that Viper is going to make an exception here. He's just going to kind of go and try to get the boom going, right? I've seen lots of those Rus players, maybe not against English specifically, but I've seen them actually go for that stone purchase, right? So they would just essentially build this, get this setup going, right, and then they would just kind of go for stone. And go for very quick, you know, just exchange 200 gold for stone, and then immediately start working on their second TC. That obviously gives you a very nice situation because you have double TC production. Does hinder your economy though a little bit, because of course, like, sustaining double villager production means your army production is not going to be the greatest. We also see barracks dropped by Hazar. Probably he scouted this. This is the response that he has for those horsemen coming out. There's one already on the field, of course. Like, they're going to kind of slowly trickle in, and they're going to make their best effort, I guess, to at least dispose of the English archers. Those should be coming. I see Hazar only made one so far. This is not a big commitment. Hazar is actually committing to farms instead. So he's building, you know, another mill here. He's gonna try to expand his farming eco. And we see actually that the Viper is gonna go for this boar over here. There's one for somewhere else as well. It's over here. So those are kind of, I think this is kind of convenient that this is not in the middle of the map anywhere, right? It's kind of at this side, and this is actually going to mean that Viper is going to kind of be able to secure this. He's never finished the tower. I think this is kind of conscious choice of his. That's very interesting evolution, because he doesn't need that. Oh, he actually figures he does need the tower. So I was thinking that this is actually a conscious choice. If he doesn't get aggressed, he can at any time he wishes, once he depletes the boar maybe, he can just cancel it. If he were to just kind of build 99% of it, this would I think would have been a very nice, smart, big brain play. But I'm not sure if players have this kind of presence of mind to be doing this in those tenser games, you know. Especially if you get attacked here, the tower does provide you like a little bit of a heads up, so you might not end up losing villages. So I think it would be kind of big brain to see something like this. The Viper, I think, just forgot about this tower first. He thought he would kill that boar and then just continue down the line there. So I guess this is just that, and we might just be kind of overreading what is happening. Obviously, this farm network expanding for the English. It's quite a bit of farms actually. Those two villages not really doing much though for Hazar. As you can see, he is actually working with two idle vills. Those two wonderful ladies over here, not entirely busy yet. I do think that he has to do something with them. Sooner or later, you might have to move them out on the map, or just kind of force them to build those farms here. This mill, of course, just kind of the normal mill. I think he's just trying to stay in the vicinity of the TC of his, you know, being aware, of course, that there are some horsemen on the map. Viper actually going with double archery range production here, so he's going to have a significant amount of archers. He's also trying to research stuff here, so he's getting the... Now, this is actually Hazar getting early men at arms, but Viper is trying to respond to this, I guess, with those ranged armor upgrades. So those units of his are going to be a little bit more steady against the power of the English archers. I do think that I've heard actually BCQT talk about this yesterday or 2 days ago, where he was saying, you know, those walls for the English are like suicidal almost. Because what this means for the English player is that it is going to be, you know, potentially like 3 or 4 farms that he's not going to have on the map, which is obviously not optimal, right? I don't think this is great at all. I don't think the English should be defending in the first place here, right? Viper, of course, trying to kind of gear up towards this, I think something that looks like or is shaping up to be an early attack. He's double producing archers right now, getting those upgrades. He's definitely trying to play something in feudal, right? He's not going to have just kind of he's not going to withdraw the map from his opponent. He's going to try to make something happen. I'm going to disable the camera, but I just realized it. So Viper here is actually going to move out on the map, moving those soldiers. Sorry, it's going to be Hazar actually moving out. He has a significant amount of units, but you have to know this is going to be scouted immediately by this scout over here. Or Viper, he might actually not be able to keep it alive. I actually thought this was a big brain play by Hazar, who was just trying not to attack this unit too soon. But he's just going to move out very barely so, and he's not going to commit to it. So It's a last standing army, actually. It's a lot of resources committed here. You can see, you know, those are obviously upgraded men-at-arms. We have spears, we have a large mass of archers as well. So it's not a minute force by any means, and I'm kind of concerned by this, because I do think English need to either make something happen, they do actually need to go to very quickly. They do actually need to go for this very quick age drop. Nothing as such is happening. There is a move out right now, but you know, Viper is already almost on the way to Castle Age, and there is no specific tech for Hazar that has been researched yet, right? As we look into it, there's nothing on this blacksmith. He does start this iron undimish as well, probably realizing how many archers Viper does have on his hands. But I don't think this is actually like either. Oh, Viper's going to go for a backstab attack. So here, the English are moving on the map, and they're actually going to get smashed by this massive force. There are 2 knights over here in the mix. We have a large portion of archers moving into their position. I'm not sure if Hazar is watching this at all. He actually does pull away those villages from the gold, and he's going to stay alive and sustain himself, but he's forced to back away. So this is actually probably the best way of defending for Viper, because he's just attacking himself. So he's going to get some trades here that are going to favor him for sure. Those men-at-arms, 2 of them, those are really expensive units. 100 food, nothing to scoff at in the feudal age, of course. This is very, very risky for Hazar now, because he of course was trying to get something going for himself. He's not going to be able to get anything done here. He's going to lose some units, maybe even. He wastes some of those men-at-arms already as it is. His attack is forced to back away. This is super smart by Viper. So he doesn't defend. He doesn't wait passively for the death to come, right? That is not gonna happen. He does actually just pull his units into the base of Hazar as he ages out. So not only does he get that castle age essentially for no effort, he's also going to get some trades. He's probably gonna lose a few archers extra here, so he's not going to trade too favorably at this point. I don't think he cares. Do you guys think Viper gives a shit at this point about this? I don't think so. Viper is just going to very comfortably here get those units upgraded. He is in castle already, so all the pressure in the world is on Hazar. And Hazar is going to take a decent fight here. I guess he does take one of those knights down. He's actually trading quite nicely against those archers of the Ruse over here in the bottom. And he's trying to push away his opponent, but this means he's not attacking in any way, right? Viper is actually building farms here in the vicinity of this wooden fortress. I think he just kind of knows that this is not going to be a game in which English can pose any sort of threat, so he's just going to take over here, of course, right? And Hazar is, I'm not really sure what Hazar is going to do at this point. You know, we can look at his production here. He's gonna go for horticulture, and this, I think, is a very straight up tell that he does recognize this is not gonna be one of those games that end very quickly. It's going to be indeed a game that does take a little bit of time. Thank you so much for the follow, Mr. Noob Mustard. Thank you. Welcome to our cast. So Viper indeed moving back. You can see there's a significant number of men-at-arms though who are just kind of, you know, trying to essentially stab those knights over here for Viper. Viper has a decent force here though. I'm not sure if this is enough though I think this should be enough to defend, shouldn't it? It looks like a decent situation for Mr. Viper. Over here, this tower obviously garrisoned fully as well with archers, so those archers did hide here, meaning that this is a decent ground for defending, right? That looks very, very good overall for him. He does actually bleed a few villages in the process, right? Viper is gonna get a nice charge over here on those MAAs. Actually, they do melt so quickly, and this is all she wrote, I think, for Hazar. I'm not really sure what Hazar is gonna be able to do here at this stage of the game. This, at least this particular attack has been completely repelled. Those archers, 4 archers alive still, 5 of those here, of course, trying to be aggressive against those villages. Probably 2 more villager kills are gonna come down. Hazar ready to age up, however, so he did actually kill a few of those villagers, but Viper does have a significant number of those knights. So this means that actually he's going to take a very nice spot in this game with a very healthy knight count altogether. You can see Hazar is working 4 spears in a single man arms. Whereas it's gonna be like, 8 knights, 10 archers, 2 warrior monks as well, gathering the relics as we speak, by the way, from the map, because he does have that Abbey of Trinity as well, so he's actually going to be able to capitalize on that. Already building that monastery, I guess, kind of understanding that he's gonna be able to contest most of the relics. It is not looking too good, guys. This is not looking too good for Hazar. I'm not certain what exactly he's going to be able to accomplish. Those knights very healthy at this point, probably able to dive. And if they don't actually die, I think the possibility for healing is also there. Those are also veteran archers coming from Viper. So Viper does actually work with a very significant force of units. And this is going to mean that, yeah, it's going to be a dive into those towers under the TC. Obviously, English have that bonus. They shoot extra arrows, so those knights are actually going to be contested here. They're not going to be able to probably just kind of recklessly kill those villagers off. At the very same time, however, you have to say, Hazar very late to Castle Age, Viper working with all those upgrades. He's going to put on some pressure here. 5 villagers hiding in that tower. And my game just died. Okay, my game just crashed, actually. Son of a... Holy crap. I'm not sure why. My game just did crash, so I'm just going to relaunch it quickly. Sorry, guys. Damn it, man. It just crashed. Like, as I was casting, it just crashed. Immediately. Not sure why, but I'm just gonna reload quickly. We're just gonna catch up to that in no time, so please don't go anywhere. It's just gonna be probably like 2 minutes or so. We're gonna be back. If someone could tell me at which point it crashed and then what timestamp it crashed, that would be lovely. Because I think the game is not... doesn't seem to be available in the first place. I think it just kind of stopped recording. In fact, that's the problem. The game just kind of stopped. Okay, now we can observe now. Sorry. So we're gonna be back in no time, guys. So if you guys could tell me when it crashed, because it's quite a pesky situation. I'm not sure. Like, I've been casting games for a while recently. It never crashed on me at all. We have some delay as well. That's strange. There should be no observer delay at this point, right? Because have they remade the game or something? Because it looks like there should be no delay if we are already in the game. So I'm not sure what exactly is happening here, to be honest. Yeah, of course, yeah, but you can just follow. I have to set, sorry, new, but I have to set in followers. I have to set it to follower mode, because otherwise we've been getting spammed by bots a lot. Like, you have no idea. So if that was off, I was honestly getting, like... have they remade the game or something? Ridiculous amounts of spam, so this had to go. It's unbearable. Like, you get, like, 10-15 bots spamming garbage links to very questionable sites otherwise, so that's not fun. I think they might have remade the game or something, because this does not look normal to me. Oh, this does not look normal, right? There should be no delay. I'm sorry about the chat, guys. If you want to chat, you have to follow. It's not not really something that is essentially dictated by my greed for followers or something. I'm not fishing for followers. It is just impossible to handle the chat otherwise. There are like so many spammy bots on Twitch and on YouTube, by the way, as well. And if you just follow, it immediately allows you to chat. You can unfollow if you want to afterwards. Of course, I'm not keeping you by force. It is your choice. If you want to talk about the game, just follow and follow later. That's cool by me. I don't want to be moderating the chat live with 10 bots spamming garbage. Yeah, this is a different spawn. What the hell? This is a different spawn. What happened to game 1? Look, they just remade the game, I think. Look at this. This is the same matchup, but they are working with a different spawn. So this is a completely new game. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, but this is indeed a remake, I think. They had to remake for some reason. I'm not certain what happened because it doesn't say so anywhere, but anyhow, we're gonna start again. I was kind of committed to that narrative from before, by the way, so I'm kind of surprised. I'm baffled. But this is definitely a remake, right? This is a completely different map. You can see the tree line is set up differently. Viper was here before. He is definitely not here. There was a boar here as well, so it's quite odd. So anyhow, without any further ado, once again, this is in the south this time. This is in the south. So Hazar in the red as the English, bloodthirsty Hazar. And in the north, in the blue, it is Mr. the Viper playing as the Ruse. The same matchup, different map. Why they remade remains a huge mystery to me, and we shall probably never know. But it is certainly not a crash on my side. Actually, it was a remake of the game, and we are in a completely fresh and new environment, which seems to favor the Viper, to be honest with you guys. I think Viper did have an upper hand in that game, being able to capitalize on that wood line of Hazar, being able to kind of get a lot of advantages, and obviously getting lots of those wolves as well, which are now being denied. You can see 3 wolves by Hazar already taken. But Hazar does actually have does not actually have the double hunt available to himself, so it's quite a big difference, honestly. Hazar does get I think some of those hunts over here contested though, and he did deny a nice number, a significant number of wolves altogether. So I do think it looks quite favorable for Hazar this time around. He actually does have a large number of wolves killed off. Viper though is actually going to take those two as well down, and I think he's going to work with about 250 bounty as this kind of early game unfolds. You can see this hunt is dead, this hunt is actually still alive. I don't think any of those players has actually found this. So this one is going to go unchecked for a while. And you can see, by the way, that Viper is getting those wolves as well killed off. There's one over here still chasing this poor scout. Obviously, kind of deliberate decision by Viper, right? Yeah, I have no idea why they remade a new master, but it is what it is. We're working with what we are working with. I'm kind of happy because that was an interesting game. I think Hazar can actually justice. We see two scouts, by the way, relentlessly chasing this wolf, really desperate to deny it, whereby Viper does actually find... this is going to be 2 versus 2 scouts over here. I'm not sure who's going to get this, actually. 270 bounty. This is going to be definitely Viper's kill because Hazar is a little bit trigger happy. Goes with both scouts at the same time. Doesn't get the wolf kill, and Viper does claim this. At the same time, Viper does get this final hunt over here. He does claim every single deer. And I do think he's actually ahead in comparison to previous game. What is quite interesting to me, actually, is those 3 villages already on the wood so early on. I've seen those builds, like, I guess this is going to be this kind of evolution where you just go for this early wooden fortress, right? Which is obviously going to provide you with some security and safety in the vicinity of your base, and allow you to probably just go for that boar quickly as well. This is kind of a nice early snowball this way. I guess this is going to mean that you advance slightly later only, but at the same time you get this kind of nice income advantage, so this should pay dividends relatively quickly, right? It's like, I guess, double eco upgrades here. No, it's an upgrade and a half almost, right? Which by no means is terrible. It actually looks like something that is very much worth it. By the way, Viper did indeed very quickly research that wheelbarrow too. And it's something that I think all Ruse players should remember about, because you have, you know, as a Ruse player, you have a lot of surplus gold. So you might actually invest into that wheelbarrow now, since, you know, the professional scouts have been nerfed to the ground almost, and this means that this is no longer profitable to get that upgrade, right? I think Ruse players do tend to go towards that wheelbarrow, which does also provide you with very, very significant returns as you kind of go on. So that's quite a good good profit, right? You turn a nice profit here as the Ruse player if you go for this tower and the wheelbarrow at the same time. Very good kind of booming economy start. So you get to develop and you get to kind of capitalize on that as the game moves forward. Of course, the English going up as well. 4 villagers this time on this council hall. We have not seen the other landmark yet. I'm kind of surprised by this, but at the same time, you know, you have to understand this. That's a new kind of meta. No, that's a new meta, right? And you probably don't want to be risking things in your first tournament game of the day, right? So Hazar probably playing this kind of safer way, or he just already realized, right, that perhaps that build is not the most efficient thing in the world. So he just doesn't want to kind of commit to a building that doesn't quite provide him with a punching power, because of course this still, you know, the council does still produce archers at a very good rate. Now we have lots of villagers moving in here. I think they're just gonna go straight for the boar. You're going to be immediately scouted, by the way. This is something that I've been seeing, you know, as a kind of a contested topic too, right? Is going for the boar worth it for the Ruse player? Has been the consistently asked question, right? Because first of all, you lose lots of time because those villagers, those 8 villagers you pull, have to walk all the way. Then you have to build a wooden fortress that is very unlikely to provide you with a nice bonus because, you know, you're not chopping wood here, let's face it. So not really useful in that regard. Then you are also committing to killing this boar, which is not an easy foe to kill. Sometimes if you're not really micro, if you're not patient with your micro, you might even lose units. Especially in the context where you are actually getting contested by the enemy scout here. So this scout here probably not going to be able to commit to this boar too much, right? So now we have double scouts already coming in though. So I do think Viper knows what's up and he knows what's going on. He knows how to do it properly. He's gonna also go for the stabby stab attack from the villagers, of course, doing a little bit more damage. He's going to get this boar. It's gonna be actually an attempt to contest it by Hazar. And that is essentially going to mean actually a scout going down from... It is actually denied. I think Hazar got this boar, right? But Hazar managed to kill the boar off. He does get the scout as well from the Viper. This is a disaster, man. Losing all those units here. And there's also an archer coming in, so he's going to try to put on the pressure on the villagers. There's also a spearman defending this. It is a very nice situation, honestly, for Mr. Hazar in this. Like, this is a complete turnaround from this game. But this villager also forced to pull away. So it's kind of the case that this village is not going to be too useful now. Might kind of force Viper to either sword those guys around or just kind of, you know, work with 7 villagers instead of 8, which is quite a big difference maker too. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way, Potter SQ. Welcome to the cast. Now, Viper responding with, as we've already seen, triple archery range this time and a stable. So an additional archery range placed on the map right now. So this is going to be a little bit more aggressive than before, I guess. Now, so we have 3 archers over here, 4 archers as we speak. There is a knight who has been kind of bruised by the units of Hazar, so it's kind of a an aching knight. And we have a decent situation how, you know, those 2 barracks obviously able to produce lots of units. Hazar also seemingly going for those early men-at-arms to get some extra punch, okay? And he's probably going to be able to capitalize on this situation altogether. Those archers, of course, very nice at defending those early knights, because, you know, there is actually quite a lot of damage they still pack. This is 6 attack versus just 3 range. Are probably going to change soon, as you can see. Viper, thank God we have the global queue right now. Viper does start the iron on the mash. He does also start the horticulture though, which is kind of surprising to say. The horticulture upgrade, maybe in this mill here, right? Yeah. So we'll be getting lots of eco upgrades here. Viper actually committing both to this and to forestry. So we've been seeing this kind of development recently with players actually committing quite hard to those eco upgrades, like more significantly than before. And Viper, of course, trying to boom here, I guess. He's trying to get as much as possible, also killing that additional boar here to secure this tier 3 bounty, 535 gold from those hunts. And he's going to be getting this maximum tier bonus with extra gold generation from cabins, which is not so bad because this cabin here, of course, is very nicely and conveniently located. So 36 gold per minute, of course, not the biggest amount in the world, but still something, right? It's going to kind of slowly add up. You know, it's going to be 300, it's not much, 320 gold per 10 minutes. It's not something that you can reappreciate, but over time, I think is going to mean that Viper is going to be you know, in this kind of cumulative way, he's going to have a very healthy economy, right? So altogether, looking very good. Hazar though moving out on the map. You can see those units over here from Hazar actually moving through, moving across, trying to get in towards the base of Viper. The Viper does have this wooden fortress here. It's kind of a nice, neat positioning of this as well, because like you cannot just kind of engage through the base in any way or form. You have to just, anytime you try to fight those units here, if you try to aggress in the villages, you might catch a volley from this tower, right? There are no arrow slits, so this tower is completely empty now. It does need to be garrisoned. I do think this is kind of a nice position for Viper though to defend. You have to note, however, he has been denied wood right away because there is no wooden fortress in the wood line. This does support, I think this does support this because of this kind of network it creates, but it doesn't quite have this immediate impact for the defense here. I think if you had this tower here, of course, it will be covering this entrance still. At the same time, it will give you this safety net here in the wood line for 8 villagers. So not necessarily the nicest spot for the Viper, of course, being denied wood, as the Ruse really sucks because you are really relying on this to get your economy going, obviously for the trades in the Golden Gate. But he still has been trading quite a bit. Of course, he's quite far away from the castle age up. So I think he's kind of happy with the situation. He does have a significant force here. Those units are crashing in the field. And I do think Viper has a very decent situation. Nice, way stronger than men-at-arms, of course. And those archers are shredding the English longbows. So Viper taking a very decisive lead in this fight. I'm not really sure what Hazar has been doing this game, but he doesn't have enough on the field to validate this sort of aggression. And he is going to lose this. By the way, you can also see it's quite a strange situation because Hazar, while committing this aggressive play, has built a lot of walls here. He's also getting raided by a single scout. I don't think this is intended. But look at this walls. Look at these walls. This is, I think, about like 180 wood easily here on the field, maybe 150. So those are, well, this is several farms for the English, right? Those are several farms for the English. Let's read the math quickly. It's lots of farms. It's like, I think it's like at least 4 farms in walls that he doesn't quite need yet, right? He needed that attack to work. He lost it quite handsomely. He's going to get absolutely demolished here. Like, if the previous game was really kind of an indicator of how this one was gonna go, I think Hazar is even in a worse spot than before. He doesn't trade at all. He loses all his archers, he doesn't kill the archers of his opponent, and so Viper has a full control over this game right now. And yeah, Hazar is just gonna get smashed. The knight farming as well, so those walls really don't do anything because this is not closed off. So Viper gets multiple avenues to actually enter Hazar's base despite him spending so much on those wall-offs. You're not really certain what exactly this is going to do right now. So that's indeed the case. Hey there, I'm Kitty Z. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I can't do this because of bots, man. I've been getting botted quite a lot. Small streamers get, I'm not sure why, but it's kind of common practice, I think, on Twitch right now to set it to follow only. That's the best I can tell you, mate. I'm getting bot rated quite a bit, so it's not gonna happen. I can't do it, mate. Sorry. You can obviously, if you want to chat, you can unfollow later. It's like, I just care about committed viewers anyway, so if you are just there to chat, you can chat as much as you want, okay? You're very much invited to do so, but I can't open the chat. It's been crazy, guys. It's been crazy. I've been streaming Lost Ark before as well. It was massive. Like, the amount of bots I've been getting was crazy. But let's continue then. Let's have a look at this. So that's why you have to set it to follow only. Now, we had this nice engagement here. I do not think this is actually too good for Viper. Viper is working with a decent kind of, amount of resources he's floating. So I'm not certain what he's doing here. I think he might be going to castle. He's actually already in castle. I'm so silly. Sorry, I was distracted by the chat. So Viper in castle are getting those knights upgraded as we speak. Actually, we have the normal knights upgraded here. Those archers already fighting off, and I think this is going to be a hold for Viper. I don't think he can fight the castle age knights with this force, even with a couple of spearmen in the mix. You can see very diligent archer micro from Viper. Viper is actually losing some archers here, but he's able to kill most of the spearmen, who are this kind of buffer for archers of the English. So what we have happening here is indeed the fact that Hazar is getting attacked quite handsomely over here, whereby the Viper is actually... Yeah, Viper is just getting a complete cleanup here. Hazar once again behind in the economy quite a bit. Really late to the punch, late to the defense as well. And he's going to take a little bit of time to kind of get his bearings again. It doesn't seem, yeah, this is the same situation. It's a different map, guys, but this is exactly the same kind of state of affairs, right? Whereby Viper just completely demolishes every engagement of the English, and those are, normal knights right now coming in hot with this extra wedge rivets on the way, so those are going to be super fortified against any sort of archer attacks. And those knights are going to actually go and massacre those villages at the woodline, actually at least deterring them from harvesting resources for now. Of course, idle villagers, not as good as that because they're still able to harvest later, but still not really too efficient, are they? So Hazar here is trying kind of desperately, I think, to go up to castle himself to kind of, be able to posture against Viper. Viper at the same time is sending those warrior monks onto the map. One of them already getting the relic home, the other one picking it up as we speak, and those are going to be once again taken back home. I think Viper does understand this matchup way better than Hazar does. And, those fights, those failed engagements, I think have been the testament of how well prepared Viper comes into those games. Of course, this boar here, again, the same transition that we saw before, with Viper decisively using these villagers to farm here again. And yeah, though this was contested, this doesn't quite change the situation. This is exactly the same spot in which these guys were before, right? But I do think there's like a slight delay because Viper was forced to contest this location, which wasn't the case in the first attempt that they remade, I guess, right? So it's kind of different. But I do think, honestly, Hazar was in a better spot before than he is now. I'm pretty certain he was in a better situation, because in the previous game, Hazar was sitting with a relatively close-ish castle age time. I think he was casting around 13 minutes. And here he is 1540. He lost all his armies again. He didn't actually get any sort of advantages. I think villager count is going to favor Viper almost, right? It's very, very, yeah, exactly, because Hazar works in mysterious ways. I'm not sure how Rus have more villagers than the English, honestly, at this point. Is Viper working with WTC? No. There's must have been this kind of, singular instances of knight harassment that actually pushed or propelled Viper into the villager lead. 7 villagers is actually a big deal. Now, Hazar is going to be able to make up for this difference now because he does have a King's Palace. He's going to be able to get this advantage back, and he's going to probably produce more villagers. But at the same time, what does it do for him? Where he's actually, 2 sacred sites behind at this point. He's 3 relics behind, I guess. At the very least, maybe 4 even, though. There's no way, I think maybe 5. Oh, actually, yeah, he's 5 relics behind, guys. Jeez Louise, he is actually 5 relics behind total. And Viper's already pulling Siege on there. He has double Mango here with a couple of archers. You know, crossbows as well in the mix here. Mike's taking those relics back home. It's going to be a slaughter, I think. And obviously also this sacred site probably going to be captured. So Viper really, really getting full control here. There is no way for the English to contest, of course, because they lost all the battles. The final relic probably just being submitted here to this lovely monastery here, and the Rus are going to thrive here. This is like consistent mangonel production. It's going to be like 3rd or 4th mango now, right? 3rd probably for Viper. Viper has 3 mangos, 9 knights, and a nice amount of archers and crossbows. Hazar is working with 10 spears, 2 MAAs, 2 veteran horsemen. You might wonder what exactly is he going to be able to do against this. I mean, here's a palisade here, but let's face it, this doesn't last long against knights and siege, right? So it's not going to be something that he can rely upon. And his farming eco is exposed as hell, so not certain what 4 horsemen can do against this amount of units. And of course, English Archer is a good unit too, but yeah, it's not gonna help him, is it? It's going to be quite a brutal kind of ending to this game. I think it's just going to be those 2 mangos and just relentlessly smashing the villagers and farms down. You can see those farms losing massive amounts of HP. Those single 2 volleys from those mangos are going to completely demolish those in 2 shots. And this is a massive loss already of the eco for Hazar. And Hazar is trying to rebuild farms over here, while Viper is actually getting full control over the game. He's going to be able to capture all those sacred sites as well. He's going to go for this kind of desperation fight on this. See, those horsemen, of course, very good against siege right now with those changes recently being made. But there's a 4 mangonels. You're going to shred the army of Hazar, man. I don't think there's anything that can be done. And Viper is just going to pounce on this small force of Hazar, obliterated with mangonels, with knights, with superior tech. He's going to be able to decisively clean this up. Hazar realizes that this is not his day, not his game. He taps out, and match 1 is complete with Viper taking a very, very decisive win in this situation here. And this is, I guess, something that Viper just understands better than Hazar about the game. 5 relics, 3 sacred sites against the English, who can expand. You can get those towers on the sacred sites even, just kind of get some sort of security, right? Maybe not losing those units early, maybe getting double TC, something that can just keep you in the game is going to be better for you than this. I don't think Hazar understands this matchup too well in comparison to the Viper anyway. That was very nice. I think this is going to be the Viper going with the English here. I think that's quite likely to be the case indeed. We're gonna watch game number 2, of course. No, it's actually a Viper of the English, Hazar with the Abbasid dynasty. They're gonna change the scores a little bit, guys. Hello. To those of you who are joining, it's Mikefield here. I've been casting this game for since it released. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. If you are, do consider following, right, or subbing to me on YouTube. Either will obviously do. We have a lovely lead for Viper here in this series 1 of the day. Very decisive victory for game number 1 for Mr. Viper, and I do hope it was indeed Viper getting the W on this particular map, and we'll see how exactly this develops in this second game. We have 2 minutes 30 seconds before the game, so how do you guys feel about the patch, by the way? Have you played anything of this? How do you guys feel about those changes? Especially, have you played against the Abbasid Camel Archer mass? Because I'm a huge Abbasid fanboy, so I've been playing Abbasid myself actually. It was looking quite fancy actually. I did enjoy those Camel Archer rushes. Nice change from going for double triple TC every game. I think it's quite cool to have an alternative. But I do think those Camel Archers are actually very, very strong though. I do think they're kind of in the similar situation in which the Horse Archers for the Rus were before. But of course, they're far more expensive than the Horse Archers were too. So yeah, that's that. I teach linguistics, translation, and academic writing right now. I do teach other stuff as well. So the grammar subjects, most of the kind of translator training related stuff. That's my specialization. And corpus linguistics, so statistics in linguistics to be more specific, right? That's what I teach, and yeah, I enjoy myself teaching. I got my first kind of full-time position at uni this year, so I'm very, very happy about it. And we're just waiting now, guys. We're waiting for the game to start. I hope this answers your question. If you guys would like to hear some linguistics trivia, of course, you can ask away. I can definitely give you some interesting factoids if you'd like to hear those. But yeah, we're here to watch games anyway, so we're just gonna wait for this game to unfold. I wonder what exactly Viper has in store for us, by the way, in this game, because I do have to say, Viper, as a player, has been extraordinarily good at reading the meta, right? So I think what he plays here is going to be quite telling of what he's going to continue. So Strelbora, I think Strel is either the word bow from the Old English. I'm not a historical linguist, by the way, so I'm not 100% certain. I think Strelbora is like the bow bearer, I would say, right? The Bora sounds like bear, and Strel is an old word which refers to shooting. So I guess it would be like the bow bearer, right? Strelbora would be that, right? It's my guess. It's my guess. I did look into the Old English dictionary as well, and this kind of did tell me something along those lines. So I think that would be that. That would be the Strelbora. For you guys, I might actually, if you guys are very interested, like I have like a person at my institute who is a PhD in historical linguistics. So I might actually ask her. She might have a better insight into this. But I think that would be about that. Anyway, Strel is some sort of shooting involved, right? For certain guys, we're into game number 2, and it is the Viper now controlling the Strelbora indeed in the blue, in the kind of northern side of the map, I guess. And in the south, in the red, is going to be Hazar playing the Abbasid dynasty, right? And he is going for this kind of classic opener. No strange things yet. Villagers pulling onto those sheep. I do actually like getting for berries, but I guess it is going to mean that he has those berries saved up for later, I suppose, right? Also, wood is not going to be a concern, and you can kind of swiftly transition into the next age without any wood being required immediately for gathering. So I think this is going to be that. He's just going to kind of quickly go through all those kind of resources. He's also going to build a house here and queuing up that mining camp as we speak. That's kind of the classic opening. 7 villages on food, the next one goes towards the gold. And in the previous patch, it was actually 4 villagers onto the goal. I'm not sure how many villagers are going to be pulled there towards that goal by the Viper, but looks like it might be the case. The map looks to be high view, right? Yeah, it is high view indeed, guys. And you might be wondering, by the way, why are those players playing those weird civilizations? As you can see here, for high view, which is in the left-hand side, Delhi, Rus, and Mongols have been banned immediately by the tournament organizers for this map because we're playing non-meta picks. And the players had the opportunity to ban 1 additional civilization each. So as we can see over here, of course, we are working with this particular setup from Hazar, where he is going to be playing Abbasid and Viper again, forced onto the non-meta pick. He is gonna play the English, and I'm very curious as to how exactly Viper chooses to run this. We've seen this actually. I think the first person who has been doing this farms consistently so early on was indeed Eric. Nobody else but Eric. You might remember him from he's the person who did eliminate Hera from one of those tournaments. I think did break Hera's back. Hera, of course, like one of my favorite AoE4 players, but Eric was able to use, I think, that farm trick among other things to his advantage and actually dominate against Hera. And this is actually quite neat because, of course, English having those bonuses for farming, they're able to produce a lot of food early. This is kind of a nice head start for the English economy. So this looks like a very nice setup here. We have, as I said, 4 villages onto the gold, so this has not changed at all. We see a single villager already building the slumber camp over here for our Abbasid player. And Hazar is going for this kind of normal standard build. I'm sure. Do you guys think he's gonna go for camel archers, or is he actually going to go and commit for double TC here? Because I think Abbasid, with their bonus is still in place, right? They do get quite a bit of benefits from the double TC nonetheless. You're getting those easy, cheap villages that do not encumber your economy is a very, very nice deal overall. So I think that's going to definitely help you a little bit if you're the Abbasid, right? Still. But this is a very greedy play, so I think if you play against Vipers English, you might second guess yourself a little bit, right? So we see a mill being dropped here by the Abbasid player, as well is going to mean that, those berries are going to be harvested as well by Hazar in the second kind of turn. Hazar actually not able to get too many sheep back home, right? It's quite something. That's quite something actually. You can see Viper actually running around with about 8 sheep, and Hazar's scout only has, the puny 5 sheep over here. So I do think that's not the best situation overall, especially that the English do not need those ships. Essentially just denying those from the Abbasid player. And yeah, probably not the happiest moment for Hazar, you know, coming home with 6 only is going to be quite painful overall. Obviously he's defending most likely as well, so not the nicest position to be in. Viper very close to being able to age up as well, right? It's kind of something that you have to emphasize. Viper actually getting that council hall, probably matched again by the very kind of imminent indeed age up for the Abbasid, right? Because they obviously get faster age ups now with this kind of previous patch, not this one, the previous patch that actually introduced slightly faster aging up, and Abbasid are actually probably the first civilization to get towards that feudal age now. Which obviously is great. I think Hazar is going to immediately start the fresh foodstuffs as well. No, he doesn't even have gold here. Is it the case it's just the spectator bug? No, it's actually the case. So it might be the first case I ever see. First time, actually, no, should have enough now. Should have enough. He's probably just short on food or something. Yeah, he didn't want to probably break his villager production, so he's just going to delay this ever so slightly. He does go into the fresh foodstuffs as we speak right now, so that's quite cute. He's going to have this nice edge as we go into this part of the game. Obviously, 5 villages onto the stone, very indicative of the fact that he's going to go for the double TC play. And that is at the same time obviously going to be quite risky, because English with their early harassment power can put on a lot of pressure on you. So that TC of course is going to be your late game buffer, right? But at this point you do need to be super careful with every single decision you take as the Abbasid, because it's very likely that Viper is going to be aggressive here. I don't think Viper is a player who's just going to be endlessly conservative. Council Hall, of course, is going to guarantee that there is going to be some aggression here, otherwise he would have gone for a different building. I do not think that against Abbasid he'll go for anything defensive, right? So you see barracks being dropped again, those archers already rallied across the map, and this might be something aggressive, right? Again, I think that I'm gonna have to say, I'm Kitty, that from my experience, I'm an Abbasid player. I'm top 500 though, so I'm not really top of the top players. I do go double TC against English, and it sometimes works, sometimes I get rammed and die. But honestly, this is something that you have to kind of just be very careful of microing against, I think. So if you are able to kind of get a nice map, you can usually go for double TC. I think high view here, this layout of trees inside, I think this is something that's going to allow our player here to actually get things rolling. This is obviously immediately scouted, by the way, so this is going to mean that, yeah, Viper is going to know. If Viper already getting this, that is something that we did not see from Hazar, by the way. Hazar never built a tower anywhere on the map. If Viper already is going with this villager here, he's going with those archers, with a single spearman, lots of production as well. Probably, no, actually no, it's just, he's crazy, man. Like, he's going for those aggressive openings, but he's at the same time getting double brodacks. You know, he has the wheelbarrow done, right? He's not really like kind of fully committing to those attacks. He's still getting the tech going. He's getting the blacksmith, right? It's going to be a nice kind of, you know, backup that he has. I think that's how he snowballs those games so nicely. Has done nothing in production though. He has 4 villages only. There is no military infrastructure at all. He has a single stable and he's not producing. He has a single horseman, I think, on the map to his name. And that is all she wrote. Yeah, 1 horseman. I'm trying to select all army. It is a single horseman actually over here. He's just gonna bump heads with those archers and this spearman and this villager. And I think he just loses this, almost loses this unit. So, you know, gets away with his life. I'm not really sure how long this horseman is gonna last in the future encounters. So it's not looking too sweet for Hazar at this point, of course. He is a single horseman. He's gonna go for archery ranges now, of course. He's going to have to get something going, but I'm not sure. I think Amakiti Zero is onto something, right? Against Viper, can you afford this sort of play? That's really the question. And obviously Viper is going to try to contest your position here, so you see there's a single outpost going up over here, but this position on this TC is going to be heavily contested. Of course, those berries are a very attractive target for the English archers, you know, villages essentially with a target on their backs at this point, waiting for the inevitable death coming from those archers of the English. Of course, Viper rallying more units, but he's quite, honestly, he's not producing, I think, as much as he was going to initially. He's getting a nice stream of income now, though, so I think he's going to change. We might see some extra units being queued up by Viper. Though Hazar is getting, you know, double archers here in the queue, right? It's not a small amount of units by any means, but the Viper is researching siege engineering, so this is not going to be a, you know, a delicate attack that, you know, Hazar was launching. It's not going to be something that you can just kind of blow away like the wind. It's going to be something that is going to be relatively aggressive, relatively committed, resources full, you know, double towers built already as we speak, probably more to come. And it is going to be rams in action as well, so it is going to be quite an aggressive commitment. And I don't think this is something that Hazar expects. There's going to be a lot of units actually going to invest into this. Of course, every single ram you build is 300 resources, so if you invest into rams as Viper, you have to understand you need to get something done, because 2 rams are essentially the equivalent of a singular TC. So, and by the way, I find this very interesting, because Hazar was not playing a defender before. He was playing aggressively, he was building walls. Now he's actually defending, he hasn't built a single palisade. It could have definitely safeguarded this position with a few walls. This would have delayed Viper, forced him to maybe attack a little bit later, you know, allowed Hazar to construct some additional defenses, get some extra units out, right, this sort of thing. So it's not happening right now. Hazar is actually working here with a relatively small army. You have 10 archers, 6 spears and a ram and a dream for Viper, and we have 7 archers, 5 horses for Hazar. Hazar does get that kill on the scout, but it's quite important because this means he's gonna reveal a lot of the map. I don't agree with getting any infrastructure here, by the way. I don't think that's the smartest decision, because this is, if you lose this position, you lose all those buildings at the same time. Hazar trying to probably just kind of exploit this position a little bit, just getting those villagers to harvest all the food, and he's getting some units out as well. It's not that bad because of this. He has like a significant force of archers. He does have what is he? He hasn't got any upgrades actually here. He hasn't got anything from the blacksmith yet. The Q is saying he's building double horsemen. He's getting a single archer at the same time. So he's actually committing here. That's a very nice position. I think I do like this from Hazar. He's actually going to be able to defend this. He's going to kill the Ram villagers. Very clear play, you know, zoning out for the choke point over here. Losing some units in the process, of course, denying 300 resources from his opponent and killing some spearmen. That means that next engagement for those horsemen is going to be really solid for Hazar. So I think Hazar holds here. He gets a nice position in this game actually because of this. You know, double villager production, of course. These villagers, I think for some reason, I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's actually going to move them now. But this is a very, very solid situation for our Abbasid player here. And I don't think Viper is actually going to be able to contest this again, because look at this. He has only archers and some men-at-arms. He's against a super big count of those horsemen. And there's actually a ram on the field as well. I think Hazar realizing what's up, he's actually going to be able to contest this tower, deny this kind of vantage point from the English. Getting this out of the way, he's going to be able to just completely regain control. Look at the forces. I think there is no way that this is kind of fightable for Viper. Though of course we're missing a house here. I think you should double will build this, honestly, or triple will build this. Because otherwise you're just going to lose a lot more than you kind of bargained for. You see those horsemen actually not too willing to commit, of course, because you don't want to lose this mass. Horsemen are only strong because if you have a large number of them, right? Very strong against Siege. You can see they're melting this ram away. Archers of Abbasid actually very, very fast. Faster the English ones. They can chase down those units and they can actually get some nice trades off. Actually, Hazar, I don't think this was a good call. He loses a lot of those horsemen, like 4 or 5 actually. I think 5 horsemen died here in this encounter. And there's very little that the English have lost indeed. So another ram coming down as well. It's not the first one, it's the second one now being built. There's also something we have not noticed. There's this tower of Aruslis over here, which is going to consistently harass this tree line, right? Which is going to obviously be a little bit annoying. And being denied gold is not something that you want as well in your main, right? You probably would like to keep this healthy, but you know, this is just a single tower. This is a large force of horsemen. There's a ram here as well in the mix. I think you need the horsemen anyway. I think it's kind of fine if you just kind of keep those horsemen to defend and just use the ram to just deploy some extra pressure, of course. Viper, I don't think he's doing much here, honestly, unless he's going castle right now, which he probably isn't. But he's crazy. Look at those upgrades he's getting. He's getting forestry gain, he's getting horticulture, he's getting lots of those econ upgrades altogether. And those 2 rams, again, very aggressive here on this tower. I don't think this one is long for this world. It's going to drop. And I'm not sure if actually Viper isn't winning this right now, because he has a large force of units putting on the pressure here. Of course, those rams, as we've already stated, very, very weak against those horsemen. So there are no spears in the mix, but those MAAs work as a nice buffer for the archers of the English. So once again, not really too easy. I don't think it's going to be too easy at all to engage this for Hazar. And Hazar is going to probably just try to push this a little bit, actually separating the units from the tram, meaning that this is going to be sniped as well. I do like how he actually manipulates this battle, right? He's actually going to be able to get a lot done, but he does trade away this unnecessary horseman in the process. So overall, very solid situation. I think this is a very good play for Hazar. He's making the most out of this choke point. He's actually able to repel those attacks. He's getting a boom behind this, right? He's actually building a large number of units at the back of this play, right? So it's kind of good. And he's also killing rams off. So English are losing some resources every single time they decide to build a ram, of course. Like 300 times like 4. I think it's been like 4 rams killed this game, right? It's not a small amount. Though we have to say Hazar loses those villages at the tower too, so it's not the sweetest situation for him at the same point. You can see those archers actually trading those villagers. I don't think this is the nicest position for those foraging villages here for the Abbasid. I think you should probably pull them here, especially that you have secured this wood line, of course. And you can see that this is actually not looking too sweet at all for Viper, for Hazar anymore. I think he's losing lots of trades here. He's losing lots of units, and I don't think he has many horsemen left. He's actually able to send his units across the board. He did. Oh my god, look at this. I didn't notice this at all. But he's been able to clean up a lot of this wood line from the English. There are 14 villagers idle right now. There's a lot of dead units here. Those corpses indicating that, you know, some units have fallen. But I'm not sure this is great because he's gonna lose a lot at home. So he's going to trade away his units for a nice equal advantage, especially that he already has established one because of, you know, getting double TC play going, right? It's obviously quite a decent deal. But this means that, yeah, he is going to actually be short on units at home. And this means that probably Viper is going to be able to even get a killing blow here. If Viper is able to kind of execute this perfectly, I think he has enough forces right now to at least put a significant dent in the Abbasid economy, especially with this ram attacking freely at this TC. You have to notice this. Come on, Hazar, kill it off. You have villagers here. You're not paying attention. He's microing like crazy here, I guess. He's trying to target those optimally. But you can save this TC with just a few villagers, and you're not gonna get this done. Hazar loses that TC to these 2 rams, and those villagers actually trying to survive right now, I guess. I'm not sure what this is actually supposed to achieve. But Hazar is not microing this properly. He could have definitely sniped off those rams. He could have definitely salvaged this position. He actually does realize this is it. He loses that TC. He is out of contention in this game. Also getting harassed over here on this wood line at the same time by the English, meaning he has no way to keep defending. Viper absolutely dominant in this game, taking a very, very convincing victory. 2-0. Absolutely smashing performance from Mr. Viper. And not so good, honestly, for Hazar. I'm a little bit disappointed, especially with this kind of endgame play. He got split, he got torn to pieces. Those horsemen, on the aggression, I think they accomplished a little bit. You can see probably like this nice drop here. Looks like 5-6 villages dropping for Viper. But Abbasid had no army left, I guess. Maybe it was a slightly premature GG, but he was in a lot of trouble nonetheless, right? The villager count still kind of good for Hazar here at the end, but man, it was not sufficient. I think he just needed to micro a little bit better. I think he kind of botched a few engages later, and Viper was just very persistent, and he was attacking, he was getting things done. Obviously, the military count for Viper snowballing out of control at the end of the game, and Hazar little to his name left at that point. So, yeah, I guess reasonable GG actually. This tells us why he left. He just felt he had no way of holding both those sides. And his eco, despite looking quite solid initially, not able to withstand the pressure, and yeah, he collapses, man. He just collapses. I think those trades were not the greatest. The choke point trades, he lost a lot of horsemen there. That were the backbone of his army. He never tried to actually get a nice surround. I think this could have worked, like, you know, going with the horsemen from behind, essentially not permitting the archers of the English to kite. That was probably the nail in the coffin for Viper. So that was quite an interesting play. But no one that did pay off in the end. This choke point play was not sufficient at all to keep the man alive. So that is not going to work out for Mr. Hazar. He's eliminated. And Viper actually, in a game against the Striker, we're probably just gonna keep following Viper, guys. Are you in for this? Do you guys want more? Do you guys want more of the Viper? Do you think Viper is gonna win this tournament? By the way, do you guys feel that Mr. Viper is indeed going to be the one who takes it all, who takes it home, and absolutely smashes the tournament altogether? Let me know in the chat as to how exactly you lads feel. We're gonna watch Viper versus Striker. Striker is I think a tougher opponent, so Striker is going to be our next opponent. I really think Viper is a very, very potent player right now. And actually, I think they are in the game already somehow, which is quite peculiar. I think they're just kind of jumping at the gun almost. They're probably loading now, so we're just gonna go and watch that as we go. So Striker versus Viper game, Viper's series number 2, indeed, on the table. Very exciting for me anyway. I'm very hyped to see how exactly that goes. So yeah, we're gonna just change the scoreline quickly so that we have the appropriate names mentioned here. It's gonna be Viper versus Striker. And that is going to be a very different animal. I think Striker is I think stronger player than Hazar potentially, so we'll probably see something very cool coming out from our player here, player 2. And yeah, we're just probably gonna jump into the game, guys. We're just gonna jump into the game and we're gonna keep going. Yeah, Viper versus Hazar. Viper versus Striker now. And that is going to be quite a treat, I hope. It's going to be quite a treat indeed. I am giga hyped for this, guys. I am giga hyped for this. Hope you guys are as well. Three minutes is going to be a Ruse Mirror to kick things off. A mirror that every single Ruse player whom I have talked to, or me included, because I used to actually play Ruse religiously as well in the past. I do think this is the most hated matchup in the game, no kidding, because it is extremely reliant on RNG. It is extremely reliant on you kind of getting those hunts fast, and even if you know the map, you still can get shafted quite hard by bad luck. So I think it is going to be also the game in which you contest the boars, and obviously this might drag into a longer feudal game, I think. And because those players are very likely to just kind of play aggressive, I think this is going to be the case. Extremely likely they will indeed be playing an aggressive game here on what I presume is going to be Dry Arabia, right? I presume this is going to be Dry Arabia indeed. By the way, welcome to everybody on the chat if you want to. Obviously, if you're enjoying yourselves here, if you're enjoying the cast, I do recommend, or yeah, I'd recommend you follow. I'm also a person who produces YouTube content, so if that is something that floats your boat, button below the stream. Now, this being said, we are loading in. We're waiting for this lovely matchup. And yeah, we're just going to see how exactly those two guys approach it with the changes in place, right? Or this kind of those new meta shifts in place. I guess Ruse hasn't really got much of the changes done to their name, right? They have not really been affected by many of those patch notes. They lost the sprinkled power, but it is a very late game scenario, and honestly this doesn't affect this matchup because it is a Ruse Mirror indeed, right? So that's quite cool to see. I guess this is going to be something that they are comfortable on, both of them, right? Is the volume low, guys? Is the volume low? I can obviously crank it up a bit, right? I'm not really certain. Or do you think the game volume is low? Because I can obviously crank it up a bit. It's quite weird though. Is the quality of the microphone good? Because my stream was obvious. I'm gonna be honest. We have been kind of playing some tricks on me recently with the updates, resetting my settings. Oh, I'm okay. I'm gonna obviously I can crank it up a bit. Sure, of course, mate. Hear me clearly? Oh shit, that's weird. I can move the microphone up a bit. Okay, sure. But I'm not sure. Maybe it's on your, yeah. Weird. I'm not sure what's happening for you, mate. Then I'm not sure what the concern is because my audio looks. I've been always streaming like this. It looks okay. It looks normal, honestly. Anyhow, guys, for 50 seconds for the game. Let me know in the chat who you think is gonna win. Okay, that's why. Okay, MacBooks. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Not the biggest supporter of Apple products. You see, before you, I have to be honest. I have to admit it. I am not the biggest, greatest fan of Apple products altogether. This being said, we are here to enjoy AoE4, and AoE4 enjoy we will. So let us get into this matchup right away. Let us see how exactly this pans out for us, shall we? So, sorry, my microphone is gonna stay on, my camera is gonna go off, and we are gonna go into the stream. Yeah, sorry mate, I think this is going to be exactly that. We are going to watch Mr. Viper compete in this epic game 1. So, without any further ado, and I hope you guys, some of you at least, are here for me as well and to watch the stream. We are going to have a look at Mr. Viper in the bottom, in the blue, playing the Ruse. Dry Arabia, I think. Dry Arabia it is. In the north, in the red, it is Striker also on the Ruse. An epic matchup indeed. We shall see who of those two players prevails, who has a more airtight build order, and who is going to drop a game here in the game number 1. We can see the difference stylistically from the get-go, by the way. Viper doing the same thing as before. 3 villages, 2 on the wood line already, 1 building the cabin in the house. And this is actually kind of matched, like 2 villages here working for Striker. So Striker taking a slightly different approach altogether. It is going to be something that is going to differentiate. This is the only big difference. What is really, however, going to kind of be the pivotal point here in this game is those wild animals, the hunts that both players might be able to obtain or attain. You see scouts obviously being moved around the map. Might actually disable the fog of war to make things a little bit more interesting, right? We have 3 scouts already on the map for the Viper. I don't know if you guys have played Ruse, but this is super micro-intensive. But getting those 3 scouts moving, 4 scouts moving, even sometimes is going to require an enormous amount of APM to handle. Even if you're a beginner player, I think this is something that probably makes Ruse not beginner friendly, because you have to get those hunts, you have to move those scouts diligently, you have to get all those hunts going. Even if you shift click, you are going to be heavily taxed on the APM. So very difficult to pull off for those who are getting started with the Ruse. I think this is why I actually enjoyed it, because I do enjoy high APM gameplay. So this being said, both players actually kind of working relatively similar hand counts. Of course, Viper discovering this count now, he's going to equalize that score. There is also a lovely wolf over here, so Viper probably going to make use of this, going to aggress it very quickly, I suppose, to get that position sorted for himself. Striker, though, is working at this point with a decent advantage in terms of hunts, 190. Both players obviously trying to reach that very important 250. That's the second breakpoint here, second tier of bounty. Getting extra gold from hunting cabins and getting some extra food from every single food source. Obviously quite a big deal if you're in a mirror matchup, because every single little bit matters ever so slightly here. And it is going to mean that you are getting a very nice advantage. Just kind of adding up those small bits and pieces is going to essentially mean that you get a large advantage in the long run. A few archers extra or a few knights extra can definitely turn the tide of any battle you take. Even if you macro very well as the opponent who doesn't have as much. I do think this is going to mean that those players are going to be very, very kind of competitive as far as getting those game kills goes. We see a few extra sheep actually, 3 sheep and a wolf getting killed. I think this should always be enough for Striker to attain that bounty that he's so kind of hoping to get. Actually, the scouts are getting shot at. Vipey, though, on the other side, getting 200 Vipey straight away, and actually having a very large mass of sheep as well to his name, and they will be being taken. I think Viper is going to take a little bit of an edge here in comparison to his opponent. Now, as you look at this game overall, though, is the volume okay, by the way, for you guys? Is the volume okay for everyone? Let me know on the chat, okay? As you look at the other side, though, you see Striker, indeed, going up already with 235 bounty, 15 short still. And it's actually looking quite bad. I guess he does need to get that extra 15 bounty from somewhere. And he cannot just kind of magically make it work, or he cannot make it magically appear. So I'm not sure what exactly he is going to be able to do about this. So Viper actually sneakily taking a lot of those sheep and getting most of the wolves in the end. So it was looking like Viper had more, but in the end it is indeed... sorry, it was looking like Striker had more. It is actually Viper who gets the better of this game, honestly. I'm not sure if there are any wolves left. I think they managed to kind of... I'm looking at the spots which I'm familiar with, but I don't think there are any wolves left on the map. there's definitely no deer, and Striker has very little sheep to his name alive, so probably none. So I guess it's the best that he can do until he builds that very first hunting cabin on the board. If he does desire to do so, actually, he probably has to do it, honestly. At this point, he probably just has to go for the ball, move those villagers onto that wild animal here. Because if he doesn't do so, he's going to be denied a lot of possible gains, right? Obviously, getting behind the mirror matchup, the least desirable thing in the world, mathematically behind, right? He's just going to have a little bit less of a bounty to work with. There is actually a final wolf here. This is going to be absolutely make or break for Viper. And for Striker the same. Striker is actually going to panic, I think, I guess. He's actually going to take this wolf. He realizes the scout cannot kill this. And this is actually going to be Viper taking this away from Striker, it seems. It looks like Viper did actually deny this here. Striker's bounty at 240. Viper absolutely showing his world-class play here. This was the micro play that he really needed to make work. Striker, that is Viper, denying this. It has to be super painful now for Striker. I'm not saying this is a GG situation, of course, losing a single wolf doesn't hurt too much, but he is desperate right now to get something going for himself, because he's super behind in terms of gold as well, right? So he's gonna try to contest this ball right now. 2 scouts and 1 actually running away, being contested too. But there are scouts from Viper, so this is going to be probably kind of a, a smite fight from League of Legends. It's going to be going to the way of Viper again. Viper denying that ball. Super huge. Look at this. Still denied. Viper 390 bounty. Because he's not able to secure this ball yet, so he's going to have everything. Absolutely everything on this map. And that is a massive disadvantage for Striker. This is about 200 gold at this point. It is a large amount of bounty that he's never getting anymore. And I'm honestly not sure what exactly you can do now, because this is a massive disadvantage, don't get me wrong. This is probably like a minute of harvesting behind right now in terms of, how this game is going. That's absolutely huge. Striker in dire straits. Viper, of course, going to take this boar as well, using this tower to secure the villagers inside, getting this killed, and he's going to get an absolutely magnificent start. 25 gold short from the triple tier 3 of the bounty. Very, very close for Viper. Probably not going to go for the hunting cabin as the landmark, but he's still going to most likely be able to... Yeah, just 475 is a great bounty, man. I don't think he needs more. Especially, I think what is really important here is the fact that he has been able to deny that ball and that wolf, right? I think it's absolutely massive. This kind of presence of mind that Viper has is just absolutely immaculate. He's going to be really putting Striker in a tough spot right now, because that is 200 something gold behind, right? 235 gold behind, and a significant amount of eco as the game kind of goes forward, of course, as well. Yeah, he is, and he has no way of getting any more. I thought he was gonna get the boar and just be fine, but he has not been able to get this. He was denied that boar, and he is in a lot of trouble, guys. Don't get me wrong, he's in so much trouble now, I think. And those knights actually coming in as well, just attacking the villagers, actually, from Striker, meaning the Striker is in a lot of trouble at the same time. This scout probably running into the TC fire might die as well. There's some fighting here between those knights. Actually, Striker with a knight advantage, so those numbers are looking quite actually good for... Sorry, my alarm has gone off. I need to kind of switch it off. I'm not sure why it went off right now, but we are here. So just quickly dealing with this problem, right? And we're back into the cast, so honestly Striker has 4 knights, so it's not the worst situation for him military-wise. He has 4 knights and 4 archers. Viper working with a very similar count, though he does not have archers of his own. So this is going to mean that Viper is actually probably going to go towards the castle age faster. He's trying to get some sort of possible opening here. And yeah, it's looking like Viper is actually I guess he's just going to slowly move into his castle age, right? That's kind of the right play. I think he has the nice advantage here. If he doesn't overextend too much, he kind of balances out his army. I don't think there's anything Striker can do to him, because Striker is just working with way fewer resources overall. So Viper dropping the blacksmith right now, probably going to utilize some of the gold to get an additional safety net or just kind of get this tech path going for himself, right? You have to also emphasize the upgrades in terms of the eco here. Viper working with +1 wood already. He is working with, let me just get the kind of hotkey. So he's working with +1 wood, he's working with no mining upgrades yet. He's actually getting a mining camp somewhere. So he's actually going to start mining gold too. Probably trying to get a little bit of an edge in towards the Castle Age. Striker as well, with some villages on that gold deposit over here, trying to actually just maybe match his opponent, at least to a certain extent. Now this boar is about to be probably exploited completely by both players. So those boar here, like one here, those hunts are going to be kind of taken out completely, and this is going to mean that, you know, those guys will have to rely on some sort of food income that isn't hunts very soon. Of course, this one is already kind of still on the card, so you can obviously take it if you are playing as Striker, and there are some similar kind of mirrored positions here. This hunt can be still taken by the other Ruse player, by the Viper here. A small exchange here, of course. A Viper with superior knight numbers taking this fight. One knight drops and Striker is forced to disengage. There are also some knights from the Viper. Actually, very high knight count on the map. 10 knights for Viper and just 5 for Striker. That's kind of the outcome, the aftermath of the previous situation with you know, Striker losing a large portion of his potential gold income and food income, right? He's actually probably starting to feel it right now. By the way, Striker, indeed no eco upgrades inside. He's just getting this attack upgrade for his knights, but I'm not really sure this is kind of too little too late at this point even. Viper +1 still, no other additional upgrades really. So we have this kind of nicely matched situation. I think it's going to be a slightly longer game. We're definitely going to go castle. But if Striker does make something magical happen soon, I think he's just going to kind of be digging himself a deeper and deeper hole. And he might never be able to crawl out of it, to be honest. That's kind of the concern for Striker now, because he has a small disadvantage honestly, but this is going to be something that snowballs slowly out of control. You have to also note that I think Viper has slightly better relic locations. These two relics a little bit closer, I think, to his base than Striker, so Viper could even go try and kind of contest those two, I think, once they both hit castle. Especially the Viper seems to be the person who is going to be hitting castle age first, because he's already aging up, and Striker really far off the mark rate, honestly. He's actually super far off. So Viper might actually be able to contest all those relics as we go. So Viper might be getting this one, this one, this one, and this one. I think 4 relics definitely on the cards, especially that, you know, you also have some harassment going on, so those villagers of Striker not even able to contest that food. And you see how hard this snowball is getting for Viper over here. He's getting this kill. He's going to deny the boar, probably kill a few villagers off as well. Nothing that you want to have happen in a mirror matchup as well. So quite dire indeed for Striker. Viper is absolutely dominating this game. So not the nicest spot in the world. There are some reinforcements here, but you have to remember those are going to be the actual normal knights for the Ruse very soon. You can see this is actually being done already. This upgrade is on the way, so Viper already going for it. I think Striker kind of realizing he has to fight now, or he's going to have this tech disadvantage, but this is too late, and the Ruse knights for Viper are already upgraded. Viper is working with very nice kind of army composition now. Obviously, just pure, fully upgraded knights are going to completely and absolutely shred the villagers, shred the knights, shred the other normal feudal units of Striker. Striker really far off from aging up. I do not think there is any comeback on the cards for Striker. He's getting absolutely pushed out of this game, and he does tap out 1-0. And Viper is taking a very decisive micro. He earned this by the micro. He's taking a very decisive lead in the series. I do think that Viper is in a very prime position to just take the entire series at this point. Super nicely done. You have to praise him. Viper was just super clean this game. You can see this kind of disparity here, of course, right? Striker losing some extra units. He had some nice army count, but Viper had quality. Viper had just had more knights. He was obviously snowballing because of the gold advantage, right? You can see the economy here. Viper working for 300 extra gold and a lot of extra food as well, off the back of those upgrades that he got and off the back of those extra kind of bits and pieces of things that he's been doing. Striker was focusing on wood somehow. I guess he was going archers. You have to remember though, of course, Archer not the strongest unit against Knight, right? This is not really, it's kind of paper rock scissors almost, with Archers getting absolutely obliterated by Knights in most of those scenarios. We're gonna go into game 2, so don't go anywhere. We're loading into the second matchup. It's gonna be Delhi versus Chinese. Wait, are they allowed to play? What map are they allowed to pick Delhi on right now? Did I say that? He took advantage of his, whatever, edge that he was able to create. That micro was amazing, though. That micro was absolutely brilliant. So we're just waiting. This is I don't know actually. I'm just gonna look. I'm trying to check, guys. We're just gonna get this out. We're gonna get out this. Not this one. Come on, where is it? Here we are. So it just got Delhi. It must be Boulder Bay. It must be Boulder Bay. It's gonna be the Boring Bay, guys. It must be the Boring Bay. Because all the other maps have Delhi banned. Unless this is some clerical mistake from Striker. This has to be Boulder Bay. Because as you can see, those are the red maps have been banned for the entire tournament for today. On those, so the red civilizations for those maps are completely removed. So we shall see how it goes, but I don't know. I'd guess it's either a mistake or it's Boring Bay, guys. Either of the two. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Thank you so much, Domenico20. Welcome, mate. Is it someone who's watching Viper stream? Can you confirm this is Boring Bay? It looks like Boring Bay, though. Guys, on Boring Bay, it is Boring Bay, so it's no mistake. On Boring Bay, in the blue, on the north, it is the Viper playing the Chinese. In the south, in the red, it is gonna be Striker playing Delhi Sultanate in the red. Crazy stuff. And I wonder what exactly we're gonna see here, of course. Water maps are very volatile, honestly. You get control of the water, you win usually. Still with those changes in place, I think this is not gonna change much. We'll see a lot of extra fighting on the water initially, and those are both those kind of non-European civilizations, so their ships are quite strange. We should see how this develops, though. We should see how this develops. I think both those guys have some sort of a secret plan here. Of course, Delhi, if they can get control of the water, they get full control of the sacred site as well. And they get extra gold still. Less than they did before, just 50% on 100. But still, you can get both sacred sites if you get control of the water. And that should be GG. So if you are able to just stay alive, maybe, or get some early aggression in those fishing boats, like maybe that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I do watch water maps. I don't play water maps, right? So I have to know that this is not exactly. I'm not comfortable with this matchup. I'm not comfortable on Boulder Bay. I usually play Ruse and hope for the best. I'm gonna be honest. So just close your eyes, move your fishing boats, move your Lodias across the map, and hope that you are just gonna win with the crushing numbers, right? Or you can just play HRE as well sometimes and get the same done with those insanely strong galleys. Right? At this point here, we are working with a very strange situation. I've not seen this matchup on Boring Bay before. So whatever happens here, it is going to be quite exciting, even though the map's name doesn't quite entice you to keep watching. Now, it is going to be, I guess, both players committing to water, and it is going to be some slight harassment on the villager here, who is actually trying to get this economy here going. Of course, harassing the Delhi, not the smartest idea in the world. You're just gonna lose your scout almost immediately if you do so. So probably keeping this boy alive as long as you can. Keeping your scout alive as long as you can is going to be more beneficial. So risking moving this in and harassing a little bit is not the best idea in the world. I do think that, yeah, you just want to keep your scout around the base of your opponent to see what exactly they're doing. Of course, you don't want to get surprised by something weird, like, for instance, knights coming out from the Delhi who have fast castle or something, like some weird horseman attack, of course, as well. Could be the play. So, or a villager just kind of coming out to get some sort of control around the middle of the map could also be done. So all those things very important to keep tabs on. So I do think VIP is going to try to keep that scout alive. And he is, yeah, he's here. Okay, I was worried for a second. I was worried for Viper, but his scout is here in his base. So he's actually safe. He is going to deliver those sheep. He's going to go for the age up relatively quickly. You can see actually a lot of villagers, rather than being on wood, are indeed working with this kind of food over here. And question mark, villagers moving here. I'm not really certain what they're doing. There's a lot. Oh, that's what's happening. Thank you. Also, those are actually fishing boats. So this is very early aggression from Striker. Thank you, mate. So you actually see a lot of aggression from Striker. We have 5 villagers coming just to rescue the dog. He's actually going to go with the barbecue of the sun here. So this is kind of the safety that the Chinese have, right? So I kind of don't understand why you'd go for this if you know that the Chinese have this kind of extra backbone. But there are 2 fishing boats attacking, of course. And this is not looking too hot for our player. So this is quite aggressive play indeed. That's why those villagers are coming through. That's why they're building this landmark here, just trying to secure this position. And this is indeed the case. And I do think with this construction speed, with 7 villagers in place, this is going to be completely a fluke. And this is going to be fully defended by the Chinese player. So Viper, although he was actually forced to move some villagers away, so he doesn't have enough wood right now to get anything aggressive going, right? You have to remember, however, Striker did commit quite a bit. Those are 3 scouts, so he didn't build 2 villages. He was actually missing 2 villages from his town center queue to get those scouts in the field. So it's quite a large commitment, of course, right? So Striker just starting the age up as a result. It's quite a big difference, actually. Where of course, Viper very sharp age up, and this is going to mean that he's going to have a nice amount of military units on the field as before his opponent is even able to get any sort of military of his own. So what, 6 fishing boats here for Striker. Of course, nice fire support still if you get some sort of ships going later, but you can't die to. I think like a single Dao is not going to be a problem, or a single junk, right? But as you go into those kind of high numbers, this is probably going to be quite scary. So Viper, no Imperial officials. I think this is because of the gold cost. I think that's because you just don't want to spend gold, because now the Imperial officials cost gold. So yeah, that's probably the problem. So he just didn't want to use that. I don't think there's any IO. No, there are no IOs at all on the map. And this is actually quite annoying, of course. So Striker is going to lose at least a single fishing ship here for certain. He's actually trying to rotate those in and out, and he did actually manage to move some of those ships away. So he's doing quite fine. Actually, he's not getting too many losses handed to him at this point. You have to remember though, like once those kind of ships from the China start accumulating, it's gonna get very dangerous immediately, because Viper is actually using 2 junks right now to attack this. And you can only garrison so many fishing boats, right? So it's not going to mean that this is kind of a situation in which the Delhi player can kind of stay, right? You have to eventually try to get something going on the water for yourself, because the longer you don't get any resources from the water, the worse it becomes for you. Yeah, you're obviously just going to lose more and more potential mining time in a way, right? So there's a single Dao coming out right now for our Delhi player. There might be another one maybe here actually in the queue. No, there's just one queued up right now for Striker. And Striker is also getting raided on the goal by this singular scout. He's kind of going to be just annoying, I think, frustrating for him at worst. Unless he stops paying attention, just loses 3 villagers over the course of the next 2 minutes. Delhi water is fine early because you have those fishing ships, right, that can give you some extra DPS, and they're just kind of decent fighting units. But at the same time, look at this, he's working with 1 Dao against 3 of those junks. I don't think he can take this fight at all. He would need way more than he has to actually make this happen. I have to remember, they do no longer, so those are no longer battle cruisers from StarCraft 2, so those are no longer BCs. They cannot fly and shoot at the same time. They either start moving, or they shoot. Right? They cannot just be doing both at the same time anymore. They have to stop to attack, which means there is like a little bit more of this kind of micro-intensive battle here happening. You can probably just pull out those fishing ships as well if you're playing the Delhi here to get some extra DPS and some extra healing coverage. I think that's what you really should try to do as Striker in this situation. So this is a very kind of, I think, favorable exchange for the Viper here. Obviously, no healing available to him, but I'm not sure what exactly Striker is doing here. It is a slightly greedy play, I think. He can no longer chase, I don't think he can chase this. So there's no way for him to chase this ship, so he's going to be forced to trade. He's actually going to pull those fishing boats the last possible second, just to safeguard this position. Now, Striker is actually raiding with scouts, which is not the best situation, not the best kind of solution for him, I guess. But yeah, that's a hold though, that's a hold. So Striker holding on, he's actually going to retain his water positioning. He's going to actually be able to even attack a little bit across the water. So you have to remember, this is actually the... You know, he was defending, so he was healing up all the time, whereby the Chinese ships are very, very much damaged, and they're back in the dock. They're kind of back against the wall almost. But there's an additional junk over here for the Chinese, and this one is actually kind of in the pincer here against those junks, or against those dhows from Striker. So Striker's ship's kind of getting a nice advantage here overall in terms of HP damage, right? So I don't think the Viper has a nice army that can fight. He has a numbers advantage still, though. This is like going to be probably like 4 to 5 at this point, right? It looks like 4 to 5 units. It is indeed 4 to 5, yeah. So there's no extra production. If you look at the bases here, there's actually a stable. Funnily enough, there is actually a stable dropping from Striker. He was able to kill a scout, I think, from Viper as well, right? He was able to kill the scout also. So, no, there's a scout, he has some vision, so he'll know about the stable at some point. There's still some exchanges going on. Those dhows actually quite pesky, killing 1 or 2 of those fishing boats. I think 2 fishing boats did go down. And this means actually the Delhi are getting a nice advantage on the water, because 6 fishing boats and constant out production is going to mean that the Delhi are actually going to have a nice edge. Also, you have to remember Delhi not spending any gold on their upgrades, and they're getting them passively almost, right? You have to say that. So as the game drags on, and as Viper is actually kind of forced to keep pushing out those units out because of the ships, right? He probably has to get a lot of ships out. This might mean that at some point Striker is going to have a supreme economy, and this indeed is going to propel this kind of situation in which, you know, Striker can just kind of go across, build more ships and win. I think this is a possibility right now, especially that, you know, Striker does have more ships. He's 6 dhows to 5 junks right now, and HP advantage is huge for him as well. So he's actually going to trade super nicely. He's getting probably the blacksmith upgrade at some point in the future for free as well. So all those kind of units are getting nice support as you go. 1 more junk goes down for Viper. I think Viper is about to lose his water control, guys, and I do think Striker is also ready to go for ground control, because he does have the horseman in the making. I mean, he has the stable either way, right? So he's actually very, very solid stuff. And yeah, Viper is actually losing all those junks right now, and those dhows are being pulled away very nicely microed by Striker. Striker is getting a significant advantage on the water. 6 or 7 or 8 even junks right now on the field. 7 junks for Striker, and this is just measly 4 for Viper. Viper is working with a significant disadvantage right now on the water, and as we've already said, Viper is also not doing too hard in terms of the economy. Look at this. He has +1. Oh, he actually has +1 number. This guy is a madman, and he does have the wheelbarrow though, and the Delhi are already working with wheelbarrow as we speak, because they do have it automatically. I think there is a mill, there is a wheelbarrow. Question mark? Where is the wheelbarrow? Striker, where is your wheelbarrow? Oh no, you hate to see it. If you're a Delhi player, I'm a Delhi player. You hate to see no wheelbarrow. I don't think he has the wheelbarrow at all. He has no mill. So eco upgrades for Striker. Yeah, mill not included, guys. Mill not included. So it's actually kind of a therapy situation, because he could have had so many more resources then. Like, this is, you know, a very late game scenario at this point, like for us. 11 minutes. This is already where it makes sense to make wheelbarrow for money, because that's when you start getting your returns, and then you get it for free, pre-feudal. And he doesn't have it. It's literally 50 wood expenditure, right? It's 50 wood expenditure for the mill. If he just doesn't have it. So it is going to mean, yeah, 50 wood, man, this is nothing essentially at this point. He is going to not have this, and at some point he might be forced to transition into, you know, ground economy in terms of food. So he's not going to have that anymore. That kind of nice income, right? He has no +1 food upgrade as well. That's kind of annoying. I would say this is something that would be, you know, if you watch this game as a replay review, you'd be very frustrated to see this, if you are Striker indeed. That's kind of a peculiar situation, right? This kind of a peculiar situation. This is it's kind of an impasse right now. With 12 of those fishing boats, 12 of those junks here. Viper is not getting much happening here, honestly, but there is going to be some sort of an attack coming across right now. Right, there's a single scout over here. There's a tower probably just to deflect those horsemen, but that's about it. You have to say though, this is actually quite a big fight. I think there's going to be a full commitment from Striker. He's two-shotting those junks right now, so he's actually going to be able to get like very nice trades over. You can see 2 shots, 2 volleys, a single ship goes down, and this is not even close to that level for Viper. He's not getting enough DPS. Those ships completely annihilating the fleet of the Viper right now. Still double volley, and the ship is dead. Very nice micro from Striker. Striker getting a nice, solid control on the water. I do think you might actually see a tap as well. There are some horsemen attacking at the same time. Actually, 2 horsemen being aggressive, although there is a spear, a lineup as well for Vipey. But Vipey is losing water quite handsomely. So there is a triple dog, by the way. So there is some production going on. It's not like this is completely lost because Viper has a defender's advantage. Of course, healing with those dogs as well. But those are actually not good trades at all. Those are not great trades. So Striker trying to pull this ship away. He's actually getting like an additional volley out though. He's actually gonna sink another of the Viper's ships. And you know, he's continually producing ships as well. It's not like he's actually not matching this. So Viper losing a lot on the water, right? He's losing so much on the water, guys. Look at this. This is a decisive advantage. This is 4 ships to about 10, 11. Yeah, 10. That's massive. Oh, at the same time, you see a wall coming up here. As I said, the Delhi get control on the water. Capture the sacred sites with your monks, with your scholars, right? You get a very, very solid advantage from this. This is not just the water control that you get, you know, it's not just the fishing that Daddy can do, right? This is also the trade with this. Water trade really powerful in this game, by the way. Water trade is super strong. This is no fishing available, of course. This is the relic probably given up. I think Viper is freaking dead. Yes, you can counterattack all you want, right? This is going to be quite annoying, but you're gonna lose this ship again. This is not salvageable. You lose this boat, you are not going to be able to regain control on the water. I can't imagine Striker giving this up now. Like, he has to retain the control. He's already going to win this game. Look at this. Probably we should see a scholar coming across the map somewhere right now. There's blacksmith upgrades kicking in as well. He's getting everything for free. That's why I'm so surprised that we do not say an additional freaking mill here. He's also gonna go up to castle with this House of Learning, whereas Viper, I don't think he's gonna. I don't know. He's actually going up as well. He's going to be castle versus castle, mano a mano, with obviously a nice econ advantage for Striker because he has so much more food. Viper, 1 TC, not much special to his name on this. You have to say that there is nothing special on this map, like that would say, you know, Viper is getting anything special going for him. And Striker, of course, getting that castle age up, matching his opponent, getting barracks, probably getting scholars on the map as well, trying to get those captures rolling. I don't understand where his scholars are. He has no mosques. Wait, what? Is it, guys, am I blind? Because I'm selecting a religious unit, there is nothing. The Striker, he has no mosque, he has no mill, he does have a blacksmith, he has a complete water control over this game. What is it gonna be, guys? What is it gonna be? Because he can obviously send the scholars already, he has Dome of Faith, which should probably propel him to produce some extra scholars, guys, no kidding. This is not expensive, it's 100 wood to get a scholar and a mosque. And that is going to give you a plethora of upgrades right now that you can get and actually start kind of improving. Now, Striker does have a mill. We have to congratulate him. He does, in the end, build a mill and start rolling with those wheelbarrow upgrades, even those food upgrades as well. He does get the wall off here. I think we would almost like to see a stone wall off, to be honest, because that's going to mean that, you know, you're absolutely safe here. And we'd probably also like to see some sort of defensive infrastructure, or, you know, at least some sort of military infrastructure here. There's war junks though. 4 war junks he produced for Viper. So he's not giving up, right? He's not giving up at all. He's actually getting probably 2nd TC as well. I do think Striker is as well though, so it's going to be completely matched. And this does look like, you know, Viper just kind of losing control of this game slowly, but he's still kind of in... He's not in driver's seat. He's not kind of completely screwed at this point, right? We have just Dows versus 5 or 6 even of those war junks, which are very, very powerful units, of course. And the Delhi are gonna match it with Baglas. I don't like Baglas though. I don't feel Baglas are strong at all. They're kind of the shit sister of war junk, honestly. Baglas not the strongest unit. Those spear are actually in the wood line right now for for Striker. This is just a distraction because what the real story behind this game is that we have 5 of those war junks attacking this fishing economy of Striker. Striker has very little to his name right now in terms of defending this. Actually, he has been caught with his pants down. This Bagla is kind of toast as well, so I don't think this is salvageable. He probably would have been better off just cancelling this ship altogether, just kind of restarting the production. And I do think it's actually not the nicest spot for Striker at all now. Look at this, those are just weak Zhao. He let this game out. Like, he actually managed to screw himself over somehow. So he did lose the water in the end. I think he loses the water with this. Like, there are 4 of those war junks versus a small amount of military. This is just a very, very few of those junks. And there's just a single Bagla. There are 2 more actually in the queue though. And there are 2 more actually on the field additionally. So there's an extra ship completely demolished. So those Baglas are actually going to be able to defend right now. 3v3, mano on the water. At the same time, we do have some sort of aggression. We saw those 3 men at arms actually. Brave 3 MAAs going across the map and trying to inflict some pain on the economy of the Viper. Maybe at least tax his APM a little bit. There's another expo ship actually getting a very nice connection. Another one coming into from the north. And this is going to be cleanup actually for the Viper. Viper is going to get all those Baglas down. I think this is not that bad actually. This one lives. And you have to remember, every single of those expo ships is a very significant investment as well. So it's not like it's completely over, I think. Nice macro for both players as well, those kind of crazy turns. Commendable. You have to say, by the way, this is an APM tax indeed, because Viper does lose a few villagers. And he might lose an Imperial official or something, because those are very annoying men-at-arms right now. And they're just going to keep being annoying for the foreseeable future, I think. Now, 2 Baglas here, 1 in production. Viper, on the other hand, not building more ships. Not a single ship in sight, but there is very little fishing eco. So the water not really contested at all. Those players are not fighting for the water. I think they're just fighting out of pure and sheer pride, guys. That's how it is. Whew. It's actually an interesting game. Boring Bay delivering today, guys. It's absolutely delivering, guys. It's quite a good game. So Viper actually getting back into the game with this kind of hands-on play with those war junks. And you know what? I think this is bad. I have to say this, and I just don't understand how come we don't see any sort of relic-oriented play yet from a person who has double TC and enough eco, enough wood to actually build like triple mosque if he wishes to. That is a big question from me. And I'm not sure there's a good answer that would say, no, this is not an oversight. I think this is an oversight from Mr. Striker here. Because he could have, for the longest of times, had both sacred sites now. He could have had 3 relics. Those 3 relics are his for taking. And all that, he doesn't even need upgrades at this point to get those sacred sites. And he's amassing those military buildings. I don't think he's really great on Delhi, honestly. I mean, I understand he's kind of short on gold, but one scholar could have actually got all those things done by now. Obviously, taxing APM, but still at the same time, a nice advantage nonetheless. We see, I think it's gonna be even trade because those two war junks are almost dead. It's gonna be like 3 for 3. I think it's gonna turn out to be 3 for 3 because both the ships really slow. Maybe, yeah, it's 2 for 3 at this point. Maybe it's just gonna stay like this. But 2 additional war junks, 3 additional war junks actually on the side. So Viper taking a nice advantage here. Man, Striker's just not playing the best game of his life, I think. I think he had this in the bag. All he needed to do is just kind of hold this and just keep his water advantage. He had so much more on the water on this. He had so much more on the water. Now those Chinese warships, I think they're just higher quality units overall. Just slightly, ever so slightly, but better nonetheless. And yeah, there's another Bagla coming here. I think they're just getting consistently slaughtered. Like, he's just losing those as they come out of the spawn. So those Baglas actually did win on the water, so you can actually probably just save them. If you had like an additional dock here, you could use it for healing purposes, I guess, right? That's kind of the best bet that you have if you Striker now. Just kind of get those two to a healthy state. Don't lose them, because you're already behind as we speak. Yeah, Viper is just amassing military on the water. He has an explosive ship again. He has 2 war junks. He's in a prime position to just kind of take over this game completely. Look at this. This one is also gonna die. There's another war junk coming. I think it's just GG. Your Striker is just not able to capitalize on anything. You have to say he's not struggling with gold. But he could have had so much more gold if those, and he could have had those villagers on something else. Because he's not researching, and look at this, he has not touched this House of Learning either. No upgrades at all being done here. Nothing. And maybe he just kind of was hoping for a very early game win. And he never got it, and now he's kind of out of his comfort zone. I'm not sure what this is, but he has lost complete water control. He has nothing on the water now. Nothing, not a single dock even remains. And Viper is just going to assume full control. Would you guys say this is grim? Is it looking grim for Viper, really? Sorry, for Striker. I think this is over. It looks very much over, right? Because Viper is just going to... Because what Striker had going for him is... When he still had water control, he would have gone for both sacred sites, get those relics off the map, and just kind of get control. And he never did that. He lost the water. I think he's kind of screwed right now. Obviously, Viper able to fish freely now, so it's kind of good for his eco as well, right? He's able to fish as he wishes. He fishes as he wishes, guys. He fishes as he wishes. Because there's nothing stopping him from just instantaneously and constantly producing the water now. Right? He just can produce as many fishing ships as he wants to. Yeah. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I did think this was really Striker's game to lose. And boy did he lose it, right? Boy did he lose it. There is a key being dropped as well. Viper pulling it all on the offensive. And I'm not certain what exactly is going to happen here for the Delhi player. He has some archers and some men-at-arms against a large force of crossbows and a keep. It is not like you are going to be able to claw your back into this position anymore. Which is super scary, for Striker. Because losing this means like you're really kind of out of control. I think the entire reason for this wall to be in here in the first place is to get control over this site. Getting this site under control, getting this one was going to be great for him. He never got to this. He never even got a mosque. Oh, he has a mosque, guys. We are 24 minutes in, and we are on the mosque. Viper, by the way, very, very close to getting the Imperial. He actually clicks it up, and Striker again behind in tag. He actually woke up. He queued all those upgrades now, right? He has actually queued all those upgrades. He has built a tower that's not gonna help you much. He has some army. Not the greatest army in the world, you have to say, though. He's behind in tech like hell, like he's super, super, super behind. And Vipers, look at how much fishing he's giving. He has so much food eco now. Like, we can produce men-at-arms cheaply. I mean, the palace guards for the Chinese, right? I think if we just make elite palace guards and siege, you just automatically win the game. Like, there's no way you can hold this, because Viper has so much food eco now. He has so much. It's just giga scary, man. It's just giga scary. Look at this. There's no granaries, though, because I'm not sure why. He's supposed to have granaries available, right? He just doesn't have them. I think this is the point where you just say, okay, I'm broken, I'm just gonna die now, and Striker just steps out, but it's not happening yet. You have to say, though, there are no relics captured yet for Striker. Striker has that sacred site on his side of the map still, but he hasn't taken the sacred sites, he hasn't taken the relics, he hasn't done much indeed. And Viper now probably able to produce those Bao Chads, right? Bao Chads still, despite the nerfs, I think, very strong units. You can see the queue for Striker actually desperately getting all those upgrades now. I think you have to say this is too little too late. And Vipey getting +3, so he's getting elite, as I said, elite palace guards, you know, +1 attack, battle hardened upgrade for them, so +30 HP, very strong, very fast unit in elite status. University also probably just going to bolster your forces even further. It is not looking too great. Yeah. There is Spirit Way, it's a kind of aggressive landmark construction as well, so he's gonna get the Spirit Way here, of course, allowing him to produce those dynasty units at -30% cost as well. In this case, I'm not sure if he's gonna go for Zhonghe News, but I guess it's just gonna be the... What is he gonna be getting, guys? Why do we have this here? It's gonna be just Fire Lancers and Zhonghe News. I'm not sure what exactly he's gonna go for here. That's a familiar sound. It seems like Mr. Striker is gonna get this Scholar. He's actually also going to push up to Imperial now, so he's Imperial himself. The problem is, I mean, hand cannons are not dynasty units, right? It's just the Cannoneers. It is going to be the Fire Lancers. It's going to be Zhonghe News. Those are the dynasty units, and I do not think Vipey is going for those. Vipey is just massing palace guards at this point. Striker, getting those 3 elephants now, of course, but those upgrades are gonna take years, man. Especially with this kind of, let's be honest, it is a really bad count of mosques. He has 1. He should have at least like 3 or 4 at this point fully garrisoned with scholars. And he should have a madrasa as well immediately on age up, really. And he is gonna be very slow at tech. It's gonna be like probably 5-6 minutes before he can get 10 minutes for an elite upgrade for archers, but he's gonna be dead long before that. There's like no freaking way he gets this done. As I said, even if you go water, as Del, you do need to produce some scholars. Those units are absolutely not going to win this. Those are really buffed up palace guards, and they're gonna get better with VIP getting the university upgrade soon, I guess. And he's not there, but he's getting +1 melee armor as well. He's getting +2 melee attack as well. He's just going to run in. He's going to apply a lot of pressure here. And you have to say, Viper, full control on the water. Look at his food bank. He has so much actually in the store. He's 200 pop versus what seems to be 171 only. So Viper is definitely in the driving seat here. He's in the driver's seat. He's getting a lot of kills as well on those units. He's getting siege killed. He's actually obliterating this engagement completely. There is no chance almost for Striker to come back. He loses those very expensive siege workshops as well at this point. He loses an Armandil because I have to say this. I like forward bases. I don't like forward siege workshops. This is terrible. Because losing those, like, you just immediately lose every single siege unit. You lose those, and those are very expensive. 400 wood each is no small price to ask. Viper absolutely dominating the series. 2-0 for our player once again. And Viper is going to move on to the next round. And we are sadly going to have to say goodbye to Striker, who fought valiantly, but he did drop the ball at some point, and he did lose the game. Unfortunately though, it is 2-0 to Viper, and Striker is going to be eliminated from contention here. That was a good game. You have to say, Viper came back. I didn't expect it. I mean, I know Viper is a great player, but Striker had it. I think Striker, a little bit of improvement here and there, and he definitely takes it home. He had every single opportunity in this game to just kind of retain control, get gold, get gold rolling, get the Imperial sooner, get some technology as well behind this. They don't happen necessarily, but, things are what they are. So, yeah. And with this, we're gonna look for another game. That was Boring Bay is usually garbage, man. Boring Bay is usually called garbage, but we have to look for another series because this one is over for sure. Man, there's a 2-hour series between Recon and Orc. We could do Tato versus Running. Yeah, I don't think I must have Tato on my friend list out of those two, because I certainly don't have Running. So that's a scary bit. Yeah, we have Tato, guys. We have Tato, that's good. We have Tato. So we're gonna watch Tato. Tato is an AoE 2 pro, right? He comes from AoE 2 initially, so it's going to be quite exciting. I did watch Tato before. I actually was a big fan of Tato in Genesis. He had like a really good few sets. So I'm pretty hyped for this. So I think, yeah. I also played Tato once. He smashed me completely when I was like 600 something on the ladder, and Tato was like 200 or 150 back then. He just completely wiped the floor with me. That was scary, man. I did play a few pros because I'm almost 1500 elo now, and I did play a few pros recently. It was not nice, guys. It was not nice. I didn't lose much elo. I did lose a lot of pride, though. I have to say, I did lose a lot of pride to those guys. We played Shalami and Core once as well in 2v2 with a friend of mine. That was quite scary too, but Shalami and Core, they just absolutely destroyed us. It was like, that was scary. Yeah, Matisse is good. Matisse is good. I have to say Matisse is just good, though. Matisse is just good. Guys, as we are waiting for the next game to start, consider following. I'm a small streamer, so every single follow is appreciated. I do cast, stream, play, whatever else AoE 4 you can imagine, right? So all things AoE 4 you can find on this particular channel. I'm also going to be posting those replays, the cast replays, on my YouTube, so if you are interested, link is in below. We're going for 3k subs on YouTube, so if you'd like to support that initiative, we're at 2,750 subs there, so if you would like to support that, of course, very much appreciated as well. This being said, nobody's pressuring you into anything, of course. You are free to do what you will, and we are jumping into Tato versus Running, and I'm just going to very quickly change those labels beforehand, because it's quite important, I think. for us to have a good overview of what we're doing. So it's going to be Tato versus running indeed. And Viper Games are delivering today, aren't they? That's very cool. Okay, 10-0 is not my desirable score. This is what we're going for. Hopefully they do turn on the call, like they allow the spectators, so because that was a problem before. Once with Tato, it was kind of consistently not switching on spectator mode. I'm just going to very quickly also use this time because I think there is going to be a slight delay here to change the player names here. So it's going to be Tato versus running. That's gonna be cool. Chinese versus French. What map is it, guys? What map is it? We can kind of guess because we have the bans available. So it can't be Altai because Chinese is banned. It can't be Hill and Dale because Chinese is banned. It can't be King of the Hill because French is banned there. So we are, and it cannot be Boring Bay because French is banned there. So we're left with Dry Arabia. We're left with it's gonna be Dry Arabia for game one, right? It's got to be Dry Arabia because they always play Dry Arabia in game one. So there's no mystery here. Actually, you have no mystery at all. Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be. Yeah. Good point. Good point. So, into the game we go, 3 minutes 50, guys. I'm going to take a very short break as we wait, because I do need to get some extra water. I might make myself a quick coffee. I need to keep myself hydrated because I was teaching today as well. So we're just going to take a short recess as we wait for the game to start. I hope you guys don't mind me getting a quick coffee, right, into my system. I quickly check back as to how much time I have left. It's plenty, right? It's plenty. It's 2 minutes still. It's 2 minutes, so it's gonna be chill. Guys. So I'm gonna be back in a sec. Just 1 second, guys. Hey guys, we're back, we're ready to go. Sorry about that, we're indeed going to see a very interesting matchup now. And yeah, oh god, I made it right in time, look at this. So we are in the game, welcome to game 1 everybody. It's gonna be Tato versus Running. Running in the blue, in the west as the Chinese. And it is going to be Tato on the French then, right? It's gonna be Tato on the French in the east. Very cool matchup, not something that you see every day, so I think that's going to be quite an interesting watch overall. I think that's quite intriguing to see this. I have not myself been a witness to many French versus Chinese matchups. On Dry Arabia of all things, we have not seen this before, guys. We have not seen this too much. So whatever is going to happen today is going to be very, very cool, I think. And I'm just super hyped to see this unfold. And I hope so are you. We shall see how exactly this game is going to develop. I have a lovely espresso with me. I should definitely disable the camera. My bad. And we can just get started with this particular matchup now. So, speaking of the game and the situation on the field, we are working with the official, with a mill, so no really special things here. And there's also a queue for the lumber camp here for the Chinese. I guess he's just gonna go. And he's still going to rely, despite having... Wait. That costs 50 gold. So despite having that more expensive Imperial official, he's still going to rely on one official to tax, and he doesn't seem to be willing to go for the gold. So there might be some extra planning here that we don't know, but this is going to take some extra time, potentially even for the Chinese player to age up because of this. Because obviously getting that single official is necessarily going to mark, is going to mean that, yeah, he's 50 gold short from what he used to be, or from what he would have been otherwise before. So that's not the nicest thing in the world, I guess, so he'll have to alleviate that somehow. Oh, he's actually gonna go for a mining camp. Okay, so that's kind of the answer, right? So he does cost 50 food less though, so that's kind of the nice thing about the situation, right? So you can just actually get some extra food, and obviously I think Running's build order is quite tight, so he actually has enough food right now to build that mining camp with this village over here, which is quite cool. I do like this, and it seems like he's actually executing a very, very solid plan. So, as we are watching this, we have a mill dropped for the French. I think it's going to be likely early wheelbarrow as well. I do think that's kind of a good thing. We've seen lots of those kind of videos recently, I think, popping up about how efficient different things are. I think Age of Noob has been posting a lot of cool content on that. So honestly, that's why I think people are just doing this. A lot of people have done the math and they realize, okay, eco upgrades, not as bad as they seem. Because they seem quite bad, honestly. They seem rather impactful and expensive, right? Obviously spending 150 gold early on is going to be quite a big burden on your eco. It is gonna delay your fast castle, it's going to delay your unit production, right? It's going to tax you initially, but I think it pays enough dividends that it kind of is going to force everyone into getting that almost, right? It's kind of a big choice not to go for wheelbarrow these days. Because it's such a big bump to economy, right? Obviously your villages also move faster, so I think it's quite important actually, the extra move speed for villagers, right? 15% move speed is going to mean that they are actually going to be able to also escape the run bys. It's not just about the carry capacity, so fewer trips and faster delivery. It's also about the running, right? Especially for the China, I think. You do need to have your villages ready to run quite a bit. Quite interesting, by the way, to see it is Imperial Academy. It is not going to be your classical barbecue of the sun. We see the opening with the Imperial Academy, which is going to mean that it is indeed Tato. Running actually getting confident here. This is a very confident choice. I think it's a very confident choice of his. Whereby, yeah, Tato's sitting on School of Cavalry. He's probably gonna go. He's already rallying across the map here. I wonder what exactly tech choice it's gonna be, right? Because he has the wheelbarrow on the way. Is it gonna be like a knight out, and is he gonna just do something aggressive? Because I think he saw this. I think he must have seen this with the scout. So he's aware of what's happening, right? So I'd say it's very likely to be a knight being added here. I think it's gonna be a knight. So by the way, you can see this kind of delay. That's because I think that's because of the wheelbarrow, right? You don't get immediate knight out because you're just forced to kind of delay yourself a little bit to get that to get that extra eco funnel, right? There are just two scouts over here attacking the gold line from Tato, by Tato. Yeah, two scouts from Tato attacking the gold line anyway, and there's just one spearman defending this. But I think that's kind of enough to deter any aggression for now. One knight coming out, defensively almost, to secure this this kind of gold operation here, this gold mining operation. We do also see archery range, so it's an indicator, I guess, for Tato that he does want to go aggressive, and he doesn't want to just kind of let it go. He's gonna go across the map probably with some forces, and he'll see what he can get done. Important thing to notice is that I guess he's just going to go like running this. He's eventually going to go for both landmarks. Like he's gonna get the barbecue to get song going as well. It's just a question of when, right? He seems to have enough gold right now to do this, so it might be just a matter of time, right? Running definitely has enough gold to kind of go up. There's small trading going on here. There's a single Royal Knight so far. Not much special really happening. There's an archer being pumped out. There's actually 4 or 5, 6 villagers going in towards that mill of all things. There's going to be in the mill build on the hunt, right on the spot, and they're just going to be getting those hot deer skewers right onto the fireplace over here at the mill. So they're going, I guess he's going to be fine, especially that he's putting on the pressure, right? So he's going to be able to obtain some control on the map because of this. That's usually kind of going to benefit the player who is having some sort of kind of pressure, right? If you are going to have a dominant army composition, or if you're able to produce more units sooner than your opponent, and you're able to keep them in their base, stuck, right? And if they get into this defensive mindset, you can definitely get some advantages by simply getting some resources of the map, like deer hunts, the boar, right? All those things are obviously going to give you some nice dividends in the long run. The boar is not so far away. I'm questioning this, whether he couldn't have just gone for the boar, but obviously this would have probably cost him some HP on his unit, so he probably just doesn't want to lose some health, or any health on those units, so he's just going to be safe, and he's just going to try to occupy this middle position. Maybe just once he accumulates enough infantry or archers, right, he's going to move on to this ball later and just kind of kill it, get it going. Maybe, can he actually pull it all the way here? Can he actually pull it to the middle? I think it's kind of too far away, right? It might be too far away for him. So, not necessarily going to work in his favor completely, I guess. It's not going to necessarily work in his favor completely. But we have 2 Royal Knights, 4 archers right now, and there's just a small force of spearmen and horsemen for running. So running is actually going to be holding his own with the spears, especially. Like, I think it's just not too worth it to trade against them. And I think it's kind of a nice composition, very safe play from running. Enough horsemen to threaten the archers, enough spears to threaten the knights. I think this is going to mean that he stays in this game for a while at least. He's going to be definitely defending though. At least with this kind of small expansion of Tato towards the middle of the map. As far as resources go, you can see that neither of the players is actually on stone, so they're not going for stone at all. There's also professional scouts. It's kind of surprising, isn't it? There's actually professional scouts for a Chinese player. Running is actually going to go for that. So he's actually going to ferry those carcasses back home. He's hunting as well. Obviously, that's very good for Chinese because you have this mill here, right? That is getting buffed by the Imperial officials. So that's kind of, I guess, solid situation for the Chinese. I would say it's kind of decent. And we see a large force of knights and archers here from Tato as well. So Tato is actually working with a nice army, and he seems to be kind of comfortable with what he's doing right now. He's just kind of getting those deer, he's getting that food, he's accumulating resources, and I don't think he needs to do more for the foreseeable future anyway. He does lose the scout though. He's just kind of going to, I think he just expects to win the Castle Age fight at this rate. So he's getting units out, right? He's actually pumping out units, so I might be wrong. It might be just something earlier, right? He's actually getting lots of units. Look, if 11 archers, 5 knights, this is a massive army actually for feudal age, compared to 8 and 10, 8 horsemen, 10 spears. So it actually might be fine for Tato to aggress a little bit. He has a blacksmith. He's actually getting those steel arrow upgrades. He might go for iron undermesh later, or actually no, there is no reason for that. He might probably just go for the armor upgrade against melee. You see those 3 knights, by the way, getting those scouts killed, so there is going to be like some small issue for the income of food is going to be stunted, at least for running. Losing those 2 scouts, not the biggest of these, but still kind of hurts, right? Kind of hurts. You probably would have liked to get those extra carcasses home. Nice multitasking from Tato though, actually tracking this down and killing this off. And those archers are a very, very annoying force right now because you're going to consistently shred out those spearmen. So this is going to mean that at some point, knights who win against those horsemen are going to be able to take the fight. It is just a matter of how well you can trade up until that moment. You can see those are villagers actually also garrisoning into this tower. So it is going to mean that those knights can probably just kind of walk into the front line now, a little bit at least. And once the spearmen are out of the field, I think there's going to be a little bit of effort, but still, after some time those spears are going to be all dead. Those knights are going to be able to take a very nice, solid fight here from Tato. Tato is actually going to take this engagement. The question now remains, though, is he going to be able to take anything afterwards? Because, yeah, Tato is actually not winning too handsomely, right? I thought he was winning this, but he actually lost a lot of knights for some reason. I think this cleanup of spearmen was not sufficient, right? He's actually losing the fight. So the Chinese outproducing here, I guess the officials, like, you know, giga boosting those barracks. It must have been the case, right? Yeah, this one barracks being boosted here. So it's actually not looking too hot for running. Actually, he takes a charge to the face. Of course, those knights very good at just kind of hitting and running. Right, he's gonna get another horseman out of the field. He's trading very nicely. It's kind of good micro from Tato, and running I think was not paying attention there. So he's actually going to lose the trades here. Quite handsomely actually. This is very good situation for running because he's actually killing off the spearmen of the tower, and with the archer is actually going to be able to take the fight of knights now. Unless he doesn't pay attention to Spearman, which he isn't really doing too well. So he's actually going to lose this fight again, because he has not killed the Spearman on time. And this is actually a nice army for the Chinese for running, right? Running is actually dominating this encounter now. So he has been able to get those carcasses back home. There are some knights coming back as well to help this spot, to just protect the tower maybe, to protect the Hansels a bit. But I don't think this is going to last long, actually. Tato is in a lot of trouble. Tato is in a lot of trouble, guys. Tato is in a lot of trouble indeed. Yep, and those villagers are gonna die, some of them at least. I think like 3 or 4 are gonna probably be dead here. 1, 2, and probably 3, right? If you're running, I think you chase it. I think you chase it down, you try to get at least 1 more, or 2. Villagers, very, very precious units overall, right? Like losing them in any matchup is going to really mean a lot for your economy. The sort of income that you're, you know, kind of comparatively missing. Especially against something that seems to be non-Song Chinese, actually, so it's not that bad. There's no Song Dynasty here. Running, by the way, running is working with 1,300 gold. Not necessarily sure what he's gonna do with this, but he is a rich person right now. So, Tato making a small alteration to his strategy though. Tato is also going to field some spearmen. This is going to mean that he's going to be able to deal with those horsemen, but his knights are not going to be comfortable against the spears anymore, right? There's no way for him to contest that. He does also lose the hunt, which is kind of going to push him down all the way towards those fields, towards the farms, and towards the berries. And that is going to mean, of course, that his income of food is going to be significantly lower, and he also did lose a few villagers. Running is gonna run up to castle though, and this is going to be a very bad spot for Tato, who is really far away from any sort of upgrades. And he's kind of building infrastructure. He's actually getting farms, he's getting towers. It is not looking too hot for Tato, guys. I'm not gonna lie, Tato is not really in the nicest of the spots, because he is probably like 5 minutes away from castle. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like 5 minutes away. His opponent has very healthy eco. It is, you know, 41 villages for Tato, and something to the likes of 41, so yeah, it's better eco for Chinese who don't have extra production yet. I think they don't have the bonus up until they get the barbecue, and the Chinese are already winning this. So you can see Imperial Palace being dropped, Monastery being dropped as well to get the relics. There is nice tech, I guess, kind of in progress. Like there are normal lances for the Chinese as well. There is no tech actually at all. It's just lancers. So I guess running is a Lancer fuckboy here, which I do appreciate. I love Lancers. So I'm on the same hype train as running is. There's a small encounter here. I don't think this is something that's going to be worth tracking down, because you're just gonna have those horsemen distracting. They're just gonna be running interference, right? Running interference, get it? And on the other side, yeah, Tato just steps out. He realizes, okay, I'm screwed. I am absolutely and deeply and inherently dead. There is no way I can come back to this, and I think we'll agree 5 minutes until he can even click up is the timing that he can't afford. He just kind of completely misjudged the situation he was in. Chinese economy is just super strong as well. Tato is going to lose that match. Tato is going to be absolutely dead here in game 1. because he had an eco lead, right? But he lost those villagers. He looks like he wasn't producing villas at all times as well. Maybe at some point he stopped, right? And in terms of military, right, he just kept losing fights. Because Arch and Knight, I think that requires very strong micro to pull off. And you can see, Tato had a decent army. He was supposed to take a good fight, I think. In his head, he was going to take a good fight and then kind of continue harassing the Chinese. What happened is he lost the fight because horsemen are quite strong. And honestly, I think running just microed really, really well there. And that just propelled Tato to this kind of plunge, right? He just kind of pushed him all the way down. And down he stayed. He was able to recover the army, but since running lost so little units overall, he was able to go up to castle for the same price as recovering army cost Tato. So Tato was super, super behind as a result. And that's it. The game was over. And we're just gonna go to game 2 immediately, guys. There's no time to lose for those players. I think they're just going to kind of they're getting ready for a very long night. So I hope it's gonna be fun. Let me find the scores. So running 1-0 versus Tato. Interesting. Did you guys expect that result? Did you think Tato would lose to running? Because I know running, okay, it's not like running is a completely unknown name to me. He's kind of the staple of RTS as well. I wouldn't say running is like a person who is capable of beating like a tournament winner tournament winner, no, but Tato is a very solid player. Tato is a very, very solid player in AoE 2. I've seen him perform very well under lots of circumstances. So, and he was doing quite well in AoE 4. He did drop it for some time, but I think the money did drag a lot of those AoE 4 players back, honestly. I do think that's the case, actually. That it was indeed the case for many of those players that the money that is being pumped into AoE4 did actually attract them to come back and try their hand at AoE4 again. It's lots of cash actually to be earned, which is great because I do think that AoE4 is a solid game. It does deserve the attention of the pros. It does deserve the scene to kind of maybe get some shift towards it. I'm not saying kill AoE 2, of course. AoE 2 is a great game, very different game in its own right. And I do think a lot of attention should be also paid to AoE 4 because it's a really solid game, and it's probably the best RTS of the last 2 decades, essentially. No, decade, right? Decade, because SC2, kind of looking too far into the past. But SC2 came like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, right? At least I don't think there's another RTS that has come out in the last decade that can surpass AoE 4 in any way or form. And I don't think we're going to have another good RTS for the next half a decade at least, if not more. Because we don't know how exactly the Frost Giant Studios are doing with their game, right? We have no clue whatsoever as to how exactly that project is developing either. Big question marks on that. Big question marks indeed. So 1 minute 50, guys. I'm just gonna kind of chill a little bit because I've been talking a lot today, and we're just gonna go load into that game, and we're gonna see how exactly that is going to develop for us, I guess. I'm kind of hyped, honestly. I'm kind of hyped here. And the matchup actually, this Mongols versus Delhi as well. I do think I think Delhi are still very strong, and I think Mongols are just kind of getting progressively nerfed with every single upcoming patch. So, and they haven't done too hot in the previous tournament, right? They haven't been the greatest civ in the world, so it's kind of a big question for me. Like, how good are they going to be on the day? Because I haven't seen good Mongol. Actually, I haven't seen a solid kind of convincing Mongol victory in a while. So that's kind of interesting to see how exactly they'll play. Do you think Mangudai will be used again? Like they've been kind of getting into the meta recently, right? In the previous tournament, but meta has shifted a lot. Again, I have no idea how it's gonna go. We can also try to guess the map. We have 15 seconds. We're gonna know. We're actually gonna know. I hope it's not Boring Bay. I hope, for the sake of my sanity, it's not Boring Bay, though. We've had enough, ship combat today. Enough boaty boats. That was a good game. I've seen enough ships. Okay, I've seen enough ships. Let's face it. This doesn't look like Boring Bay. Hey. Can we get an F on the chat? It is a boring bay. Oh no. Hey guys, so F's on the chat, or four players have to interact with each other on boring bay. So in the west, in the blue it's running playing the Mongols. And in the west, sorry, in the east, in the red, it is going to be Tato playing the Delhi Sultanate. And I do not envy those players, because Boulder Bay is hell of a frustrating map to play. I don't mind water maps, but I do think this one, that's the only kind of hybrid map that I dislike still. I think it's like way too much water, way too many ships for my liking. This being said though, of course, those guys chose it. One of those guys did choose it, so we shall see how this goes indeed. Tato, someone who I thought was going to win the series, honestly. Having seen Tato play before, he was very convincing in his games. Even against Hera, back in the day when Hera was still playing the game, of course. He was like a very strong competitor. Against Hazar, he was playing quite well as well, right? He was kind of competing against the top dogs, so I'd expect him to keep doing this. So we shall see how exactly his Delhi Sultanate is going to play out. You can see, again, the kind of standard build, 4 villagers and food, 5 on wood right now, probably more rallying towards that food as well. So, I'm sure, yeah. It's actually food, yeah, indeed. So 5 on food right now, as I said. So they're just going to kind of go for that age up relatively soon. They're just going to try to duke it out on the water. The winner takes it all, so it's going to be quite a frustrating, stressful fight. They have to say, boats have been improved. Boats are not as shitty as they were, because now they actually cannot do the battle cruiser. They cannot both shoot and move. The only battle cruisers left are the Mongol archers, the Mangudai, right? What else is gonna be able to move and shoot still? The Bagla, I think the Bagla can do this, and the Delhi fishing boats, right? They can still move and shoot. It's just the normal arrow boats that have that removed from them, I think. So no gun and run anymore for those. So anyhow, the development here is there's a very annoying Khan here trying to kill the villager. Villager survives this. Barely so, but he does. And it is going to be just, I guess, a passive game from here, right? Just kind of getting the development going, getting those docks rolling, getting those fishing ships on the field, right? It's just kind of very, very basic stuff. Not much to happen for the foreseeable future, I think. Yeah, that's actually a very nice spawn, by the way, for running with the gold very, very close. You know, gold and woodline, of course, spawning so close together means that he doesn't need to get the gear to gather additional resources. Of course, meaning that he is in a prime position to get a little bit more on the water, right? It's quite good for the Mongols that they can do this. We see an aggressive move out from Tato. As Tato, I think he just realizes he has enough food now, so he can at least try to harass this lineup at least a little bit, just maybe delay the age up. I guess that's kind of the objective here, just trying to delay the age of your opponent as much as you humanly can. And this ship is gonna just kind of go away, heal up a little bit, just gonna continue doing what it's doing. You can also see this villager actually trying to repair the dock, and they are gonna fall. So running, I think, is going to be able to go up, but he is kind of getting pressured here, to be honest. It's not too cute for him. He's going to be forced onto water. Not a worse situation because he's already aging up anyways. It's not like he cares too much, I guess. But he's going to be under pressure from the get-go. Tato, not aging up yet. He's just kind of... He's super far behind. What is... Guys, can you explain this to me? Why does he have 100 gold only? Is he like super committed? Because he's getting food. He had like 400 food. I think he just forgot. Do you think he forgot about the gold completely? Or is it just a part of the plan? Because if this was a plan, guys, I'm gonna tell you, this was planned. He would have gone double dock into double ship production, I think. That sounds reasonable to me. But this doesn't look reasonable, because running is gonna be up in about like 20 seconds, maybe 15, maybe 10 even. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like 15. He's gonna get that, the junk out, right? Like, he's just going to fight this. Like, those fishing boats are good, but they're good against other fishing boats, really. And they're good as kind of support units, but they are not going to provide enough DPS to kill a junk that is getting healed by a dock. That is never gonna freaking happen, I think. I don't think that's kind of likely. And yes, Tato is gonna go up now. Tato is gonna catch up to this. I don't think he can kill the dock on time. Do you think it... I don't know. I don't think so, right? I don't think he's actually gonna be able to kill the dock. He ages up of 9. So he's actually going to take the speedy route home. Wait. Oh, is he gonna kill the dock with this? I've never seen this before. No. No. There is another dock anyway, so it's not like this is a problem. I think this one gets out. Like, this ship still gets out, right? It definitely gets out, yeah. This dock killed and traded for a fishing boat, I guess. It's just gonna be one fishing boat dead for sure. Maybe 2 even. You have to just run then. You have to just run. Now, the nice part is, of course, this boat can no longer shoot and swim at the same time. So it is not going to be able to catch up to this and kill many more than one boat. Though this is a big concern now, because your opponent has another dock and you are in trouble. Now, this is also getting attacked by a can of all things, so this can is going to be very annoying here, and it's going to be putting pressure on this gold, and it's going to prevent it from mining. I think 2 fishing boats might have gone down, I guess just 1, right? And it's actually very slow reaction from Tato as well. Tato is actually behind in this game, I think. Yeah, so Tato didn't execute this too well. Like, I think this is... I wouldn't even say this is a bad plan from Tato. I would say, though, it was a very poor execution of that gold. Because he has been denied that quite a bit. And now it's a, you know, it's a light junk in your dock. There is another one being built. There's a second dock coming up. And you are losing to a singular can. That's not a good sign ever. And you're on another gold, by the way, because all these villagers, because of the can harassment, have been really harmed here. So now it's going to be quite frustrating to kind of get your economy back up. Of course, that's a large wood investment as well. This is 150 wood already. So another 150. And you usually don't want to be building any towers on the water map. You can see, this is purely water investment for running. He doesn't even have a gear. Not even a gear. And yeah, it's just gonna look super gloomy now. So there's a single Dow? It's just one Dow, really. Is it all you have? Tato, is it all you... No, there's one Dow here that's getting chased by those junks. And that's probably that. Like, that's all she wrote. The junks are relatively weaker, like 100 less HP, 1 less armor than those Dows. So it's not necessarily the, you know, winning position from Tato from runing yet. But it's not great. It's not great, honestly. It's not great for sure. There is another Dow coming out though, so this is going to probably be a hold because of this. They're obviously slightly better ships overall, so a hold is incoming, I guess, and Tato is going to just barely stay alive. But yeah, I think he's behind from this play. I do honestly believe he's behind. He killed the dock, he lost 2 fishing ships, he lost pressure in the middle, he has way fewer military on the water, look at this. He has 2 Dows to what seems to be 7 light junks. So yeah, it's not looking too hot, man. It's not looking too hot for Tato at all. There's a small exchange as well. This can is actually getting chased down by those 3 scouts. There's no way they catch him though. Like, this is kind of impossible to do, right? It's just never gonna happen for you. We see a mosque coming down though. We see a house coming down. The problem is though, there's like so many of those junks that at some point, like, you have to take the fight on the water, right? Because you're losing the game anyway if you don't do this. So, and there doesn't seem to be a way for Tato to win this water fight at this point. There doesn't seem to be a way for him to win this. So unless he can just kind of giga extend this game, Tato is never going to be able to win a water fight. He would need to get the castle. I think that's just kind of what the Viper did, right? He kind of said, okay, I'm gonna give up for now. I'm not gonna give up my water position. Because he had that barbecue, right? There was no way for the dog to die. And he just survived, right? He just kind of said, okay, I'm gonna give up water for like the next 3 minutes. I'm gonna go up to castle before you. I'm gonna get that extra military. I'm just gonna win the game from that. It's not happening here though. It is totally not happening. Those junks are getting absolutely an advantage here over those slightly stronger but far less numerous Dows. And it is seemingly Tato really getting his ass handed to him in this game. There's Elizabeth harassment, this is just the scouts, so I'm not sure this is gonna accomplish much. And blacksmith upgrades are gonna be like, I think, the final nail to the coffin now. And you can see the forces clashing right now. This is far more ships, far more boaties for running. Those are not the strongest boaties in the world, but they are many, man. They are many. This is home defender's advantage, though, and there is actually some fancy micro for Tato here. So Tato is going to save some of those boaties, but I don't think this is sufficient, man. I don't think this is even remotely enough for those ships to be able to contain this attack. Maybe just stem the flow for a little bit, but obviously you lose a lot of fishing boats in this situation, right? So it is a hold for Tato, but it's not much water eco left. And look at the Mongols. Mongols have 5 fishing boats now, and probably getting more. Tato going for all the upgrades because he's dead, right? He's just gonna have to do this. He's getting. He's not like as he's not doing as poly as Striker, because Striker never went for the most. There is a mosque here, is getting that sanctity. So there is a way back. You get that relic. I mean, you get those relics in castle. I think that's the possibility. You get that sacred side. You possibly try to ferry a scholar here with 1 transport ship, and you hope you can get this one as well. You capture it, and you're probably good to go. You should be fine though. But like that's kind of that's a stretch, right? It's quite a stretch. Especially that Tato has 6 ships. And running seems to be going up to castle. Tato is nowhere near. And running has 8 ships, and he is going to probably just power up right now. Like Mongols going to castle means that they get like this insane income of gold from the step redoubt, this building over here. It gives them like 40%, I think. 35? 50. Wait, didn't this get nerfed a little bit? I thought this got nerfed. It's 50 still. What the hell? I forgot about this being 50 still. Oh shit, I thought they nerfed it actually. I thought they nerfed it in one of the previous patches. It must have been my dream then. Or is it just a shitty tooltip? I was pretty convinced this was nerfed actually, so that's quite surprising. It's still 50, so it's crazy. 50% is a lot of gold, guys. I think 50% is way more gold than you deserve as Mongols. And that's actually going to be quite painful right now. He's trying to go for that sacred side. It's not gonna happen. This scholar is dead. And even if this Khan dies now, even if he's repelled, it's not gonna mean anything. Now at the same time, those dhows are gonna get shredded to pieces by those fishing boats / light junks. And this obviously means that running is going to take full, complete, and utter control. Because not only is he castle, not only does he have water advantage now, not only is he able to build those actual war junks to dominate the water, his opponent is nowhere near that point. There is no landmark going up. There is no man in the pockets of Tato. And I think we are on the brink of defeat for him, honestly. There's not much he can do. I kind of, you have to say this, like, there's no way he can win this anymore. Like, with those war junks coming, those are very powerful warships. I do not believe there's a way. As I said, he needed those sacred sites, and he needed them pronto. They didn't happen. And he definitely lost the water battle somehow. It probably is kind of the aftermath of that early Delhi aggression with those fishing boats, where he kind of dropped the ball of age up. I think he just kind of dropped the ball of the age up timing. And he felt so ridiculously behind from this that there was like very little way for him to come back now. Because that age up was super late. This was kind of, you know, my level of age up. This was 1.5k elo age up. I'm not sure where Tato is, but he's probably better than me. So that's what I would have done, probably just I would have been like so excited for killing a few fishing boats that I would have totally forgotten about that gold that you needed to mine to go up. And that didn't happen. Tato absolutely shredded to pieces. And Mongols seemingly, are the Mongols, or is it actually, no, it's actually another scholar here trying to capture this, but there is a knight here, so there's no way this is gonna happen. That's not gonna work. Tato is giga dead, guys. Tato is as dead as they come. So there's a warjunk here. There are knights, or lances rather, in the woodline here. There are lancers in the gold, there are lancers in the berries. Wherever you look, there are Mongol lancers everywhere. There's actually one. This guy is a freaky menace though. Look at this man, like one lancer against the entire town of villages, and he is going to persevere because he's a Mongol lancer. The absolutely almighty Mongol lancer. He's gonna go for those extra few attacks, killing villages, chopping down a few heads as he goes. Maybe dies in the end, but he's a hero nonetheless. He's not the hero they deserve, but the hero they have. He dies a glorious death, having delayed this age up even further, denying any possibility for those warships for the Delhi to be built. No additional ships in the upcoming future. I think there is no way that Tato survives this. You can see 2 Warjunks already on the field for Tato, for Running, and Running is probably getting more. Now Running is actually going for fishing boats, but Tato is dead. Tato just says, okay, no way I am winning this in any possible world, and I am just gonna tap out, say, okay, this was a fun tournament, thank you Running for ruining my day. But Running does move on, or run on rather, and we see that this is actually quite a cool situation. Running, again, I felt he was an underdog here, and he does definitely persevere in this series. And he did perform extremely well here. He did perform extremely well here. So, we're waiting for something now. I'm going to just take us, guys. I'm going to take us to my browser. I'm going to show you what possibilities are. I think Tato just kind of misplanned this completely, right? He just kind of misplayed his hand. That's kind of the problem here, I guess. So, sorry about the darkness. It's dark outside. The lights are not on, so we're just gonna work with this. Anyhow, guys, we're gonna watch. We're gonna have a look at the possibilities for us as to what we can watch. There is Marine Lord game probably because State SC and Holder are playing. I'm not really sure if that's gonna be interesting. I think Marine Lord is gonna just safely 2-0 this, no problem. Viper and Casva are on the mainstream, so we cannot watch Viper versus Casva anymore. That's we can, but there is no point. Like nobody's gonna watch this here, right? I think so. There is no point. We have. I am not friends with Muslim because I'm banned on his chat because we had like a StarCraft 2 disagreement in the past. Let's call it like this. It was my fault, kind of. But yeah, it was a silly thing. He lost a game in the tournament. I pointed out to him why he lost it, and he banned me. I should probably have not said anything, right? Yeah. So there we go. The Muslim is never gonna add me on Age of Empires, so I don't think that's gonna happen. I would have to add him on an alt or something. It would be super sneaky. I could try adding Puppy Paul, though. I think there's a possibility, right? We could try that. That's just kind of the only thing. Very quickly, Puppy Paul, right? That would be nice. Because Puppy Paul is a very solid player, but I don't think Dimu is gonna lose. I'm gonna try adding Puppy Paul. Maybe I'm gonna ping him on Discord. Yeah, Give You Anxiety is cool. I really like this guy. I think he's a very solid player. He has lots of potential. And he's actually kind of leveling up to. Oh, Puppy Paul accepted, guys. We're gonna. Oh, we have Papi. Guys, we have Puppy Paul. It's gonna be Puppy versus Dimu. I think everyone would like to watch this as well. I think it's gonna be cool. Lovely. Okay, this guy's a legend. Where's Puppy Paul? Here. So let's do that. Let's do Papi versus Dima. I think this is gonna be a cool game. It's not being cast anywhere, which is cool. And we're just gonna spectate that one here. So let me just change the stream title, and we're just gonna move on to that. We're Gucci, I think. We're Gucci. I'm just gonna change the screen now, and we're just gonna wait for those guys to get started. Oh, are you seeing infinite Mikefields now? I think you should be seeing infinite Mikefields at this point. Funnily enough. Okay, anyhow, we're just getting ready. We're getting started with this. Waiting for the players to get going, of course, and then we shall initiate the game. So it's gonna be Dimu versus Papi Paul. Really good stuff, actually. I'm very hyped. I've never cast a Dimu game for obvious reasons, so I think it's gonna be quite exciting overall. I think it's gonna be quite exciting. Okay, Rikushi, I think we're set up. We're ready to go. And we are ready, guys. You're ready to get started. As soon as those guys jump into their games, we shall follow indeed. So I think that's going to be quite a cool series as well. Can't freaking wait. Yeah, I have not cast demo before. I have to say I enjoyed his streams quite thoroughly when he was still streaming SC2 as well. But I got my ass banned after like one of those tournaments where he got smashed. I think like it was one of those ESL weeklies or something. Because he lost to Void Rays. That was kind of a good old times, right? He lost to Void Ray all in from Protoss. He was super salty. And I told him like, no other Terran in this tournament has lost to that matchup before. Like has not lost to that cheese. And he banned me immediately after that. Yeah. So. Because Demo is a great SC2 player. He was like super salty about Protoss, man. He was so salty about Protoss for some reason. Which is understandable. Protoss were crazy at some point, so no wonder about this, but yeah. It is something nonetheless, He's a great player though, so yeah. Kind of a shame. Let's watch. Let's go. Papi Paul versus Demu. Game 1, English. Demu on freaking English, guys. That's actually super good as well. I'd like to congratulate him that he is on Team Liquid, because that's quite a big achievement for any player, I think. Right, that's kind of huge. Being on TL is like, in the world of RTS, I think this is the biggest possible kind of token of recognition, man. No kidding. Thank you for the YouTube follow, sub. Yeah, thank you for the YouTube sub, Pierre H. Thank you so much, mate. Welcome. Guys, a quick reminder. You can follow me on Twitch, or you can sub to me on YouTube, or both. Because I'm going to be posting replays from all the tournaments. There are lots of good cast games there already. So if you're interested in AoE4 or in some other good games, because my YouTube has some other guides and some other kind of gameplays from different RPGs. We've covered Darkest Dungeon. We've covered World of Warcraft, some MMO as well. We're covering Lost Circles a bit right now as well. Plus lots of Age of Empires 4. And some StarCraft 2 as well, but little of that. Actually, I was shit at SC2, nothing worthwhile. But yeah, if you're interested, have a look. We're waiting still, so we have 3 minutes to go. And as we load into the game, of course, we are gonna go down and see how exactly Demu plans on using the English in a very close matchup. Because I do think Papi Paul is no stranger to this kind of high tier matchups himself. I think Papi Paul is very high on the ladder. I think he's like top 50, right? I think I saw him like top 10 before as well. Yeah, he's top 16, guys. He's 2050 elo. So I think the Muslim should be kind of afraid, because it is just 35 elo difference. These guys are as closely matched as our players have been today. I think that's as nice as you can put it, right? Because Viper is top 10, and his opponents were not there, I think. We're not necessarily in that kind of same bracket. Striker, I think Striker is top 50 or something, right? Striker must be top 50. So it's quite a big difference there. And here we are essentially working with a few ranks of a difference. And Demu is a menace in Age of Empires 4. Demu is an absolute menace. And I do think that if someone can contest, if someone is like so high, as high as Papi Paul, yeah, they have a real chance of beating Demu. I think there's going to be a very cool close matchup, and it should also give us some unique insight into how this matchup of Ruse versus English that we have already seen today should be played. Because I do think Demu knows, because Demu is British, right? I think, right? He must be British. He does say words like plonk, and nobody normal says that he must be British. And then we have Papi Paul, right? So he's really good at English. He's actually, that's what I was trying to go for. Like, he is really good at playing the English. And then if you look at Papi Paul, of course, I think he's, generally speaking, just a good all-round player. Like, he must have a very good read on the meta. He is very practiced. He has been streaming a lot as well, so he did reveal some of his strats, but he does actually show also that he has a very clever kind of deep understanding of the game, right? Which is something that you really need to have if you're a tournament player, not so much of a ladder player. Because on the ladder, you can get away with playing one civ even. I think even at this point, you can just play one civ and win. But if you want to win tournaments, you have to kind of get this deep civilization pool, which I think Papipo should have, and so should Demu. So that's why this game is going to be super intriguing to play, I think, for both of them. So yeah, that's quite cool to see. I am really looking forward to this 1v1. Do you guys think that the Muslim is going to be aggressive here? Do you guys think that the Muslim is going to play this aggressive English style? Or does he do something different? Does he go like for... I have my secret build from my noob top 500, which is triple TC. Like you go double TC as the English, then you fast castle into third, and then you just boom unless your opponent kills you beforehand. That's kind of the good old Protoss opening, kind of, right? Just kind of pray that the Terran doesn't come to slaughter you before you get triple Nexus. Guys, without any further ado, very excited to be actually casting this. In the bottom, in the blue, it is the Muslim from Team Liquid playing as the English. And in the north, in the red, it is going to be Papipo, or one Papipo. To be more specific, I think we can just call him Papipo at this point. He is going to be playing the Ruse. He starts with a scout, he starts with 2 villages on that hunting cabin, moving on to probably what is going to be a house. No, house is already being built. Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see how exactly those two guys approach the matchup. How much is it going to be for Papipo? How much is Papipo going to be able to harvest from the map is going to be a huge question for us, of course, right? I'm very curious to check how exactly this guy fares. And because that's what the game hinges upon, right? He needs to get lots of those bounty points. That's quite important indeed. He has found one hunt already, but he is going to keep it for later. Demo actually got this. So that's greedy. Look, so he finds a hunt, he doesn't go for it. Demo actually goes for it. Demo finds it. Demo actually slaughters every single wolf here. But Demo only has a single scout. No, never mind history. He's gonna find this wolf as well. So it's actually very solid opening from Demo. Getting lots of those resources. He's gonna get another wolf here as well. It's very big. I think he knows where he's going perfectly well. Papipo getting this hand over here cleared up. Demo is running back home with 2 wolves, stolen, essentially stolen from his opponent, and I think he's gonna get a nice advantage out of this. So 65 bounty for Papipo, nothing to scoff at yet. He definitely is going to get to 250. I think there's nothing stopping him from doing that. But the question is, can he go to 500? Right, that's kind of the concern here. I think he would love to go to 500 himself, but it's just the question of whether he can do it or not. Now, you can see Papi, by the way, also getting those 2 wolves. Kind of moving the scout a little bit too fast. He's gonna lose aggro. He's unleashing those 2 wolves. So he has to go grab those doggos by the necks again and just try to recover, because he has indeed lost those precious animals in the process. So he is going to get to recover them, go back and grab them and take them back home. The Muslim, though, is going to also follow in suit and get those 2 wolves killed. So Papi at about 250 bounty right now with those extra deer kills coming in. Because he was actually quite nicely dealing with this. He's not going to be able to get the wolf, though, which is kind of annoying. I think he has another wolf. Actually, this is Demo's wolf actually chasing here. Actually, this is 2 wolves for Papi that he's very unlikely to get. He's going to actually snipe this one last possible second. Demo must be quite frustrated about this. Very nice micro from Papi, because this is very disadvantageous position for him. Contesting against 2 scouts requires like lots of precision and a little bit of a mistake on your opponent's side. So Demu definitely messing up the micro a little bit here, but he does get the final wolf here. He cleans it up quite nicely. And it is Papi at 310 bounty, which is really what the Ruse player would like to get, I think. That's kind of the optimal setup. This means he's not going to get the 500, because he would have needed 350 for this. But he is going to have a comfortable mid-game with this opening. Golden Gate dropped, 5 villagers immediately assigned to it, 2 on wood so far, 3 villagers rallied, and he's not getting that, he's not actually getting that wooden tower, so wooden fortress. So there is nothing that is going to bolster his wood income for now. I would wager he's just going to get some wood and build it anyway, because he does need that, because anything that you do as a Rus requires you to have wood against the English. Like if you play defensively, you need archers, if you play offensively, you need archers, right? So you get the drill. If you go for the boar, archers, right? That's kind of the general rule of thumb here. So if Poppy intends to do anything aggressive here, he does need to get the tower to get this kind of bolstered wood income ASAP. Now he does have, as all Ruse players do these days, he does have that weird rally point, probably for the scout, but he does have the wheelbarrow also researched, so he is kind of working with decent economy start, and so does the English player, by the way. So this is kind of consistent across the board. You can see Demo also getting that wheelbarrow to bolster his economy early on. You also see though that he has pulled all villagers from gold, so he is not going to be committing to gold, so there is not going to be any man-at-arms play in store for us. What Demon's going to go probably for is going to be lots of archers supported by spears, I would wager then, because this is the only possible build at this point. Because he does need to deal with knights of the Rus potentially coming out, and he does need a lot of archers. So this does kind of heavily indicate, I think if you scout this as Pape, you think, okay, so it is gonna look like, it does look like, definitely does look like, it is going to be some sort of very committed aggressive attack, unless Demu is actually just going to boom with farms. He's just going to say, no mate, I'm just going to build a couple of farms over here, I'm just going to get my economy going first, and I'm going to move some villagers to gold and get those blacksmith upgrades later, right? I think that's kind of a possibility as well. Please note this is a lot of villagers also building this. This is 5 villagers, actually 6 villagers constructing this, so he's actually trying to do something aggressive, I think. Though, from experience as kind of an old English player when English was still kind of feasibly good, going with fewer villagers was usually kind of the play, because then you had more resources to invest once you hit that feudal. So, not sure how the plays are going to kind of shape up from here, but we see some archers coming out. One only for now. I'm not really sure how exactly Demo is going to proceed. Pappy though, Pappy's gonna go for professional scouts here, which is not something we see too often. We do see the palisade as well. This is, I think, airtight. So there is nothing coming through this. He does have a decent amount of units. Sorry, he does have a decent kind of investment here. He does have a decent amount of scouts to indeed just try to get some of this game back home. Demo, housing up, fielding up, and indeed sending one villager towards the gold right now to get that mining operation going. By the way, I didn't count the sheep in, and it might be the case. There's a single sheep alive here, which there isn't. He could have, if he had actually one more sheep, he would have stood a chance of getting both boars and getting to 500 bounty, but this is just kind of min-maxing at this point. This is not an MMORPG, this is just an RTS. He's not min-maxing at all. In essentially, like, I think in any RTS game, you're just kind of trying to cut corners as much as you can, and you're trying to just reduce the tax that the game has on you. So I think this is kind of normal play from Pape. I don't think he cares. Normal play would never care about this, unless you're just, you know, like 10 years into the game being developed, and people just kind of play this kind of perfect style here. So as I said, Demu, spears, archers, scouts, trying to do something. That 2 villages coming ahead as well. Look at how fast those boys are running. The Brits really kind of good at cheese rolling competitions, kind of going downhill here, getting this lovely tower up. And this is going to mean that it is not a little piece of aggression that we saw from, who was it actually? From our very first cast anyway, where Viper just smashed those games, right? It is going to be a very, very committed play here from Demu. He's getting the towers up, probably like a villager kind of going towards the stone soon to get those arrows upgraded. It's going to mean that Demu is very likely to funnel units, as we can see across the board here, getting those extra archers, getting the support, and this is going to be a very committed attack, which means that actually this is not the nicest situation in the world for Pappy Paul, because he really wants to get those carcasses back home and he can't do it. There's no way he's going to be able to ferry those, so this is a lot of resources actually invested that he's not going to be able to recover easily, because that requires him, I think that to get kind of the value out of this, you need to get at least 2 hunts, and he's never going to get them now. I think this is super unlikely that he actually gets, and you know, gets 2 more or 3 more carcasses back home. I think this is why people stopped doing professional scouts as because this is just a very risky play. I think it might be even, oh, this is a nice kill for this knight though, so this knight does actually get a single villager kill. He's actually gonna go back and try to get poor, but there's already a spearman, there's an archer coming back, so this is not gonna be easy to get anything more done. Demo defending nicely. There's a knight actually fighting the spearman up, and those scouts in the end are going to go back home. I think they might be able to, if they go around, if they don't take the greedy path, don't take the greedy path. You are able to maybe get those things, especially that you have those super fast normal archers who are going to outrun the English archers, and they're definitely going to be able to contest you. So you see this, that's not initially a good trade for the Rus archers, but as they kind of inch forward, they're going to eke out a nice lead for themselves, and they're going to definitely be able to take a favorable or at least net neutral trades, which they do, which they totally do. And I think it is a very happy situation for Papipo. Yeah, Papi is a happy Papi, mate. He is gonna get the scout killed as well, which is very important because the English are trying to get like vision and they're trying to find some weaknesses in your armor. They're trying to penetrate that armor and they're trying to get something done. Now, that's not happening for now. Demo though, taking plan B into account, getting those extra villages on the stone, getting the arrow slits. And there's going to be a lot of pressure. Obviously, this is very annoying to play against because you see those notifications about, you know, your buildings being under attack consistently now, and you cannot really trust your minimap anymore, which is very frustrating from a player perspective. Now, you really don't want to lose those villagers though, because they are already like kind of a big commitment, right? You have to kill at least 2 of your opponent's villagers to go even, and because these 2 are kind of forfeit in a sense, right? They're kind of forfeit. So a little bit of a hassle here. English archers actually just very low numbers actually on Demo's side. I don't think this is enough to actually defend this. But there is this tower of arrow slits, so even though those villagers are going to not finish this, there's another tower here of arrow slits. This one doesn't have those yet, so I don't think this is the greatest of fights for Demo overall, but Demo can definitely at least just try to posture defensively here and just kind of, you know, anchor himself to this position, which is great. And which he's totally going to do, by the way. He's anchoring himself to this nice location at this edge of the map, getting those 2 extra villages, setting up this perimeter around the base of Pape, and that might indeed mean that at some point Pape is going to be forced to take a very unfavorable engagement in front of lots of those buildings. However, Demo is getting harassed in base, and he's going to lose another villager here. There's probably like 2 or 3 already dead because of this singular pesky knight, and that again takes away from the potential of Demo. He cannot produce as much as he would have wanted to, etc, etc. So, kind of troublesome, but Demo is getting lots more stones, so he might eventually, if he ends up in a situation like this where he's like 600 wood, he might eventually just either go for giga farms, which I think he's gonna do. He's also gonna go for rams. I was hoping for the triple TC play, guys. I was really hoping for the triple TC play, but it never happened. So we see a large, and actually this is a very decent count of archers. We have 16 archers for Demo, but again, the Rus have a very significant amount of forces here. 36, guys, 36 Rus archers waiting, right? It is actually going to be quite difficult to break, I think. Especially there are like some knights in the mix. There's 1 knight in the mix, 1 in production. So, might be difficult to break. In terms of villager numbers, 38 for the Rus and 37 for the English, so dead even. But 2 villagers here are kind of idle, right? They're building stuff, but they're not really doing too much work. And Papi does, very importantly, so I think this is kind of an oversight from Demo, Papi does manage to sneak another 3 scouts with additional carcasses back home. Which means that those villagers are going to be able to continue harvesting the resources, and this is going to be quite a big deal, honestly, for our Rus player, because this means he's actually able to sustain his economy for the upcoming future, which is great. And this means that his food income is not threatened. Demo doubling down on towers, doubling down on seed, but he's not making units. He doesn't have much. He has good eco though, I have to say this, like he has no eco upgrade here. He does have probably the +1 wood though. Is it Papi actually? So those guys have not gone for any eco upgrades other than wheelbarrows. So it's kind of a different approach from Viper. Viper is always getting stuff. Viper would have had like, you know, double Brodax, the horticulture, those basic upgrades there. But it's not the case here. We don't have those at all. And it's actually the Ruse doing the little ram ranch here for our English player. And this is something that English players don't like, because honestly, look at this. That's like not a big force. Demo kind of overproduced spears almost, I feel. And yes, there is a ram here. There are some units at the start, but look at this force from the Rus. It's massive. I'm not sure you can hold. I think you have to just almost give up on this. This is like an unholdable position at this point. And English are like, I don't know what Demo is doing. He doesn't have many units here on the field. Those knights are toast, but honestly, this is a massive advantage for Papipo. Look at this guy, like this is a massive army, guys. This is an absolutely massive army here. And Papipo is definitely getting a nice advantage out of this. Like, he's getting a very good trade. Obviously, to remember, English longbows slower than regular longbows, the regular archers, so they're gonna get chased down and killed off. And I don't think Demo has much at home to defend. And his position here with those rams, I mean with those towers, is gone. Because it's useless now. Like, you can just rally across the board like this, and it's not gonna matter. And English are actually in lots of trouble now, because those archers, I think this is the numbers, this is kind of the critical mass of archers that can just go through and just, you know, go past your defenses. And maybe even if they trade slightly unfavorably, they're still gonna win the game. Papi though, Papi disagrees. He's gonna just back away. He's gonna say, okay, I thinned out your archer count. I can definitely take down those towers. I'm going to just kind of slowly and steadily contain this game now, and I'm probably gonna win because I have way more units than you. And those lovely Strelbora here, that they do have the fireplace upgrade, so they're actually going to be able to set up camp, and they're going to be able to heal up a little bit, but it's not a lot. 44 villagers for Demo, by the way, and 46 for the Ruse for Papi. So, kind of a decent situation, I guess, for both players. It's not like the game is it's over. It's not like it's over, right? The game is not over at all by any means. But it is not looking great for Demo, because I think English still lose in the longer games against the Rus. Now you have to realize though, we have not had a longer game today yet. It's been always very short ones, like 20-minute stops, maybe 25. And this game is looking like, unless this kind of unless this ends abruptly now, I do think this might actually take a while. Because archer numbers are kind of even right now. Nobody's going castle yet. I think Papi isn't anyway, and Demo is kind of closer than Papi. Papi's actually getting some infrastructure here. He's gonna contest the hunt. He has enough food income for years now with those carcasses at home. He could probably just go snag some extra animals. He's actually gonna do this now. Look at this. He's actually using those scouts here to get some extra carcasses home. He's also clearing out all those outposts, so there is no kind of defensive for... there's no position, kind of no forward position for Demo there. So Demo's kind of confined to his own base at this point. And the Rus have probably a little bit smaller... Yeah, a little bit better of an army. Like 48 archers to what looks like 25. And what is gonna happen now is actually another kind of wall play. I think I like it actually. Like, you're safe then. Like, if you get this wall off, like, you're getting like a nice kind of safety net for your army, right? You can kind of guarantee there is nothing bad that's gonna happen to your villagers if they go for the berries here, for instance, if they go for the boar here. It's actually looking quite nice. Demo though, actually slightly ahead on the timing, going up towards the castle age. His opponent, not there yet. I think he needs about like a minute longer. Excuse-moi. I'm just drinking lots of water, guys. He needs a minute longer to go, but he does get the second town center though. So that's kind of the big difference here. Of course, the English are going to have the King's Palace, so it's going to be the equalizer here, just getting those two things. One King's Palace, one town center here is going to mean that this is going to be a dead even game as we speak. It's going to be a very, very straight even game. And whoever is better, I think, at this point is going to take it. I think it's been like, very exciting initially. Very good hold from Papi. Very kind of reasonable. No rush decisions, right? He just kind of did what he needed to do to win. Or to hold. And he actually managed to eke out a nice... maybe an advantage. I think he has an advantage, right? He has more units, so definitely an advantage then. And Demo now going for those veteran longbows, of course, getting some tech, I guess, behind all this, getting villagers pumped out, you know, the drill. Now, he doesn't probably want to fight Rus yet. I think he wants to get the veteran upgrade first. Veterancy is important for those archers. And yeah, so I think they're just going to go for like a small Hazar here in the middle, but I don't believe there is any good reason for Demo to take a fight right now, a committed fight anyway. He just needs to get his upgrades. He knows he's ahead in terms of timing. The Rus are going to go up now. I think Papi is like 20-30% up. Oh, he's done actually. Shit. What Papi did by the way, it's kind of interesting to see. Like, first of all, both players walling up because they realize or recognize this is going to be a late game scenario. We're going to go to at least 40 minutes, I think, with this game. Second of all, we see walls coming up from both sides and relics are going to get cut off. Not all of them, many of them though. There are, you know, so many of those relics are going to get cut off here. So these two, definitely in Papi's pocket. This one in the middle, alongside the sacred side, by the way. Interesting, very nice placement here for those things. I think this is the nice balance part that we have, right? This is going to be contested territory, almost. And The question becomes then, how exactly is it gonna pan out? Like, is Demo gonna go for relics, for instance? Do you do this as Demo? Do you actually contest? I think you have to, kind of, right? You cannot just give like 4 relics or 5 relics to the Ruse. Would be sweet to get at least this one, maybe, right? Get this one, and obviously your close one as well. I think that would be amazing. There's a knight here in the farms, but it's not gonna do much. I actually do think, against like all the kind of normal expectations, I do believe that the Rus and the English have relatively similar late games, right? The gold generation, passive, slow trickle of gold that they have, right? English, I think, maybe slightly better, even with those farms. If you have like 50, 60 farms, you're definitely getting nice gold income too. Not insane though, it's not like daily levels, right? Old daily levels anyway, but it's decent. And getting some relics safeguarded for yourself is going to definitely kind of go a long way for both players here. So definitely both of those kind of trying to get those relics. I'm not sure how far ahead we are here. Demo getting the double. Let's look at the eco upgrades, but I think it's quite important to have a look at the ecos now. So Demo working with double Brodax here, no forestry, which Viper was always getting, but please be reminded, Viper would always get forestry, and no horticulture, and no mining. His opponent is working with no horticulture, no mining, and 1 double Brodax. Nothing else. So +1 wood upgrade so far, and that's all she wrote. Both players kind of powering up though. We can see both of them actually getting lots of units here in the queue. We have 2 mangoes here. Demo also working with a single, I think, siege workshop, but he's not producing siege. I would probably like to see a Springle or 2, maybe 3 even. I think 3 Springles is a magical number because they one-shot a mangonel. So if your opponent sees 3 Springles, they're essentially forced to back away and reconsider their options because they cannot just go for it. What I would really love to see for the English, by the way, that's kind of very important, is a keep in the middle, because this is going to mean that with those walls kind of looking the way they are, this is going to be the main point of contention, and the English really thrive with a castle in the middle. Like, this is going to be a very difficult position to break if you get a very nice keep set up over here. So Demo definitely getting the stone for that right now. He's going to get that probably rolling immediately, and he's actually getting lots of food. I'm kind of baffled by the amount of food that Demo has. I think it might have either overdone the farms. He has like 25 villagers on farms. He's getting horticulture as well, actually. He's getting horticulture. Yeah, that's toast, right? It's not gonna go up. It is not gonna go up, ever. But getting a keep here, right? A keep in the middle of the map is definitely going to propel you towards victory here. It's a very good situation for Demo if you can get this building up. If you can actually just get some sort of control over the middle. Because this is going to mean he gets the sacred side here. He probably gets control of this kind of right quadrant as well. Because this is kind of Ruse territory at this point, I guess, with the tower and such. But he's gonna get like a nice kind of vantage point into later game, right? But I would really love to see a monastery here. Like, he does, I think, need to get this. Because getting 2 or 3 relics early on is going to really pay dividends later. Oh, he is mad. I was thinking he would go for this, but it's crazy. He's gonna go for Bakshi Palace, I think. So he finishes this. I'm not sure where he's gonna drop the Bakshi. Oh, no! Oh, this is the trap boy. No way, man. I've never seen this before in a competitive game. He's gonna go for Wingard Palace, which is weird. It's producing traps very cheaply. And English traps are actually okay now. Traps are generally speaking okay. But yeah, like, this is a huge investment. Like, Demo has very little standing army because of this. And there are 2 mangoes on the field. There's like a massive archers. 3 mangoes on the field. Now 3 rams. Is it the risky click of the day for Demo, guys? Is it that? Does Demo hold? Does Demo actually hold this position long enough to get Wingard army out? And start reaping benefits of Imperial? Because honestly, Imperial alone is not a huge deal. I think, like, if Papi sees the age up, he's gonna go. He's gonna realize, okay, I have to go. I have like so little in terms of going towards Imperial myself, and there is no way I'm gonna be able to play this. I'm gonna have to go now. I think this is kind of the trigger. I think Papi must be as surprised as we are to see this. So actually, that's quite interesting. But somehow the Soiree Monk does manage to sneak the relic out of this. So he does get this relic too. So it's gonna be 4 relics right now for Ruse, right? It's gonna be 4 relics, yeah. Which is weird. I don't agree with this, but at least 1 Demo plays. What the hell? Have you guys seen this before? He's gonna go for enclosures. That's absolutely a necessity, right? You have to click enclosures the second you hit Imperial as English. I have not seen the Winged Palace though, ever, in a competitive game. I've watched a lot of competitive games, man. It's quite strange, it's quite weird. So, Dimu, alive. Papi, I think powering up. He's gonna drop a keep of his own. He's gonna try to contest this middle sacred side. It's kind of surprising to see the Ruse not getting those 2 sacred sides, by the way. I think they could... Definitely this one is for the grabs, right? So it's kind of surprising that he has not got it yet. And yeah, the English, again, no monastery yet. No sort of royal control, which is weird. But I guess he has other fish to fry as a Brit. So he might just kind of have some other kind of concerns here. So now this winged army is gonna take a minute 15 to go and reproduce. It's very cheap. It's very cost efficient, right? It's longbows, spearmen, men-at-arms, knight, and treb for essentially the cost of a single treb, which is huge. It's massive. Dimu gets a network of citadels, giving him extra attack speed for all his units. It's great. It's gonna help him quite a bit, getting in, around those castles, of course. I'm kind of surprised the Berkshire Palace didn't go down for the map. This is like, super mid-central, right? Because this is gonna be the core point of contention. I kind of would have loved to see a Berkshire Palace here. Because that would have definitely supported this kind of middle. This would have definitely given like full control over the middle for Dimu. But also this kind of exposes you are going in very quickly, so maybe that's what didn't want to happen. There are 2 trebuchets from the Rus, and Papi seemingly going up to Imperial himself, right? Yeah, he's gonna go with 22 villages with what seems to be high armor indeed, so supporting the siege. No surprises there, no weird Russian stuff here being built, and he's just gonna go in towards that siege mode as well. I think they're just going to clash in the middle now at some point. And obviously those Imperial upgrades are gonna start kicking in as well. Dimu getting the +3 ranged attack, he's getting the artillery speed, and yeah, he's just going to try probably to break his opponent at some point. Getting this would be nice. Incendiary arrow, of course, is a very, very big upgrade as well for your English player, because yeah, they rely on archers so heavily, right? It's quite a big deal. Now the winged armies are coming out, so there's going to be some knights, some useless spearmen, some useless vanguard MAAs, and a treb. And obviously, like, getting upgrades is going to make those armies a little bit more efficient, of course. And yeah, getting trebs doesn't hurt at this stage of the game. So getting 3 trebuchets, kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal for Dimu. So Dimu's going to actually hold this position. He's going to have this to his own. There's a sacred site here that is not being contested at all. And those 2, okay, one of those actually has been taken by the Rus. So one of those is actually captured, and Dimu is going to try to just kind of control this middle position for the time being. I think this is the matter of getting the critical mass of those trebs. By the way, 5 spearmen here. Okay, sorry. I wonder if Dimu ever notices there is something hiding in this tower for him, or if this is just going to be, those 5 pop points that he could have used elsewhere. Because 5 pop is actually quite a bit. It's 1 siege engine, right? Like Mango is 3 actually, so it will be almost 2 siege engines. Quite huge. And we're just gonna witness this absolutely uninspiring trebuchet battle for the upcoming future. I guess we're gonna just see this happen for a while. There is a nice move out here for the Rus. I think he's gonna try. So Papi is gonna try to contest another sacred site too, which is great. There is a tower going up as well. Getting some extra vision, I guess, is the key. Here, I think Dimu is going to get some additional keeps as well. It looks like he's getting lots of stone, right? He's on 1.2k. Same thing for Papi, though. Papi is also probably trying to get some additional keeps to kind of ensure that his position here is going to be guaranteed to remain as it is. Okay, so Dimu and Incendiaros in, and also Military Academy, so faster production of units. 25%, quite a big deal, actually, quite a decent amount of upgrades. You can see how much Rus is getting. Do we have the gunpowder, the chemistry, right? We have the, again, the +3 ranged, +1 melee armor. We have the siege wags, some more HP for the artillery, and +2 arrow defense as well. So quite a decent set of upgrades for both players. And actually, they're both capped, I think, right? They should be both capped at this point, or close to being such. So 98 eco by the way, 208. Dimu working with a slightly better economy overall. And yeah, there's a small run by, I think, of those archers. It's not going to accomplish much. And those are like the magical arrows of the English archers, flying through the screen, just obliterating the line of their enemies. And you see those villagers actually kind of winning. So Dimu does win the kind of keep combat here. Like, he does actually get to kill his opponent's keep before his opponent kills his keep. And there's actually another archer run by, weirdly enough. I think this might be a small mistake on the side of Dimu, because he does have a single mango to his name. He has 0 mangos, which means that those archers can kind of relentlessly run in and try to kill off some units of Dimu, because Dimu doesn't have any AoE to deal with them efficiently. Which is not the greatest of deals, I have to say this. It's not the greatest of deals. Those traps, by the way, kind of idling away here. They're not doing much. Actually, right now with this kind of extra upgrade, right, so they're gonna get the shattering projectiles. I think this should be kind of a nice improvement overall. So this might be something that propels Dimu forward. Dimu also kind of getting making sure that those flanks stay safe. So he's gonna get the stone wall here. He's probably gonna establish like another kind of perimeter here to the right as well, getting this maybe cut off or something. He still hasn't got the relic though, which is very questionable. Ruse with a very solid gold income because of this, I think. So English, of course, working with a nice trickle of their own. So each to their own, I guess, right? Each of them is getting like decent upgrades overall. So elite longbows here. Dimu actually running out of wood of all things, kind of unfortunate. So we have some villagers on wood still, but this is not the sweetest spot in the world, of course. Not being able to repair your keep is gonna cost you a keep usually. That's how it goes. While they're shattering projectiles, you can see they are actually doing some damage potentially, right? So this might be a different situation now than it was for Dimu before. So he's able to apply some pressure. I'm not really sure if he's going for much more though. He's actually just sitting here and trying to hold this position. He's trying to hold this kind of part of the map to his own. Puppy Pole? Puppy is working with what seems to be just a normal army. He's actually replacing some archer with Streltsy though, so that's kind of the shit he's making, right? He's actually going to go towards Streltsy horseman composition with those upgrades coming in as well. He's getting the biology as well, which is great because he's gonna get lots of HP for his horsemen and for his knights. He's gonna get elite army. He probably has the Boyar Fortitude already. No, he doesn't actually. So he probably does need the Boyar Fortitude as well. And this is gonna mean that he will have a very decent position in this game as it progresses, right? For now, just replacing units that he finds less useful with the more useful ones, just trading away. I think that's great, right? He's just going to make sure that once the time comes, he has like a very decent force that just can win fights for him, right? It's quite important. And the traps kind of idly running away right now, they're not really accomplishing much. So the Rus actually, I think they're powering up into a nicer army than the English can get. Elite horsemen as well going in. No Boyar Fortitude yet, I think, right? Still no Boyar Fortitude because this should be marked here on the HP bar, and it's not. Let me just see quickly. Yeah, there's no Boyar Fortitude done for Puppy yet. That's kind of a nice, slightly big oversight because it's cheaper than the horseman upgrade. It's kind of almost as efficient, I think. So it's kind of strange that he doesn't have it. Especially those are units that he's going to trade a lot, so actually being more efficient in trades is quite important, I think. So the Rus getting this kind of nice situation in the middle of the map, English establishing theirs. But they're fighting over Sacred Site, that doesn't matter because the English could have taken it. I think the English had have every opportunity now to take the Sacred Site. But yeah, Dimu just kind of doesn't feel like a monastery is what he needs. Which is weird because he has like 1,100 resources right now, which is not the greatest situation. And you know, he's floating lots of resources, he could definitely be spending those. You have to say though, Puppy actually working with relatively low amount of food. 150 is not inspiring in any way or form, so you might actually be forced to kind of, you know, plug a few of those holes with artillery at this point. That looks like it. So here Horseman actually is trying to exchange a few blows with the archers. Not much kind of comes out of it, like they all just die. 5 traps, 6 traps right now for Dimu. Again, weird. I'm not sure if they're going to accomplish much, but they're here. So here those Horsemen actually just kind of going across to the Rus Horsemen, getting into the mining of Dimu. And they actually have gone unnoticed mostly. Those are elite units that are actually doing lots of damage, and Dimu is forced to retreat. He's gonna lose lot of villagers here. So obviously, not the worst trade because Dimu has so much more food than his opponent and he can actually afford to spend it. But at the same time, you know, you have to respect this kind of good effort. Puppy, by the way, is actually spending. I think he recognizes that's an investment you have to make if you think game is gonna last at least 10 or more minutes. I think he recognizes this might be like, you know, at 50-minute, maybe 55-minute. Gonna go cross-cut saw, and he's also gonna go for precision cross braiding, right, which is quite a big deal. And it's gonna mean that he has a very solid eco now. He did invest into it though, so he hopefully doesn't die immediately afterwards, right? He has to make sure that he doesn't die. Traps of the English actually trying to shoot some projectiles, missing most of those because those units are kiting like crazy. So Demo not gonna get much done here, but there is also this kind of cannon emplacement here. There's an actual bombard cannon here as well. So the Rus actually kind of getting pushed back a little bit, right? They have no stone wall either, so they cannot kind of safeguard other positions. And this gold very nicely kind of captured by Demuzim actually. Demu has actually been able to get this gold under his control, or under his thumb really, which is gonna mean that, yeah, this is just at least not gonna be accessible to his opponent for a while, right? Getting this keep down is gonna require like a very large rotation of forces, which I don't think Papipo is ready mentally to make yet. I have to say he has accumulated a nice heavy count of Streltsy, right? So it's kind of something to kind of take into consideration. 20 Streltsy, 17, well, 12 horsemen actually. That is not terrible, that is not terrible. Demo working with 63 archers though, 63 guys. Kind of the game has changed a little bit since we kind of examined the state before. We have elite men-at-arms kicking in. So Demo is gonna go for this kind of MAA, which is kind of reasonable because obviously the infantry of the English is very, very solid, right? And they're cheap, kind of harder to counter than knights, and they are very efficient against most units other than the Streltsy, so in crossbows, right? They have lots of defense, so it will be very hard to break them. So I do understand the choice. I'm not sure how many upgrades he does have though, right? He does have, Demo does have all those kind of big boy upgrades here, so he's actually going to be pretty safe. Once he reaches the upgrade, this is going to be quite a nice situation for him, a nice army at least to have. So elite MAAs and lots of trebs against whatever Papi is feeling here. And Papi actually has managed to get a decent bang for his own efforts. The problem for him is though, like he doesn't have that much gold income actually. Despite the relics, he's actually short on gold. He has no way of getting this one over here. And here, I think he's run out of money, pretty much, right? He's kind of running dry. It's 15 villagers on gold somewhere. It's here, right? It's kind of the last deposit standing. 4k gold and he's dry completely. So I think it's kind of a good idea, maybe, to even move out a single trebuchet here and just to try and kill this keep. If you don't do this, you will be in trouble eventually. Because you need to kind of have access. Once those, because for now you're okay, like for the next 4k gold, like probably like, what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes? You're gonna be fine. 3 minutes it is, right? But once those 3 minutes elapse, this keep, giga exposed. I mean, sorry, this gold is gonna be giga valuable at it. I'm kind of surprised because the Demo is actually not mining here. Because I think he could have just easily mined out a lot of this before he was forced to forfeit it. The Rus commit too hard, right? You can just really get a lot of this for yourself. Demo's gold income, by the way, is at 800 a minute, which is not great, but he's super consistent because he's getting the farms going, right? So it's lots of farming gold. So, and he's kind of, I think he's kind of fine here. We see Strel's actually kind of coming for an attack here. You can see how much damage trebuchets do, though. Those are the English trebs with those shattering projectiles. Actually, they do a lot of damage, man. They actually absolutely smash those units here. And that is looking quite nice. It's looking quite good for the English player, actually. If this is actually the case, I think Demo can go for a push soon, because he has like 8 trebs now. They do lots of damage to units, apparently. And yeah, he can definitely take over the game then. He can definitely take over the game. So a small trade going on, obviously losing a few villagers at this point in the game. Almost desirable for many players because they might have too much eco. Demo doesn't have too much. Demo has like 90 eco. But he does. Look at this. Took him a while. He does go for the relic. He doesn't drop it yet, but he does have it. He's actually carrying the relic on his monk. So he doesn't return it yet. I think he forgot, but he does have the relic. So no relic standing on the map at 37 minutes 40. That's the positive. I think he's just gonna go for sacred size. Like, he's probably just go for sacred size. Like, well, this one is for the taking, right? Where is it? Like here. He definitely has this one under control. As I said, kind of, I think this is kind of likely to happen in Rus, realizing that 3 minutes have elapsed. We need to contest this build. This is the last build standing on the map for us, other than this one here, which is in the middle of the wall. So I think that's why it is going to be something that the Rus are going to try to commit to, right? So Papipo trying his darnest to retain control over his side of the map and actually trying to kind of get a little bit of wiggle room on the other side over here, on this sacred side on this gold. If he can actually get it, I think it's a very good spot for him. Because this is gonna mean that he has, another sacred side, some more gold in his pockets, and he's actually gonna get the gold access. But he needs to fight for this. It's not gonna be easy, because this trebuchet is actually shredding his army. So Not too easy to pull off, actually. Both players working with immensely huge banks, though, so losing a few units, even cannons now, I think is not a big problem. Another thing for Rus is, though, like, they have actually, like, unlimited gold income. Because they can, not unlimited, but very solid gold income, not only from relics, but also from the Golden Gate. Literally can get, like, you know, 750 gold at this point, which is a lot, right? It's quite a decent chunk. I'm doing math wrong, right? It's more... It is 750. It is 750, right? And this is actually committed fight over here again. So we have those exchanges, like those archers trying to trade against those artillery units. Of course, Demo I think has enough resources right now. He doesn't care too much. So the two concerns those guys have right now are like that they need wood, which is slowly drying out on the map. There is one wood line here. There's a massive wood line here actually, but this is going to be contested territory, right? Which is, by the way, getting attacked here right now by the Strelts. Is actually a massive fight, a kind of a nice little pivot from Papi Boy. He's getting a nice trade over here. The Strelts are very efficient as they kind of develop their damage stacks, right? They're actually getting stacks right now. They're trading quite nice against those units here, but obviously in the middle of the enemy base, not gonna last too long. So Papi Boy actually lost a lot of his resources here, I think. Demo, though, is also losing here. Demo is actually getting kicked out of this position. At least, you know, his opponent is going to be able to sustain it to some extent. Both working with very high supplies, actually Demo falling behind. I think this is because this one was attacked and he lost a lot of supply over here. He's also low on eco now. This is like, I said the villagers don't matter, but it's only when you drop to around 100. 75 is very low villager count, so I think Demo needs to replenish the villas. And it's a lot actually, it's like 25 villages is a lot of money, it's a lot of food that you could be spending elsewhere. And you can see Demo actually slowly running dry on food at this point. He's losing food. He is at 3,900. It's 1,300 food. He is at 9,000 before. He might have sold some for gold though. So Demo's economy not looking too great. He's actually probably getting mining going still. This mining operation is going to move to that keep now, which he probably should have exploited before. But he is going to get some gold income still. Not as much as the Ruse though, and you have to say, not having those sacred sites and not having that relic, or those two relics potentially, because I think he had enough control to get at least two relics there. So not having those relics is going to cost him in the long run. I think it is going to be the nail to his coffin if anything. It's double keep drop for Demo. So Demo is actually not getting desperate maybe. You can't say this is desperate. But he's actually committing to this gold. He realized, okay, if I lose this gold, I am very likely to lose the game because I'm actually not getting enough income. And the Rus, you know, actually Papi Boy was looking quite bad before, but he gets stabilized. And Demo doesn't quite seem to have the eco. Yeah, he still has +1 lumberjack upgrade. He has +1 food. He doesn't have like fertilization. He's actually not getting that much eco going. He did invest on time, whereby his opponent did. And it's actually quite a big issue now. Thank you so much for the subscription, Classic Mawal. Thank you, mate. Welcome, 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 mate. I hope you're doing lovely on the day. Guys, be like Classic. Follow and subscribe if you're enjoying the cast, of course. Now, having a look at this, we have 7 of those straps actually moving across, 8 now, being this is actually the next one joining these, and yeah, those keeps did go up, right? It's quite important of a detail. Those keeps did go up, so this is probably something that Demo cannot lose now. He's gonna just kind of mine it out completely, and it's going to allow him to maybe establish some sort of decent position in this game. Decent because he's already slightly behind, I think. That's kind of a scary thing for him, because he would probably like to have an additional monastery. I mean, yeah, he needs a monk actually. I'm not sure why. Since he has been able to keep control of the middle and here, why he hasn't gone for a monk yet. It's not that big of a deal in terms of investment, but it's just so much money you can get. I guess he has like bigger fish to fry still, right? So he's just trying to maybe just stay alive in this game. Late game as English is quite scary, so it's kind of good. He might not be in his comfort zone, right? He might not be in his comfort zone. Usually English games just end quickly. This one just kind of decided to go long. Now, Trebs of the Rus, you have to actually say, by the way, Trebs are very solid. You have to say this is a very good unit. I did undervalue it a lot, and once I actually started using Trebs, my elos skyrocketed because people don't expect it, honestly. And Trebs are this kind of safe, strong siege unit, and I do really say they have to say that Trebs are going to pay for their price in gold if you just decide to start using them. They're super good. I love AoE 3 too, by the way. It was a great game. It still is, but like, I love AoE 4 too. This is AoE 4 mate. And it is absolutely magnificent too, guys. You have to say, AoE 4 is a great game. Like, it's super fun to watch, super fun to play as well. Let's have a look at... I think, if you're asking about who is winning, look at the resources. I think Papi is winning, by quite a large extent as well. I think Papi has a solid bank. Papi has infinite gold as well on the map. And once Demu gets this gold out, I'm not sure if he can actually get more. I think that's all she wrote. Like, if Demu doesn't win soon, he's gonna be super screwed. And he's not trading well. He's not trading. He has been trading too well for the last, like, 5-10 minutes. So in terms of winners, I don't think there's a doubt that Demu is slowly bleeding out. And there are, by the way, some very big deficits for Demu because he doesn't have the eco upgrades. Papi did actually, like 10 minutes ago, as I said, like, he decided this game is gonna go long. I'm gonna invest and get my tier 3 eco upgrades. And he did. Right? And this is not the case at all for Demu. Demu has +1, +1, +1, I think. Or +1, +1, +0. Which means his eco is in shambles. It's in absolute shambles, actually. He also lost a lot of villagers. 95 villagers is not a healthy villager count, I think. Whereas Papi is working 196, which is actually healthy. So I do believe that, like, all things considered, Demu is going to slowly bleed out if he does make something extraordinary happen. Now this is kind of a good start, kind of forcing your opponent to lose a couple of those traps. You know, just losing a few of those men-at-arms is quite a big deal. Demu also, since he did distract his opponent, is going to move in here and try to at least set up shop to attack that keep. He is forced away, but he does get like a nice trade here, I think. And you can see how much those shattering projectiles do. Actually, this is heavy damage. It's super heavy damage if they hit. It's kind of nice to have that. Demu, again, I'm not sure about the upgrades of his. He has both the infantry upgrades. He doesn't have any any gunfire upgrades. He does have 6 cannoneers, which I don't think validates that yet. Like, he would have needed more, but it's kind of a starting point. I think Papi is winning. Yeah, I think Papi is definitely winning this. He has, look at the strelts account. He has like a massive strelts account, 24. And I don't think Demu has a strong unit that will counter this. Like, he needs like 2 mangos here, I think, to actually deal with this. There's also like nice art. Look at this. Ruse have like 5 of those Springles and 4 of those Mangonels. And those are Ruse Springles with like 0.5 attack range bonus, which is not huge anymore, but it's still significant, right? It still can, if you have good micro now, you can still get very good trades out. And those springs actually are gonna attack those Mangos. Sorry, they're gonna attack the traps. They're gonna get very good trades here. They're gonna kill a few of those trebuchets. Of course, English traps kind of free. But still, losing any gold at this point for Demu is going to be painful. His opponents, look at how much Papi has. Papi has 11, 12,000 food and 10,000 gold now. And he's consistently full pop. Demu doesn't have the comfort anymore. And look at the queue, 10 strelts as well. This is lots, it's like 1,000 more of each resource. There's lots of artillery. He has infinite resources now. He can just keep trading for years. Demu though, he's at 780 food. He's sub 1k food. I don't think he can win this anymore. And this gold is gonna run dry now, and he never moved the prelate from here. I mean, the monk, right? He never actually used that monk to get anything under control. So gold is running dry, food is running dry. You're losing trades because Rus have better units, I think, overall than the English do. And yes, you can kill a few of those sprinkles, right, at school and stuff, but the Rus can just replenish them at will really at this point. The wood is the biggest concern for the Rus, but I don't think they care too much, to be honest. Good trade. I think it's a very good trade for Demu. Because, as I said, he keeps the trap count healthy. He does kill all those Springles. He's actually going to retain the control over the middle here. So, maybe he can just still come back. Maybe he can just still close his way back. I do think this is a very strong advantage to going in towards Papi Pool. As I said, he's a very good competitor. He's very strong in this matchup. He's, as I said, like, Papi is something you have to reckon with. He's like top 15 on the ladder right now. So, yeah. A very large force indeed. I'm gonna need my water refill soon, actually. I'm gonna need my water refill soon. So the trades are continuing here. The mangos, look at the mango count, but this is something you have to really be concerned with. Because you are using very squishy units, and your opponent has like 5 mangoes. It's never good. It's never a good sign, man. And of course you're also gonna get traded because those horsemen, elite horsemen by the way, mind you, because they got upgraded a long time ago. Without Boyar Fortitude yet, I think. No, with it actually, they have the Boyar Fortitude as well. They are super strong right now. They're gonna have a very nice position here in this game. obviously very good against archers, very good against artillery. Everything that Demo has is currently getting absolutely obliterated because the composition from the Ruse, the stuff that Ruse can field right now, especially the upgrade that Papio has been able to get, is just going to be way better than what Demo can field. And that's just a very big difference making here. You can see Demo actually short on wood again, short on food. And this is just going to be, I think it's going to be a game of trades, right? At some point, sooner than later at this point, I think as well, it's going to be Demo that that's out. I do believe so, quite firmly. But it's going to be a little more time, right? It's not like it's entirely over right now. I do think that Demo still has a chance if he makes something magnificent happen, but honestly, I don't think this is like the right way to do this. Like, you cannot fight like someone with like 10,000 or 15,000 resources more than you, like face to face. You need to make something special happen, and Demo is just not getting that. He's actually idling some villagers as well. I'm not sure why, but he's idling some villagers too. Not the greatest position in the world, to be honest. I'm kind of holding my camera in the middle because those guys are kind of playing ARAM at this point, right? They're just kind of staying in the middle, not getting much done, and you can see like, yeah, they're just kind of working with massive infrastructure, all random, all mid, just make units, go mid, shoot at your opponent, hope he dies before you do. Like, and it is actually working for Papi, it's not working for Demo at all. So Team Liquid or not, at some point you cannot outscale Ruse, and that's what's happening. Sadly, English are good at late game, but they're not even remotely as good as the Ruse are, I think. Because even if he's trading better than his opponent now, it doesn't matter too much, right? It doesn't seem to be a big difference maker at all, because Demo just is gonna run out of you because he's 20 wood, he's on 20 wood right now. He's gonna be able to just make MAAs now, and not so many because the food is also a concern now. So that is a big problem now for him. This is a big issue. Even with all those attack speed upgrades because of the network citadels, right? He's not getting enough damage then, I think, to actually trade this. And I think he realizes this. He's slowly getting pushed right now. He says max population, but I don't think it's gonna last much longer, guys. I don't really think it's gonna last much longer. He's just shifting villages around, trying to get something, right? He's trying to get something going right now, but it's not the greatest situation in the world. Ruse is actually taking a lot of that wood out of the map. I don't think he has much more left, but he has a trade as well. He has trade network established, which Demo has not got. Like, this is actually quite a big kind of, you know, move. You get to say a huge move for Papi Paw, because he has trade, he has 4 relics, he has a sacred site, and he has mid control right now. His opponent has jack shit at this point. Like, there is no way he wins because it just changed, and economical upgrades. So he has full eco upgrades, and Demo, you know, stack at +1. Not all +1 actually, not even +1 across the board. So there is no one that like he's gonna slowly bleed out now. He's still producing well. He's actually managed to. I think he just spends his gold. He just spends his gold consistently. He's getting that. So that's the way he is able to keep making units. But I don't believe that in the long run, Papi can just lose if he just, unless he messes up micro like terribly. If he just goes for a tea or for a coffee, and it comes back, I think he still should be able to recover. So. Papi is definitely driver's seat this game, man. Papi is definitely driver's seat. 51 minutes, man. I knew, it was like 15 minutes, and I knew this was gonna be a long game because it just looked like this. And this is just gonna be consistent trades. But again, look at Demo. Spent his gold, he spent his wood, he spent his food, and he's really running dry again. And I'm not really sure. At this moment, if Papi can actually make anything good happen here, I mean, like, he just has to keep pushing. I think if he just keeps pushing his opponent, he's eventually gonna win. That's the only way. So you can't. I don't think there's a move, right? There's like a specific thing that you can do as Papi will take you to victories. I don't think that's happening, man. But at the same time, like, you just kind of keep trading consistently, and you are eventually just going to outmaneuver your opponent. Look at Demo is like at the last breath, literally at his last breath. He has sub 1k in every resource except for gold, and gold is also trickling out, right? He's buying food with this, he's actually buying food as well. So, can't produce siege. Sorry guys, my dog is kind of, I think, seeking attention. I'm just gonna kind of sneak her in. Once this game is over, because I've been casting this for 53 minutes, I don't want to kind of finish the cast without finishing the cast, okay? So, we're gonna have a short doggo intermission in like 3 minutes. I think once Demo actually breaks completely, Because this is gonna look quite. I think it's gonna go dire from here, right? It doesn't seem like Demo has a way of pushing it back. And Papi has infinite bank. Infinite. It's 8.3k gold still. And I do think that at the same time, Papi should have 20 tickets at the goal. It's like, this is not gonna ever end for Papi. Like, Papi has infinite money. Whatever he does, he has 20 tickets. He can just buy, 3,000 gold right now, right? Yeah, 3,000 gold, man. Quick math. Or, 3,000 wood or something. Very efficient trading. Anyway, it's not gonna go well for him. Like, there is no way Papi loses this right now. Demo, though, I think Demo's kind of rebuilding. Demo is he's actually holding on somehow. Which is surprising to me. Like, I thought he was completely dead now. But he isn't actually. He's not dead. He's hanging on quite nicely. Look at this. So he's actually able to recover a little bit. He still has no trade. He's actually starting trading now because he's like free markets. Is there any caravans actually moving? No. So he built the markets. He never actually spent the money to get them going though. So he wins this fight somehow. And this game continues. But you have to say Papi has that massive cash out potential that Demo just spent his entire bank on this. So he's like on literally his last breath now. He has to win this game with this push, like slowly but steady. He has to trade very well. He has to wear his opponent down without losing too much. If he can accomplish this, that's like a heroic feat at this point, because this is just absolutely massive an advantage that his opponent has in terms of resources. But looks like actually Demo is on the push against no less than like 7 Mangos, right? 7 Mangos here on the field and lots of other units. But Demo is actually working with a very decent army of his own. But you have to say he's again dropping in terms of resources. He's actually below 1,000 gold again. And Papi 25 Streltsy and 4 Mangos. So Papi is actually fielding a very expensive army consistently. He's been actually doing this for a while. That's kind of the problem. But yeah, eventually Demo breaks. I think eventually Demo just breaks. In terms of production, you can see the queues: 17 horsemen and 9 Streltsy for Papi. And Papi again with 114 eco. And Demo with 99 eco, and he has men at arms, archers, and somewhat good armies, and a little bit of cannoneers, but not many. So I don't think that's kind of an army that can keep fighting forever. Though obviously Spear is very solid units against the horsemen, right? So they are gonna definitely trade quite well. I think both players kind of recognize the fact that gold has become a very, very rare peep, so they want to just kind of keep it going and just be able to use it for as long as possible. Very baffling for me that Demo hasn't gone for the sacred side. At least he has full control here still. But so Archer's still targeting those Streltsy. I think this kind of expensive units, so you actually want to kill it first. And Papi actually dropping towards 1,000 for territory at this point. I think he must have actually used some of this kind of Golden Gate trading as well, because he popped up to 1k stone. Although he has a stone deposit here, so he's probably just mining this or something else. But he's getting some resources going anyway for himself. He's getting some stone. Demo has no luxury as such. He doesn't have that stone available. There's a small raid, but I don't think it's gonna do much, especially like that both players are actually just kind of at their absolute limits right now. And Demo is actually holding, so you have to say this, Demo is holding on. And those trades are going kind of meh for both players at this point. Like Papi has definitely been losing those trades for the past few minutes. Like last 3 minutes were definitely Demo's minutes, because Demo actually microed well. I think he's just kind of nice idea as to how to play this composition. And he's microing his heart out, to be honest. Look at those raids, but this is actually not good rallies from the Strelts. Look at this, they're just running into the army of Demo, and they're actually dying there. Another Strelts, look at this, actually not good micro at all for Papi. I think Papi is on the brink of taking this still, but he does stop paying attention for a little bit longer, and he's gonna die as well. He stopped replenishing, he's at 200 now. But he has enough money to keep going, right? Demo doesn't have that sort of luxury anymore. So Demo is losing trade, but he's still very persistent. He has lots of units in the queue. So he can keep replenishing for a while. He can definitely keep replenishing. It's just a matter of, how long for, right? How long for? Can he keep this up? Whew, what a game, man. What a freaking game. So yeah, this is gonna again be something that Demo is going to retake. He's gonna retake this, but he needs the wood, so he actually has to retake this. Where is our Ruse player getting the wood from? Here, like he actually has villagers here, so he's gonna have to start contesting this wood line, because wood is gonna become a serious concern. Now, I do think Ruse need far less wood than the English do, so that's kind of a big issue. Right, that's definitely the case. Ruse definitely need far less wood because they can trade as well. Very efficiently. And yeah, the English can't quite do this. I do think that Demo could have seen the late game coming and she should have made some more investments, so that's quite important to note. But she could have definitely made some better investments here. Which she totally hasn't done. She totally hasn't done this yet. So that's I think the big problem right now. Demo is winning those trades somehow. I do have to say he's winning quite handsomely in his kind of front line here. And I do think it has to be surprising to his opponent that he's not taking those fights by the storm. So look, Demo is he winning the game? What is going on here? And Demo is like literally on 0 resources consistently, but Papi is melting. Papi's bank was 8,000. Like I think he had like 20k resources in the bank, easily 20k. And look at this. This is no longer that. Like he's losing artillery. He's losing very expensive siege. He has no wood income, none whatsoever. Is it actually gonna be Papi losing? Is it Demo taking this game after such a heroic struggle? This is impressive, man. Demo is like a freaking god of this game. Look at this. I thought he was dead like 10 minutes ago. He was in dire straits. He managed to claw his way back here. He is trading with his opponent quite evenly so. They're at equal supply. Look at this. Papi is dying. Papi is dying here. Like, look, he has no food anymore. Does he know about the Golden Gate? Yes, he does. He has been trading. It's even worse because this means he has no recovery now. Like, he's just dying here. He has been making a very expensive army all this time. You know, Streltsy, Mangos, Cannons, Springles, right? Those are not cheap units. And he has been losing them to Archers, Spearmen, Men-at-Arms comp, which is super cheap to sustain. Even with shitty eco, but Demo has a crap eco at this point. No trade. And he's still managing to somehow, I think, good targeting, good micro, solid kind of reasonable plays, keeping him in this game. And he's actually winning the trades. And those murderous trebuchets, those are just, those projectiles, I think they're just crushing this fight. They're just crushing fight after fight after fight. Here, look at this, he's actually taking every single fight. Every single trade favors Demo right now. Those are just raining stones, raining those rocks on his opponent. Look at this war trebuchets. First ever, I think, massive win of the English of the Ruse. Looks like Papi is just dying. That towers, that keeps. I don't think it's gonna be easy to break Demo. But the concern right now is the wood line, right? There is a one wood line here for Demo. And I think this might be the last of the trees that we see on this map. And there's like some small wood lines here as well. Or there are 2 wood lines here that we have. And Demo should probably ship those villagers there because he's actually running out of resources. Because he needs to stay alive. He cannot lose those trebs. If he just stays alive for the next, like, I think 2 minutes, if he keeps trading the way he has been trading for the past, for the, you know, for the last 10 minutes, I think he wins. What a hassle, man. What a hassle. This is insanity. And actually, that's the problem, right? Papi notices this. Papi knows. And Demo pulls those villagers immediately away from this position. He knows there's a wood line that is safe, you know, outside of the space, so he can actually go elsewhere. Papi has no wood axes. Look at this. He has no wood axes left. He has this wood line here with a few villagers taking this, and there are like some small kind of chunks of wood here and there. And Papi is, I think he's slowly dying. Man, Papi Paul. That's uncanny that he's losing this somehow. Just, I mean, do we just wait for the wood to run out? Because then Demo can't make units anymore and then Papi wins. I think, is this the play? But it's been grueling hour and 2 minutes. I mean, Papi has the stone for one more keep as well. And Papi has a trade, so I think that's the problem for Demo. Like, the longer this game goes, the worse his longevity gets, and the better longevity does Papi get too. Because, as I said, Papi can keep trading. If he just slows the game down, he starts just kind of going crazy on this. He will definitely get this. Look at this kind of, what's it called? Jesus. It's double time, right? Like the fast kind of This is the stim. This is the stim marines, guys. This is the stim marines. That's what we have here. Those threads are coming in hot with those trades, attacking the traps, shooting away, chipping away those units. They need to get this done. They need to actually get a nice trade because obviously Papi not on the ropes anymore. He's still kind of falling behind. Oh, that's lovely. Look at those volleys of shots from the Strelts. And they're actually taking this fight by the storm. They're actually doing super well here. And Papi, he seemed dead, but I think he just realized what was going on. He just thought, okay, wait. There is no way I lose this game. My opponent probably is not trading, looking at how he's feeding the units. Why is Demon not trading, though? That's the question. He's actually making traders now. At 1 hour 4, can you imagine what this game would have been like if he had made traders 20 minutes ago? If he had made +1, +2 eco upgrades. I mean, +2, +3 eco upgrades 20 minutes ago. I don't even mean the lumber, the food. Just the food even. He would have been in such a nice spot. But I think it's gonna be like a longer game if Demo goes to traders, which he does. And Papipo has displayed multiple times on multiple occasions his no ability to break his opponent. We might call it a draw. You have this nice plundering force, by the way, of those few crazy Englishmen. Looks like kind of this patchwork thing, because there's a spearman in the mix, there's a cannoneer, there's a longbow, there is a man-at-arms. It's just kind of the weirdest team in the world, just kind of going for the trade now, going for broke, trying to at least deny some resources from opponent. And it's actually something that you have to start doing. I think you have to start training units for eco. Yeah, this is the weirdest team I've ever seen, man. This is like not your fan favorite RPG team. These guys are sacrificial Englishmen in this situation. They're gonna die, but they did get a few traders killed. I think they paid for their money's worth because Demo can generate gold and food as he sees fit. Though of course gold generation is slightly slower than it would have kind of bargained for, I guess, right? It could have been a little bit better. Whew. I thought this game was over, man. I thought it was seriously over like 15 minutes ago now. Where Demo was hanging by a thread. But now the thread is gone. Demo is super alive. Demo is giga alive, guys. And he's doing a magnificent job of holding this. Like, this is just tremendous, tremendous job. He's actually managing this quite well. But the wood has run out. This is the last of the trees you will see in Dry Arabia in 2022, Demo. You are not getting more. So whatever archers you have now, you have to really take care of because you might not be able to replace them. And your Ruse body has the healthiest, biggest, most ridiculous trade network you will ever see. I don't know how many traders he has, but it looks like about 20, right? It looks like about 20 traders going back and forth, each carrying 176 gold. So the longer this game drags out, the worse it becomes for Demo, as he's able to establish a nice trade network of his own. Which is kind of happening, I guess. But yeah, there's another kind of pass in the middle here. And as we've said, like, actually Demo is not going to be able to replenish those archers, because if he loses too many, it's going to be Cannoneers Man-at-Arms left because he has no wood left. 3k is all she wrote for him, that's all that remains on the map, and there's not going to be much more. And it's like probably the most valuable resource right now, something that you have to contest, because as the English especially, like, you rely on wood, you rely on those longbows, right, to actually get going. You can see Demo's composition shifted towards those hand cannoneers as well, quite a bit actually. He has lots of those hand cannoneers, and he's kind of relying on the traps actually to kind of keep fighting here. So Wingard armies, you know, hand cannoneers, some archers still in the queue too, and he's actually trying to just survive. I think he's actually getting drained again, and yeah, as I said, Papipo, like, he has infinite resources. I wish he had infinite micro like Demo does though, because I think Demo is just out-microing those fights, like, by a lot. But the macro play, absolutely favoring Papi. Papi has, like, had a very good read on this game. He has, I think, earned this victory if he gets it in the end, which he probably should. But it was, like, a very, very difficult fight for him to get going, and yeah, he just found out, like, what he needed to do, and he won a lot of those fights. Traded very well for the majority of the game before he started going berserk, and he almost depleted his own bank, but he kind of understood what he needed to be doing. Now there is no wood. We're like Oh, wait. There is wood. There is wood on this map, sir, but this is 2 keeps. Those are 2 wooden fortresses. I don't think you can actually siege this as the English. I don't think you can actually break this at all. Doesn't look like a thing you can break. Now, Dimu actually out of wood here. He has to contest this side. It's just the only way. He has this side to contest and that's it. Papi out of wood as well, by the way. So, it's all she wrote for the trees on this map almost, which is crazy. Intense trebuchet fights, right? That's crazy as well, but we, But can you imagine if Dimu had gone for those 3 relics that he had available to himself? And he had got the, Tiv Barnes. I think it's Tithe Barnes, like Tithe Barnes. Which is, yeah, which definitely his opponent does have, because his opponent has 4 relics, so there's no way you don't get that. But it would have been just massive gold income. I think Papi is just mostly sustaining himself on relics at this point. And that sacred side that he's had. So I do think Dimu actually just blew the macro quite hard on in this game. Like, he's actually just getting the keep here. He's trying to kind of get some sort of control. But he did blow the macro quite hard. And he's just paying the cost right now. He's just paying the price. Those are not coming through. Not too many of those. One Streltsy that actually... One Strel does go through. The rest of those dead. So I don't think he can do much with the Eco Dimu. There's not really much he can accomplish. There's actually that's strange, but there's a gold deposit here. Which is not being contested by anybody. No one's land really, right? This is just no one's land. But I think this is something that you can try to take. If you're really kind of scuffed of resources. I think both those guys are kind of running low on anything. Like, they have no fuel left. It's gonna be the decisive fight over the final woodline of the game. And again, Papi Po working with... They both actually have decent bank now. Obviously, Papi has way more gold. But, yeah, and he has no tickets though. So I think Dimu can... If he just... somehow gets like some miraculous trades here. I think there's a way that this Papi does manage to lose this game still. But it's gonna be crazy to think of this. Honestly. And Dimu actually very decisive here on the push. Look at this. He actually has a very nice army setup. He has a massive number of archers. He is working with those trebs that are winning those trades too. Those trebs here on the flank are actually trying to get something done to those trebuchets, which is obviously huge because he's... Yeah, they shred those trebs. Look at this. Look at how fast those boys go. He's actually just going to go for this kind of small assault commando mission. And he's going to retreat. Those archers here are going to fight in this choke, but it's actually quite a good spot for the English to defend. And you have lots of cannoneers as well, which are obviously doing quite well against the horsemen, because they just have very high base damage, right? So they shred those high HP units very successfully. And there is just a singular mangonel as well, which is kind of fine, but English archers can actually heal, so it's not like you can just kind of do permanent damage there, and it dies to a single volley too, so... And there's Oshiro to the Mango, and Papi Po has 0 wood available, 0. He has 90 wood, he can only trade for it, he actually has to be buying wood for gold, which is probably quite expensive. Yeah, 130 gold for 100 wood, so it's still accessible, but not cheap anymore. And that's quite a big deal, but obviously, Dimu also out of gold, so... Not the greatest position. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gone for this. This is 4,000 gold still that he can definitely exploit if he wants to. Because I don't think that Papi has the presence of mind to break the wall now or just go through. I think that's not going to happen. And yeah, Dimu hangs on. Dimu actually trades very well again. He kills lots of the wood units of his opponent. He just kind of does stay alive. And he has a... I wanted to say healthy trade, but that's not the case. He has 3 traders. Seriously. Dimu, come on, mate. You can get traders. They don't bite. It's a good position for Dimu. Like, you have to say, with the macro that he's been kind of presenting this game, very underwhelming macro, he's actually been able to make a lot of things happen. In a good sense of the word, right? So he's been actually making so many good decisions. And yeah, just kind of managing this game quite well. The trades have been just going wonderfully well for him. Springle's coming in again for a trade, probably trying to kill a Treb, and then they retreat. Dimu advances, and it's going to be kind of another kind of big engagement, I guess, with obviously Papi Po sitting on a massive mountain of resources right now. And I think we need a rule in the tournament for those games to not last an hour 30 minutes, because that's just too long. Though we have to say, even score is even. Look at this. The score is like, we are an hour 15 minutes into the game, and the score is essentially even. There's 60-point difference in score. It's just unbelievable. It's just mind-boggling, guys. It's just absolutely mind-boggling to me. It is this crazy of a close game, somehow, somewhere. And Dimo is actually, Dimo is actually holding on. He has like decent army now. It's like, how do you win this game? What is your win condition as Dimo? Because you will eventually lose if Papi just kind of grows a pair and just advances on you. I think you eventually lose to Papi, because Papi has just better army, he has just the ability to replenish more. But I think Papi also realizes that he doesn't have to be doing this, because Dimo has 660 wood now, and this is like the backbone of his army now. He has no other resource left. So if Dimo is just kind of trading like he has been so far, he is eventually gonna fall. He's eventually just gonna fall. Because Streltsy and any sort of cavalry, I guess, is not gonna cost you much more than just food and gold, right? So if you go knight and Streltsy even, I think you will eventually win. There's no freaking way that you don't. Or even, I think Streltsy and at arms would have been amazing here as well. I guess it's kind of something we're not really doing too well here as Dimo. I mean, as Papi. Anything really is gonna be great if you can just spend food and gold on this. So, again, Papi loses the trade quite handsomely, and Dimo can advance, but Dimo has no resources left. So, Papi getting pushed back. Like, if he loses the production, he's dead though. That's kind of the concern, and rebuilding stuff is going to be expensive. Because that's gold you're paying, because you have no wood. So losing infrastructure is bad, and Dimo actually pushes on. Man, can he do it with this? I do feel like Papi has been stubborn on the composition he's using. I think getting some sort of knights even would have been amazing here. He's going for the knights now. He actually is getting knights because he realized, okay, I have no wood for horsemen anymore. It's cheaper for me to buy knights than horsemen, I think. That is the situation Papi Po is in. So Papi has to make something happen. He has to repel those attackers, or he is gonna get shafted by the English. Then it's actually not looking too hard for Papi, is it? It's a mass of Streltsy. It's a mass of knights, but knights are getting shredded. Still, knights are getting absolutely shredded here. And Streltsy are not really trading favorably against the archers somehow. And there is more units coming, and Dimo is actually reinforcing very, very well. So he's holding on here. He's making those trebuchets, and he's just hanging by a thread. You have to say he's hanging by a thread here. Though his supply is dropping quite badly and he has no more wood and food and gold. I do think that Papi, just narrowly, just by the skin on his teeth, is eventually going to break this position. He's gonna push forward. Dimo heroically fought, but I think he has to say GG very, very soon. Villagers pulled into the fight, shooting those sticks of wood. Look, no, this guy is actually shooting crops, I think. Look at this, he's shooting with wheat. Oh god. That's how crazy this game has got. Those villagers have invented the wheat guns, and they're just shooting with wheat. Look at this, like the pile of wheat is kind of whipped out, and Dimo, after an hour 30 match, taps out. Glorious stuff. Guys, thank you for watching. I'm gonna continue casting this series, of course, but it's been a hell of a game, I have to say. Guys, if you did enjoy yourselves, if you did enjoy the cast, if you did enjoy the game, consider dropping me a follow on Twitch, subbing to me on YouTube. Both things are free, or even considering becoming members of my channel, which is okay, I'm gonna show my face maybe since I'm self-advertising a bit, which is relatively cheap of a deal, right? It's just it is just $3 a month. So if you'd like to support this channel, that would be very much appreciated. I'm gonna go around, switch on the lights, make myself a cup of tea, and prepare for another crazy Englishman versus, I'm not sure where Papi Po is from. Is he Australian? Is he British? This name sounds Australian to me, but it's just a name. So, this being said, guys, consider supporting the channel with your followers and subs. I stream consistently. No schedule though, because I'm a teacher, so I could have to sometimes prepare or translate stuff, and I don't have the ability to have a fixed schedule. I'm a working person, but I do love casting. So if you do enjoy yourselves, you know what to do. Click that lovely purple button and in support. This being said, we are gonna go back really soon into the games. I just need a cup of tea and a little bit of relaxation. I do think Demo and his lovely opponent here, Papi Paul, do also require that. I hope they're not in another game already. That would be massively crazy. They are in another game, guys. Shit. So we're just gonna see. It's a reverse. No, it's actually French-English matchup. How much time do I have? I have the time to make myself a tea. Minute 40, yeah, barely. So I'm just gonna take that minute 40 to chill. What a hassle, right? Karma. I should the dog, but no, I need to use the restroom first. Then we'll do the dog intro. Karma will be introducing the. I hope this is going to be a faster game than before. Guys, I'm going to pause it, okay? So I hope you don't leave. I'm going to pause it. I just need to make a tea. And I promise, we'll continue watching just as I get back. My water has just finished boiling, so just a minute. Just a minute. I'm ready. We're gonna go back into this. Okay, sorry about this kind of short maintenance break, but I did need some maintenance. After that cast, since I'm casting alone, it is pretty difficult at times. So, let me get into this, shall we? Hammer out, cast on. And I do actually need to fix the score as well. So we have 1-0 Papipo against the Muslim, leading the series. Ready, steady, go, huh? So, in the East, in the blue, playing the English, it's gonna be the Muslim again. So, map is Mongolian Heights, and in the west, in the red, it is gonna be Papipo playing the French. And I think this is gonna be a longer game again, potentially, because usually Mongolian Heights are... they're likely to have long games, okay? They're just very likely to have long games. That's how it is. So potentially here, we'll see one more Rager, and obviously English against French. I think they're in a slightly better position than English versus Rus. Though Elion, I think you can get broken by the French, right? You can actually get broken by the French quite easily. So that's the scary part. Like at the very early days, during the very early days of the Age of Empires 4 game, right? Actually, it was very consistent that the French would just very quickly beat. The French would very quickly beat the English. That was really the case. Obviously, the strategies have been refined. French have been balanced. You know, English have been balanced as well. They are definitely working with a nicer army composition now than they used to. So it's no longer so easy. But I do still believe that overall, very difficult matchup for the English nonetheless. I think it's going to be quite risky, no matter what you do as Demo to win this. Obviously, you lose this, and I think you drop to the lower bracket then, right? Which is obviously quite a piece of trouble for you. So we don't want to be there. In terms of builds, we have 3 on gold, 1 villager going across already to contest. Oh, whoa. Okay, I see. So there is a dog here. So that's kind of the difference in play styles, which I don't think I have to say I don't really like this from Papi, because this is the one way you can die in this game. Because the English longbows are really good at contesting the river here. I know it because I played English a lot in the past. I've been cheesing with English a lot for a while now. So actually contesting the river, if you have those kind of shallows walled off as well, especially if you have them walled off, because then knights can go through to you, right? That is just absolutely huge. It's a massive advantage. So Demo's probably gonna go for some sort of aggressive play, just very soon, I guess. That's what it looks like. Another thing is, if you are French and if you go water and your English opponent doesn't, you are in a lot of trouble, because you can, again, I think it's feasible. There is a world in which Demo sends a villager here, he walls this stuff off, and then, like, you know, you have a few fishing boats trapped over here against a huge mass of archers that's just gonna shoot you down. Because, let's face it, this commitment to the water play means that you are going to delay your age up by approximately, what, 2 minutes, minute and a half, I think, easily. It's not the greatest position in the world for our French player here, therefore, right? Initially anyway, so getting those few early archers out, just killing, that's, I think, why, by the way, this is kind of reasonable. This is why I think Papipo decides to get just 3 of those fishing ships, because he knows, okay, later on, I get knights, I can defend this. But if I'm gonna allow this guy to harass my ships, I'm gonna lose all my fishing economy, I'm screwed, right? So I'm just gonna make 3 ships, I can garrison them in my dock, and I'm gonna be okay. Kind of chess moves made by those players, very smart overall, kind of predicting the possibilities and understanding. Look at those sheep, and Demos are just gonna get like a nice reaping here. Like, this is gonna be 6 sheep and 2 more that he left behind, but he's pretty happy about this. I'm pretty sure he's quite happy with this. Looking at this entire situation, though, you can see this scout here getting lots of sheep going with herself. And the English are actually kind of hitting the fuel age up quite quickly. The French still need actually just 15 foot, so it's gonna be like very soon that they can actually age up. It's not that big of a desync actually. 6 villagers also on the age up, so it's not that terrible. And you have to think, like, at some point the English are just going. It's not really a distant future even. English will get outscaled by the French. Knights, archers beat whatever English can field, I think. The French knights, specifically. Demo is actually gonna go, so Demo is gonna go the Mongol way. So Demo is going to go for a mining camp here on the stone. He's gonna get 2 villages rolling. He's gonna start building outposts across this entire river. Which means that if he gets enough of those out, he's going to have, you know, full control, and there's no way you can fish, because those arrowset outposts will shred every single boat eventually. Like, there's no ship in this game that will not get shredded by the arrow slits, especially the English ones, right? Because they shoot extra arrows, I think. It is going to mean, therefore, that yeah, it's quite difficult of a proposition then to hold on to the map as the French player, or to the water part of the map. So I don't think this might be, actually, I guess like in retrospect, this might not be the best commitment, because I think the English do want those towers anyway, because they give you vision, they give you control, you know, they create this kind of a perimeter in which you can safely move, to at least up until a certain point into the game, right? So you get lots of benefits from this. So I'm not sure if this kind of delayed feudal age up is going to pay dividends for our people here. We shall see though, I'm very curious. Scouts going down, villagers trading quite nicely, one scout dead. And I think you want to keep the other one alive, honestly, if you're Papi. You don't want to trade this one against a villager even. You just want to keep it alive, you just know what your opponent's up to. Yeah, sure, you see those archers now, but like as time passes by, there's gonna be different stuff coming out of there as well, right? I guess might be like fast castle, might be second to sea. I'm not really sure what exactly Demu is going for, because yeah, it's kind of uncharted territory. I think we have not seen a competitive game of English versus French on Mongolian Heights yet. That's just very unlikely to have ever happened, because those are not popular civs for a good reason, right? In here on this map. So I would be open to some kind of cool strategic choices here, of course. We can very quickly compare the economies, by the way, because I think it's quite important, right? Obviously, French should have good eco, because they do not even have a... Okay, because they're going for water, for fishing, right? They do not even have a windmill, so no eco at all, no eco upgrades, despite having cheaper ones. Demo working with wheelbarrow, which is acceptable. You can see also a Hulk coming out, so the English are going to have to be more considerate when approaching this. You have to say, however, a Hulk is gonna get absolutely shredded by this tower. That is something that people don't really understand well, I think. And if you play enough of French, you will very quickly realize that, you know, a Hulk might be a good unit, but against towers, it is really bad. Like, you'll need like 3-4 Hulks actually to get control here, or regain control over this part of the river. You can see English, of course, preemptively dropping additional tower exactly where Papi is planning to drop his. So that's quite a problem, of course. This is going to be sieged across the board, and it's going to be quite difficult for any units to go through. It's going to be quite hard for any units to go through. Sorry, so anyhow, that is just a strange game, because I've never seen something like this before. Nobody has, I think. They have not played a game like this. It's very unlikely that you've ever seen a French versus English matchup on Mongolian Heights. So we have very passive game, honestly. They're not even aggressive with their eco at this point. Like, Demo is just going to get like pure arrow slits everywhere. So towers with arrow slits across the board. This lock is cancelled for that reason. And there's going to be a gate coming, and there are going to be actual knights coming across the board as well. So that's going to kind of the annoying part. And I think Demu might be able to quick wall this though. Like, if he realizes what's up, I think he has to realize this though. He has to understand that this is a gate, and you have to quick wall this stuff. Okay, he doesn't understand this. Okay, he's just gonna... he's dead. Those villagers are dead anyway. So it's kind of unfortunate timing. So he knew this was coming, but he just kind of didn't appreciate what his opponent was gonna do. So that is gonna mean that, yeah, he has knights in his base now. He literally has 3 royal knights in his base. Nobody likes them. Like, French knights are just kind of ultimate yuck moment when you get them in your base. Like, they're gonna be in your wood line, they're gonna be in your farms, they're gonna be everywhere, just attacking the gold, which is super exposed. This is super exposed gold, by the way. So they're gonna deny a lot if they're not handled properly. You have to handle those with care, and you need to have actually a nice army to be able to deal with this quite nicely. So you have... Actually, I think Demo is in a lot of trouble because of this. He managed to kind of finish the wall, so those are the only knights that are gonna get in. He also sees this, I think. He might see the dock here. So this is useless, by the way. This dock is completely useless because this is walled off already, so he'll have to remove the gate himself before he gets anything done out of this. I think it would be nice to get a tower here, but it's too late because they're out here, so you can't redo this, right? So those archers make sure to wake up the scout. What happened to the rest? Has he lost all knights to this somehow? Jeez, that's terrible. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna have to get... Sorry guys, I need to get my dog across, because she is crying for attention. Literally, she's crying for attention. I'm dog. I'm gonna do a dog stream. Karma's gonna be casting for you. I'm just gonna obviously pull her on the stream, because she's the star of the evening now. And there's not much happening, honestly. We're just kind of watching a hustle on the river. We're just gonna get camera on the dog. One camera, be nice. Hey, you're on camera now, Karma. So she's black, so it's kind of the room is not lit as well as I would have bargained for, I guess. So she is not going to be too visible, but yeah, she is lovely, and it's actually quite warm as well. Jesus, dogs are so nice. Anyhow, Karma, what do you think about this game? Who's winning? She's saying Demo's winning. She doesn't know though. She doesn't understand the game too well. She's only like 1.4k elo. Okay, so anyhow, watching this game, I'm gonna maybe just get the dog off the screen again, right? That doesn't make sense. Continuing. The developments here, there's a knight trying to do something, but he's getting kind of pinned down by those archers. Like, you can kite around this, and probably at some point you're just gonna kill it, especially with the help of villagers, so that is not really great. Those villagers have ridiculous range, by the way, look at this. They kind of, I think they kind of latched onto that knight, right? And that was actually quite a lot of damage. I'm not sure if he has chivalry, by the way. I don't even know if he has chivalry, so we might actually very quickly check this. Puppy does indeed have chivalry. He also is going up to castle. Demo, not there yet, I think. Demo is actually going to take a little bit more time. He's dropping... Oh, never mind. He's actually dropping his King's Palace. So those guys are in perfect sync. They understand, I guess, how this game is supposed to go. And they are getting those appropriate piece of infrastructure. So, King's Palace here. Demo is going with 2 TC build, not with 3 TC build. I don't think he needs triple TC anyway. These guys are fine with double TCs, because they're not losing villagers too much. This Hulk here just kind of getting a little bit of a vantage point for his fishing boats, but that's again not a massive gain. I don't think Papi is actually benefiting from the water play. He wasted lots of resources on this, like 3 docks so far. Some villagers probably died building them. I'm pretty certain this is not worth it for him. I'm pretty certain it's not worth it for him, right? It is not looking too hot. Those 2 fishing boats here kind of stuck for now, and both players actually in castle with relatively little units or action to their name, to be honest. There's like, I don't think they actually kind of are in any, they have no plan for this game. I'm pretty certain they have no idea what they're doing right now, because otherwise, like, normally you see something happening, right? Demo kind of, he had an inkling to go for towers, but it didn't go well, and he is kind of losing control right now of the river. Happy, I think he wanted to go for water play, but he underappreciated what the English are capable of, and he did actually get kind of trapped here. There is a knight that is dead on the floor over here, so it's not gonna do much anymore, so that's kind of not really going to happen either. I have a crazy dog on my knees who's biting her feet. Karma, stop biting her feet. You crazy doggo, stop. Stop, kitty. Oh, she's the loveliest dog, guys. And we honestly have a Hulk that's fighting a tower. And this Hulk has been fighting this tower for about 5 minutes now. And this is the weirdest game I've watched. So we have veteran archers here, gaining the veterans here as we speak. We have the actual normal royal knights still. We have crossbows, arbaletiers, that is, and we have regular archers. The Muslim going for +1/+1 eco. Working with 64 pop. And 86 pop for Papi Pool. There's far more villagers, by the way, because obviously French are getting more villagers. So I think Papi is actually kind of in a good position here. But he's gonna lose his ship, which is obviously kind of a huge population hog, right? It does take a lot of pop, right? So that's kind of the problem. I think it's like 5, 6, sorry, I was actually trying to look, but I didn't look at the end. It's 4, it's still kind of something. But population-wise, I think, yeah, English are kind of behind. That's why I kind of have preferred Demo to get like triple TC here, because he would have been in a better spot then. Now he does have a monastery, which is a good sign, which might mean that he's gonna get a dock here. Means he's gonna get the sacred site. He might get the relics, those 2 relics here. And I think the French player is also kind of slowly going towards that. So that's what it looks like anyway. So it is going to be a really passive game for now. There is no monastery though for the French player, so he's kind of going for stone of all things. So he's probably going to try to get some keeps. It's very important on this map to actually get some keeps and cover this ground, like to cover this area, right? To cover all this kind of shallows, because this allows you to get some control over how units move through them. And we have archers on one side, we have mangonels, arbaletiers, and veteran royal knights on the other. So it is quite a nice advantage, I think, for Papi now. I think if Papi plays this right and Dimo doesn't do something extremely crazy, I think Papi might actually be able to win this. But you have to notice, I think Dimo is deliberately setting some resources aside. It looks like Dimo is actually saving up for something. Because he has like, you know, he already has like 1.4k food, he has 630 wood, gold, so it looks like he's almost saving for Imperial Age up. Which is very risky because he sees the force of his opponent. Now Dimo, very good at splitting, you have to say this, Dimo is probably the best player I've ever seen in my life at splitting his mangonels. Like he has Terran practice against Banelings, he has Terran practice against the against disruptors, so he knows what to do. But he's really good at handling mangonels. Look at this, like he has had those archers, I think he lost like 1 archer so far. And this actual mango does also die. So yes, it's gonna get broken, this position is not going to last. He's not going to be able to hold this. But Dimo is actually going kind of committing towards the Imperial. I don't think he can make it though. I think he has to just start to go some contingency plan, to be honest. Because if he doesn't make anything big happen now, he's just going to get shafted. And this prelate, I mean this monk, I think these guys are really bad at pathing monks. Like they are good at the game, they're like way better than me at the game. But consistently so, they have been pathing those units, the monks. Like it's Linok, it's Dimo, it's everyone but BCQT, I think. They're just pathing those monks with the worst possible routes. Because if he had routed, look at this, he routes this like this. He gets this, he gets this monastery and he's fine. Not anymore because he's gonna lose it anyway, but he would have been okay for like 2 minutes or a minute. Anyway, that is a lost relic, right? That's like a lot of investment that's just gone to shit, which obviously you don't want. Like you don't want that to happen. Now Dimo, I think Dimo is in trouble. Because he's getting sieged upon. He has a lot of resources in his bank that he's not spending. He's actually trying to get some crossbows now, I think. Yeah, 2 crossbows in the field. He has a blacksmith that he's not using. He has +2 ranged attack and that's it, which is probably good because he can handle those units well now. I'm not sure actually the arbaletiers. I mean, they are quite good at dealing with archers, right? They're actually quite good against ranged units. So I think if Dimo doesn't get any sort of artillery support for this army, he's gonna be in trouble. So he probably does need to get some artillery here. Because he's getting pushed hard, and there are also knights behind him. I think those are knights, right? Yeah, 3 royal, elite royal knights, so veteran royal knights. Actually trying to find a nice backstab position here. And that is going to head because obviously as he gets engaged on from the front, he's also going to take some damage from the back. So he cancels, this is actually the smart move, this is the only good move he can make. He cancels that monastery and he's just going to go immediately towards the siege workshop. Meaning that if something bad happens, if something bad goes down, he's gonna at least have a sprinkle ready to deflect those mangos, right? Which is, I think at this point, if you're so far behind the mango game, you're just gonna go for a sprinkle and just hope for the best. However, there is 1 key being dropped here, and it looks like, you know, this is not gonna stop because like we have like 400 extra stone here. It's likely that Papi is gonna keep getting those extra stone units, and he's actually gonna keep continuing to kind of eke out additional pieces of land from the Muslim. It is very likely to be the case. Now Dimo's actually kind of, I think he's fighting with himself, right? He's trying to figure out whether it's worth to go for those villagers or not. And you have to say the arbaletiers, extremely good against archers because they have those shields they can deploy, and if they do deploy those shields, they're actually very strong and they trade quite favorably against any ranged units in any ranged unit in the game. Maybe, no, actually I don't think, maybe cavalries can still kind of mess them up, but anything else is gonna be tough. So you see, like Dimo notices this, like once those shields get deployed, though. Sorry, once those shields get deployed, he actually does disengage, and he kind of gives it a little bit of time. But this keep is gonna finish. This means actually this keep is gonna finish. And I don't think Dimo has much. Dimo is getting a sprinkled. Sorry, my dog is moving the mouse. But the Demo's getting, he's getting trebs of his own actually, that's crazy. So instead of going for some sort of Springle play, he's actually gonna get some trebs of his own. He's gonna try to kill this castle before it does anything bad to him. He has, actually he has 1,000 stone though. He has 1,000 stone, he hasn't actually been able to use that stone yet. I'm not sure what he's gonna go do. I don't know what he's gonna do with this. I actually have no idea what he's gonna do with this. So it looked like Demo had a plan, man. At the start of the game, I was kind of hopeful that Demo had a plan, but it seems like he's just crumbling under pressure right now. At least he just didn't understand how good Papipo could be. And Papipo is freaking great. Papipo is actually just smashing this game. He's getting a Springle. He has like so many siege warriors, I think. That he's getting like 2 Mangos and a Springle at a time. So I also do think that Demo actually believed he had enough time to go in. He was actually saving lots of resources for it. Now he's actually sitting, you know, with very little to his name. And he has lots of resources he's holding. He's like 1.3k. 1,400 now of wood, which is not great for you. If you look at the supplies, soup doesn't lie, guys. Soup doesn't lie, as our lovely Todd says in SC2. 112 villagers for the French. And 50 military, and this is 6. Oh, the difference is massive. It's like, this is GG. There's no way you can win with this big of an equal difference. Like, I don't think this is winnable anymore for Demo. This is like way too much he lost. He lost way too many villagers, or he has not been producing, and the French obviously have, you know, better villager production altogether. It's kind of slow progress for, this is just gonna be slow progress for Papipo, and I think it's gonna be over in no time. Look at this mango number. Like, he has like 7 mangos. There is nothing that you can kite 1. Okay, Demo can be very good at kiting mangoes. You can kite 1 mango quite easily. It's fine, but you cannot quite kite 8, right? 8 is just it's just too much. This is like too much. Demo has 10 crossbows, 36 archers, 2 Springles against what seems to be 8 mangos and 4 Springles and just some infantry, some crossbows, some other fears. And I do not think there's a way, like there's a world in which Demo can break this now. He's super behind, man. He's like super behind. He's getting a replacement blacksmith here. He's trying to siege on this, but he's actually not doing much. Papi has like 180 pop capped, and Demo is at 140, so he's like super far behind here, super far behind. And yeah, the English eco could be strong, but it's not as good as, not good enough to kind of mark the French eco, I think, even. Right now, let's just have a look at the upgrades, maybe. So there are actually, this is +1 across the board, right? For no, he does have horticulture, so he just has +1 wood. Papipo, that is, and he does have, both of those guys have wheelbarrow as well, which is quite important. So Demo was off this segment over here, so he's gonna be safe getting this goal. Great for him, but I'm not really sure he needs goal at this point. He kind of needs everything. He definitely needs to get towards that kind of population cap, because his opponent is there, and if he doesn't match that, he's really gonna get in trouble, man. He's gonna get in trouble. And he's quite far off. He's quite far off. Obviously, getting those artillery speed upgrades is quite big. So getting that is going to allow him to maybe engage on those mangos, maybe sneak out a few of those shots, and maybe just continue playing. But his military infrastructure is getting hit right now. He has very little to prevent this. He is also, by the way, sitting on 1100 stone. That is not easy. He has not dropped a keep yet. He could have probably got one here. He could have got one like around the wood line. Maybe he needs to do something with that stone, because otherwise he's just gonna die. Come on, dog. Come on, stop. Chill. So we are just seeing, I think, Demo's getting deconstructed here. Is actually going to... I don't think there's a way in which we can win with archers against this much artillery. Even if you're like the best Springle micro in the world, I don't think there's a way you can actually convincingly take a fight like this. So, well, as I say it, actually, Demo manages to kill most of the Springles of his opponent. So, 1 Springle remains for Papipo, and Demo's actually gonna engage on this like a madman, absolute madman he is. He has like 130 supply against 180 though. So even if he takes this fight, if he wins this somehow, miraculously, if he somehow wins this, he's still in trouble, man. He's still in so much trouble. He's losing landmarks though. He's losing his main TC. He's losing his It's council hall, and he's actually losing his army as well. I think this is it. Dimu out of contention in this upper bracket. Villagers rushing in. So you have villagers of the French coming in, torching buildings, throwing those torches, and actually getting the advantages again. They're gonna just go melee against those English archers. We're gonna show them where their place is, where they belong. And they're absolutely magnificent here in this game. Now, Papi, I think, has done so much damage here that Dimu is really hopelessly lost. I don't think he can actually rebuild this. Losing the landmark curse, because this is obviously like double archery range. He lost 2 archery ranges on top of things, right? So it's not like he can actually rebuild this with any ease at all. And, you know, Papi, he's working with like full pop cap. He's working with like 100+ villages. Very good production. If anyone goes to Imp, I think it's going to be Papi eventually. I don't think there's any way for the Muslim to actually get control of this now. So Dimu is trying to actually rebuild his infrastructure behind. So he's going to get 2 archery ranges, he's going to get the siege workshop, and he's going to also get a blacksmith. But this doesn't look like something you can deal with using archers. He has proven us wrong a lot. Like in the previous game, he's actually done with a lot of different things using archers alone. But I don't think this is the game. I don't think this is the place or the game in which Dimu can actually just manage this with archers. I think this is impossible, man. So sadly, he is probably gonna drop to the lower bracket this way. So this TC is dead, and there is 1 landmark remaining for the Muslim, which is the King's Palace. All the way behind this is just gonna die now, and I think this is kind of the signal for Dimu to just step out. I don't think there's any way, realistically, that you claw your way back into this game. You are like at very low pop. Your opponent has more villages than you have full population at this point. That's scary as fuck. And you don't even have that many villagers as Dimu, right? Your Dimu don't really have that much eco. So sadly, it's actually quite cool because we see a new player emerge and actually dominate the game, right? It's actually quite neat. And I think Dimu was trying, like, up until his last breath, to go up to Imperial Berkshire Palace and just try to defend this heroically, but this was not meant to be. And Papipo takes this well-deserved to 0. I think he played like a god, especially game 1, holding this, getting very good macro up, understanding the situation or the predicament he was in, like getting the trade rolling. You know, he got every single piece of the puzzle together. He had like +3 eco upgrades when he needed them. He's actually just really smart. And yeah, it was super solid overall. Papipo actually taking this. Very convincing, clean game 2. And yeah, that's it, guys. That's it for this game. And unfortunately, guys, since I'm teaching tomorrow, I'll have to finish. I thought this was going to be a few more games, to be honest, but I'm not able to continue streaming right now because I'm actually like 5 classes tomorrow, 10 hours of teaching. So if I continue talking at this rate, I'm just gonna be dead. It's unfortunate though it is, I have to say goodbye to you. So if you did enjoy yourselves here on the stream, please consider supporting it by following and subscribing, of course. I'm gonna share my lovely doggo with you for 1 more time, and we're just gonna call it a day. So thank you, guys. It was lovely to have you. It was lovely to host you. Me and my dog have enjoyed your presence thoroughly, right, Kawan? Have you enjoyed them? Not so much. Okay, so it's just me. Anyhow, thank you guys for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to try to host somebody. I might just go and, you know, push it back to EGC TV, honestly, because they are the biggest, like, yeah, they're just kind of the only reasonable kind of target right now. So I'm just gonna host. We're just gonna yeah, it's that. We're just gonna host EGC TV, dropping you guys over there. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Hope this, you know, tournament keeps going great. I'm gonna be watching on that channel as well, so I hope those kind of games keep developing quite nicely. Right, Karma? Are you hoping that as well? Karma. No, she's not. She just doesn't give a crap. So guys, thank you so much again. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, and see you around. Raid incoming. 8 people. Thank you for those on YouTube as well. Yeah, consider following, subbing if you haven't done so yet, of course. And yeah, games are gonna end up on YouTube later. Like, I'm definitely gonna pull some of those because they were epic, man. They were epic. See you.